The sun cast a golden hue over Westminster Abbey as the bells tolled, signaling the arrival of a historic day. Elizabeth, adorned in her breathtaking gown of silk and lace, felt both exhilarated and overwhelmed. This was not just her wedding day, it marked the beginning of her journey as Queen of the United Kingdom. As she stepped into the Grand Hall, her heart raced with a mix of joy and trepidation. She could see the faces of the crowd, nobles, dignitaries, and the public, all gazing with rapt attention. The air was thick with anticipation and the weight of expectations, a palpable reminder that she was no longer just Elizabeth Windsor, she was to become a symbol of hope and stability for a nation in turmoil. Philip stood at the altar, his expression a blend of pride and love. As their eyes met, a flicker of reassurance washed over her. In that moment, they were not just a prince and princess, they were partners embarking on a monumental journey together. The ceremony unfolded in a blur, sacred vows exchanged, a delicate ring slipped onto her finger, and a promise made before God and the world. Yet, as the applause erupted around them, Elizabeth felt the heavy crown of responsibility settle on her shoulders. This was the first time she realized the immense burden of her role. No longer could she live in the carefree manner of youth. She was now a representative of the monarchy, expected to uphold the dignity and honor of her family. The transition from private citizen to public figure was jarring. Elizabeth knew that every smile, every gesture would be scrutinized. She would have to navigate the labyrinth of royal expectations while remaining true to herself, a feat that seemed almost impossible. As she and Philip walked down the aisle, the cheers of the crowd faded into a distant echo, replaced by the swirling thoughts in her mind about her new duties. In the days that followed the wedding, Elizabeth was thrust into the life of royal engagements. Dinners with dignitaries, receptions at Buckingham Palace, and meetings with politicians filled her calendar. Each event was a new opportunity to solidify her place in the monarchy, yet it also reminded her of the sacrifices she had to make. The life she had known, the carefree days of her youth, felt like a distant memory. During a formal dinner, Elizabeth found herself seated next to Winston Churchill, the legendary Prime Minister. Their conversation was a delicate dance of political insight and personal anecdotes. Churchill's eyes sparkled with wisdom, and Elizabeth felt a surge of admiration for the man who had led Britain through the darkest days of World War II. Yet, she also sensed the weight of his expectations, the burden of leadership that loomed over her as she sat beside him. "Your Majesty," he began, the formality of his words momentarily disarming. "You are stepping into a world of both privilege and peril. The crown may shine brightly, but it is a heavy burden to bear." His words echoed in her mind long after the evening ended. The realization hit her that her role was not just about wearing a crown or attending grand events. It was about embodying the spirit of a nation, providing strength during times of uncertainty, and maintaining the legacy of the monarchy. As the weeks turned into months, Elizabeth grappled with her identity. She found solace in Philip's unwavering support, but she still felt isolated in a world filled with protocol and scrutiny. Each public appearance demanded a polished smile and perfect poise, while inside, she often felt like an imposter. Could she really fulfill the expectations placed upon her? In quiet moments, she reflected on the words of her father, King George VI, who had once said, "The crown must always come first." It was a mantra she would come to embrace, yet it also ignited a desire to carve her own path. She yearned to connect with her people beyond the formality of her title. As Elizabeth navigated her new life, she learned to balance her public duties with her private desires. She sought ways to humanize the monarchy, to show her people that beneath the crown lay a woman with hopes, dreams, and vulnerabilities. The weight of the crown was immense, but it also ignited a fierce determination within her. With each passing day, Elizabeth learned that the transition to royal life was not just about adapting to her new role, it was about embracing her identity as a leader. And as she stood at the threshold of her reign, she was ready to embrace the challenges and triumphs that lay ahead. With Philip by her side and the legacy of her family guiding her, Elizabeth was prepared to face the world, not just as a queen, but as a symbol of resilience for a nation poised on the brink of a new era. The first few weeks of married life for Elizabeth and Philip were a whirlwind of adjustments, filled with both joy and unexpected challenges. Their honeymoon in Malta had been a brief escape from the public eye, a chance to savor the intimacy of their new relationship away from the scrutiny of the world. Sunlit days spent exploring the vibrant landscapes and quiet evenings filled with laughter created a foundation of warmth and love that they would carry into their royal duties. Upon their return to England, the reality of royal life settled in like a thick fog. The couple moved into Buckingham Palace, a grand residence that echoed with the footsteps of history. While the palace was magnificent, it felt strangely impersonal to Elizabeth at first, filled with ornate furnishings and cold marble halls that spoke of centuries past. Every corner seemed to hold the weight of expectations, both from her family and the British public. In those early days, Elizabeth sought solace in the small moments with Philip. They often retreated to the garden, where the vibrant colors of blooming flowers contrasted with the regal gray of the palace walls. Here, away from the formalities, they shared their dreams, fears, and laughter. Elizabeth relished the simplicity of their conversations, where titles faded away, and they were just two young people navigating the complexities of love and responsibility. Philip, with his keen sense of humor and adventurous spirit, brought light into Elizabeth's sometimes solemn world. He encouraged her to embrace spontaneity, suggesting impromptu outings that felt like a rebellion against the strictures of royal life. They would steal away to explore the countryside, laughing as they picnicked in secluded spots or wandered through quaint villages, reveling in their shared experiences. However, the shadow of duty loomed over their happiness. As Elizabeth adjusted to her new responsibilities, she found herself inundated with state functions and royal engagements. From attending charity events to meeting with world leaders, her schedule was packed, leaving little time for their early romance. Each engagement required meticulous preparation, and Elizabeth struggled to balance the demands of her role with her desire to nurture her relationship with Philip. One evening, as she prepared for yet another formal dinner, Elizabeth felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. The weight of the crown felt heavier than ever, and she longed for the simplicity of their time in Malta. In the mirror, she saw a young woman transformed by the expectations of her position, a queen, yes, but also a wife who was grappling with the challenges of blending her two identities. Philip sensed her struggle and, one evening, surprised her with a small getaway to Sandringham, the royal estate. As they arrived, the tranquil beauty of the estate enveloped them, a stark contrast to the busy life of London. Here, They could escape the prying eyes of the world and simply be themselves. In the warmth of the estate, they explored the expansive grounds, sharing stories and laughter beneath the sprawling trees. For Elizabeth, this brief respite from her duties was a reminder of the joy they had found in each other, a sanctuary where she could reclaim a piece of her former self. They strolled hand in hand, creating their own traditions away from the formality of royal life. One night, seated by a roaring fire in the estate's drawing room, Philip took Elizabeth's hand and gazed into her eyes. "You know," he began, his voice earnest yet playful, "you don't have to do it all alone. I'm right here with you, through thick and thin." His words brought a wave of comfort, and Elizabeth smiled, feeling the tension that had built up within her begin to dissolve. "I just want to be a good queen and a good wife," she admitted, her voice laced with vulnerability. Philip squeezed her hand gently. "You're already doing more than enough. You have a heart that shines through everything you do. Together, we can figure it all out." In that moment, Elizabeth understood the strength of their partnership. The journey ahead would not be easy, but with Philip by her side, she felt empowered to face the challenges that awaited them. They were a team, ready to take on the world together, even if the weight of the crown loomed large. As spring gave way to summer, their bond deepened amidst the demands of royal life. Elizabeth learned to navigate the delicate balance between duty and love, finding ways to incorporate Philip into her public engagements whenever possible. They became a dynamic duo, showcasing a modern royal couple who were not afraid to show their affection and partnership to the world. In the evenings, after a long day of duties, they would retreat to their private quarters, where they found solace in shared meals and whispered conversations. The intimacy of those moments became a sanctuary for Elizabeth, a space where she could shed the weight of her title and simply be Elizabeth, the woman who had fallen in love with a prince. As their love blossomed, so too did Elizabeth's confidence in her role as queen. She learned to embrace her responsibilities with grace, recognizing that her unique perspective could bring a fresh voice to the monarchy. With Philip's unwavering support, she began to envision a future where she could make meaningful changes while remaining true to the traditions that defined the royal family. Their early days as a married couple were filled with both challenges and triumphs, shaping the foundation of their partnership. Elizabeth realized that while the crown was indeed heavy, it was also an opportunity, a chance to create a legacy rooted in compassion, leadership, and love. Together, they were ready to embark on a journey that would not only define their marriage but also the future of the monarchy. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows of Buckingham Palace, casting elongated shadows across the grand hallway. Elizabeth stood before her mirror, adjusting her tiara, a delicate piece that had once belonged to her grandmother. Today, it symbolized more than just royal adornment. It marked the beginning of her official duties as queen, her heart raced with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Today was the day she would have her first audience with Winston Churchill, the legendary Prime Minister. As she gazed into her reflection, she tried to steady herself, reminding herself that she had prepared for this moment all her life. Yet, the weight of expectation loomed large, reminding her that she was not just Elizabeth, she was Queen Elizabeth II. Stepping into the corridor, Elizabeth felt the coolness of the marble beneath her feet and the rich aroma of polished wood and fresh flowers surrounding her. Each footstep echoed through the vast halls, carrying her toward the drawing room where Churchill awaited her arrival. Upon entering the room, Elizabeth was struck by the sight of Churchill, seated comfortably in a leather armchair. His round figure was wrapped in his iconic dark suit, and he looked up from a stack of papers, his blue eyes twinkling with a mix of mischief and wisdom. He was a formidable presence, a man who had steered the nation through its darkest hours. "Ah, Your Majesty," Churchill said, rising slowly, his voice resonant with gravitas. "A pleasure to finally meet you. You are as radiant as the sun this fine morning." "Thank you, Prime Minister," Elizabeth replied, her voice steady despite her nerves. "It is an honor to meet you." They exchanged pleasantries, but Elizabeth quickly sensed the depth of the conversation ahead. The atmosphere in the room shifted, the initial warmth giving way to the gravity of the responsibilities that lay before her. Churchill gestured for her to take a seat opposite him, and as she settled into the plush chair, the realization of her position washed over her. "Your reign, my dear," he began, leaning forward slightly, "comes at a crucial juncture in our history. The empire is in decline, and the world is changing rapidly. You, as our queen, will need to navigate these tumultuous waters with both courage and grace." Elizabeth listened intently, her heart pounding. She was keenly aware of the challenges that awaited her. "I understand, Prime Minister. I wish to serve my country well and uphold the values of our monarchy." Churchill's eyes sparkled with appreciation. "A noble sentiment. However, you must also remember that your role is not merely ceremonial. You are the embodiment of our nation's spirit. Your words, your actions, they will resonate with the public. They will look to you for strength and leadership." The enormity of his statement sank in, and Elizabeth felt the weight of her title press upon her. She had always respected the monarchy's traditions, but now she had to embody them. "I want to be a queen who listens to her people, who understands their struggles and aspirations," she said, her voice gaining confidence. Churchill nodded, his expression serious. "That is precisely the mindset of a true leader. The monarchy must evolve, but it must also be anchored in the principles that have guided it through the ages. Your challenge is to find that balance." As they discussed various matters of state, ranging from the economy to foreign relations, Elizabeth realized how much she had to learn. Churchill's insights were invaluable, revealing the intricacies of governance and the realities of leading a nation. He shared stories of his time during the war, lessons learned from hardship, and the importance of decisive action. "We are on the brink of a new era, Your Majesty," Churchill emphasized. "The British Empire is no longer what it once was, but we have the opportunity to forge a new identity, one rooted in cooperation and respect with our Commonwealth nations." Elizabeth felt a surge of determination. She wanted to embrace this new identity, not only for herself but for the future of the monarchy. "I am committed to fostering unity within the Commonwealth and supporting our allies," she said earnestly. Churchill studied her for a moment, his gaze penetrating. "And you must be prepared for the complexities that come with it. There will be critics, challenges, and moments of uncertainty. But with the right guidance, you will find your voice." His words resonated deeply with Elizabeth. She realized that while her life was filled with privilege, it also carried immense responsibility. The call to duty was not merely a title, it was a pledge to her people. As the audience came to a close, Churchill leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile on his lips. "You possess the spirit of a true monarch, Elizabeth. Trust in your instincts, and do not shy away from the heavy mantle that comes with your crown." With a renewed sense of purpose, Elizabeth stood, grateful for his counsel. "Thank you, Prime Minister. I value your guidance immensely. I hope to learn from your experience as I navigate this new path." As she exited the room, Elizabeth felt a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. The weight of her responsibilities was heavy, but she was ready to embrace them. The first audience with Churchill had awakened something within her, a desire to rise to the occasion, to lead with integrity and compassion, and to carve her own path as a queen. In the days that followed, Elizabeth immersed herself in her new duties. She attended meetings, engaged with advisors, and began to forge connections within her government. With each passing day, she felt more at ease in her role, driven by a commitment to serve her country and honor the legacy of those who had come before her. The call to duty had been answered, and Elizabeth was determined to lead with the strength of a queen. The year was 1952, and the British Empire, once the sun that never set, was beginning to feel the chill of twilight. As Elizabeth sat in her study at Buckingham Palace, her gaze drifted beyond the window, where the majestic skyline of London stood in stark contrast to the rumblings of discontent echoing through the streets. The world was changing rapidly, and the weight of that change pressed heavily upon her shoulders. Elizabeth had spent countless hours poring over reports and correspondence from her governors and ambassadors stationed across the globe. Each document painted a vivid picture of unrest and transformation, revealing the fractures within the empire. From India's ongoing struggle for independence to rising nationalist sentiments in Africa and the Caribbean, the echoes of a crumbling empire reverberated through the corridors of power. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. It was her private secretary, who entered with a stack of telegrams. "Your Majesty," he began, "we have received urgent messages from several colonies expressing their desire for self-governance." Elizabeth felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She had known this moment would come, but the reality was more daunting than she had anticipated. "What are their demands?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with concern. "India is at the forefront," he replied, handing her a telegram from Nehru, the newly appointed Prime Minister. "They are calling for immediate independence, and tensions are rising with the ongoing civil unrest. Additionally, we are facing similar pressures in Kenya, where nationalist movements are gaining traction." She took a deep breath, absorbing the gravity of the situation. The empire that had once wielded power across continents was now grappling with the implications of its own decline. As queen, she felt the responsibility to navigate this complex landscape with wisdom and grace, aware that each decision could alter the course of history. "Have we communicated our position to these leaders?" Elizabeth inquired, seeking to understand the royal family's stance amidst the turmoil. "Yes, Your Majesty. We have extended invitations for discussions, but the responses have been mixed. Many leaders are demanding outright independence, while others seek to negotiate terms for self-governance," he explained, his tone somber. Elizabeth nodded, contemplating the delicate balance required. "We must approach this with sensitivity. The empire's legacy cannot be dismantled without consideration for the millions of lives affected. It is essential to foster dialogue rather than impose our will. As the days turned into weeks, Elizabeth found herself in a whirlwind of meetings and conferences. Each encounter with advisors and ministers deepened her understanding of the intricate web of politics that surrounded her. She began to realize that the decline of the British Empire was not merely a political issue, it was a matter of human rights and dignity. During a particularly intense meeting, a prominent minister, known for his staunch defense of the empire, made a passionate argument against conceding to the demands for independence. "Your Majesty," he said, leaning forward earnestly, "if we allow these colonies to break away, we risk losing our influence on the global stage. The empire represents stability and order." Elizabeth listened intently, aware that such sentiments were rooted in a fear of losing power. Yet, she could not ignore the voices of those yearning for freedom. "But at what cost?" she countered gently. "We must consider the aspirations of our subjects. The world is evolving, and we must adapt." Her words seemed to resonate with some of the younger ministers in the room, who nodded in agreement. The conversation shifted, and Elizabeth felt a sense of hope that perhaps change was on the horizon. In the weeks that followed, she began to craft a vision for a new relationship with the Commonwealth. She envisioned a partnership based on mutual respect, collaboration, and shared values, one that acknowledged the importance of sovereignty while maintaining strong ties. As news of her initiative spread, Elizabeth found herself the subject of intense scrutiny. The press scrutinized her every word, dissecting her speeches and analyzing her intentions. The stakes were high, the empire's future rested in her hands, and she was determined to navigate this tumultuous landscape with integrity. One afternoon, as she reviewed her correspondence, Elizabeth received a letter from an old friend in India, a woman who had fought tirelessly for independence. The letter was filled with heartfelt pleas for recognition of their struggles and the desire for a future free from colonial rule. Reading her words, Elizabeth felt a profound sense of empathy. The struggles faced by her friend were not just political, they were deeply personal, woven into the fabric of their shared history. It was a reminder that behind every political decision lay the lives of individuals yearning for a voice and a future of their own. Inspired by her friend's courage, Elizabeth began to draft a speech aimed at the nation. She wanted to address the empire's decline not as a defeat but as an opportunity for rebirth, a chance to forge new alliances and respect the autonomy of former colonies. The day of the speech arrived, and Elizabeth stood before the microphones, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she spoke, she highlighted the importance of embracing change, recognizing the dignity of all nations, and the necessity of moving forward together. Her words echoed through homes, igniting conversations across the country and the empire. "Let us not view this as a loss, but rather as a chance to redefine our relationships," she urged. "The British Empire is not merely defined by its territories, but by the bonds we share with our Commonwealth nations. Together, we can forge a future rooted in respect, equality, and cooperation." As the speech concluded, Elizabeth felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had taken a bold step, one that aligned her vision with the evolving landscape of the world. While the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, she was ready to embrace the complexities of leading an empire on the edge. In the days that followed, the response was mixed. While many praised her vision, others criticized her willingness to concede to independence. Yet Elizabeth stood firm in her conviction, knowing that true leadership meant embracing the changing tides of history, no matter how daunting. As she gazed out over the city from her window at Buckingham Palace, Elizabeth felt a sense of determination swell within her. The British Empire may have been in decline, but the spirit of its people remained strong. She was committed to guiding her nation through this transition, forging a new legacy that honored the past while embracing the future, a legacy that would echo through the ages as a testament to resilience and unity in a world forever changed. The world outside Buckingham Palace buzzed with activity, journalists vying for stories, and crowds gathering to catch a glimpse of the royal family. Yet within the opulent walls of the palace, a different narrative unfolded, one that was often hidden from the public eye. Elizabeth understood that the royal family was seen as a symbol of stability and tradition, but the truth was far more complex. As she moved through the palace's grand halls, Elizabeth reflected on her life behind closed doors. The pressures of public expectation were relentless, but it was within these walls that she found solace and a semblance of normalcy amidst the chaos of her duties. Here, she could shed the weight of the crown, if only for a moment. One evening, as the sun set over London, casting a warm glow through the drawing room, Elizabeth joined Philip for a quiet dinner. They often cherished these moments, free from the constraints of formal engagements. Tonight, the atmosphere was particularly intimate, filled with the aroma of roast lamb and the sound of soft music playing in the background. As they sat together, Elizabeth noticed the flicker of a candle illuminating Philip's face, revealing the weariness etched around his eyes. "You've had a long day, haven't you?" she asked, pouring him a glass of wine. Philip sighed, running a hand through his hair. "It seems there's always something brewing in the political world. Sometimes, I wish we could simply escape it all. Do you remember our time in Malta?" Elizabeth smiled, recalling the carefree days of their honeymoon. "We had no responsibilities, just the two of us exploring new places." "I do," Philip replied, his expression softening. It was a reminder of what life could be without the crown. Their shared memories provided a brief escape from reality, but soon, the weight of their roles returned. Elizabeth thought about the expectations of her family, the burdens that came with being the queen. "It's strange," she said, her tone reflective. "People see us as this perfect family, but they don't know the struggles we face behind the scenes." Philip nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "The public doesn't see the late-night discussions, the worries about the future, or the decisions that keep us awake at night. Indeed, there were countless moments that painted a different picture of royal life. Just a few days ago, Elizabeth had hosted a formal dinner for dignitaries from around the Commonwealth. While the event had gone smoothly, behind the scenes, tensions had simmered. There had been disagreements among advisors about how to address the ongoing calls for independence. Elizabeth had felt torn, caught between her desire to support her subjects and the pressures of tradition. After the guests had departed, Elizabeth and Philip had retreated to their private quarters, exhausted by the facade they had maintained throughout the evening. "Sometimes, I wish we could be honest with them," she had confessed to Philip. "To tell them that we are human too, that we struggle, that we fear, that we hope. "That's the irony of our position," Philip had replied. "We're expected to embody strength and poise, but it often feels like a performance." This duality of existence, public figure versus private individual, was a constant source of tension for Elizabeth. She felt the weight of expectation pressing down on her shoulders, a burden that came with the territory of being queen. The more she tried to adhere to the ideal of a flawless monarchy, the more she grappled with the reality of her own vulnerability. As the dinner continued, the couple spoke freely, allowing their guards to drop. They discussed their children, the joys of parenting, and the challenges of raising heirs in the public eye. "Sometimes I worry about Charles," Elizabeth admitted, her voice tinged with concern. "The pressures he faces are immense. I hope he finds his path without the shadow of expectation looming over him." Philip reached across the table, taking her hand in his. "You've given him the best foundation. Just as you are learning to navigate your role, he will find his way too. All we can do is support him and be there when he needs us." In that moment, Elizabeth felt a surge of gratitude for the partnership they shared. Philip's unwavering support was a source of strength, a reminder that even amidst the public scrutiny, they were a team. As they finished their meal, Elizabeth reflected on how their private lives contrasted sharply with the public's perception. To the world, they were a fairy tale couple, a glamorous royal family that had it all. Yet, behind closed doors, they faced the same trials and tribulations as any other family: worries about the future, fears about their children, and the weight of history pressing down upon them. Later that evening, as they settled into their sitting room, Elizabeth found herself longing for a life outside the gilded cage of royalty. She yearned for the freedom to be herself, to share her thoughts and feelings without the constraints of the crown. But she also understood that with her position came an obligation, to represent her people, to embody the monarchy's ideals, and to uphold the legacy of those who had come before her. In the solitude of their private quarters, Elizabeth and Philip shared moments of laughter, exchanged dreams for the future, and even shed tears over the burdens they carried. Here, they could speak openly about their hopes and fears, creating a sanctuary within the palace walls where they could be just Elizabeth and Philip, not the Queen and Prince. As the night drew on, Elizabeth felt a sense of peace enveloping her. While the public may never truly understand the complexities of their lives, she was grateful for the moments of intimacy and honesty they shared behind closed doors. In those fleeting moments, they were reminded of the love that had brought them together and the strength they found in each other, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. In the days to come, Elizabeth would continue to navigate the delicate balance of her dual existence, aware that the public would never see the full picture. Yet she was determined to remain authentic, to be a queen who understood her people while also embracing her own humanity. With Philip by her side, she would face whatever challenges awaited them, armed with love, resilience, and the knowledge that even the most royal of lives held its share of trials and tribulations. As the seasons shifted in London, so too did the nature of Elizabeth's relationship with Winston Churchill. What had begun as a formal alliance rooted in duty gradually evolved into a bond of mutual respect and understanding, punctuated by candid conversations and shared challenges. Elizabeth's first few audiences with Churchill had been daunting. She admired his tenacity and wisdom, but she felt the weight of his reputation pressing upon her. Each meeting was filled with political discussions, policy debates, and the weight of expectation that accompanied her role as a monarch in a changing world. Yet, over time, these encounters began to reveal a more personal side to the Prime Minister, a side that resonated with Elizabeth's own struggles. One afternoon, after a particularly challenging cabinet meeting, Elizabeth welcomed Churchill into her study. He entered with his usual air of authority, but there was a glimmer of weariness in his eyes. She gestured for him to sit, sensing the need for a lighter conversation. "Prime Minister, I hear you've been working tirelessly on the Commonwealth discussions," she began, her voice warm. "How is the sentiment among the ministers?" Churchill leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "Ah, the Commonwealth. A splendid concept, but filled with complications. Some ministers seem to believe that we can maintain control while allowing independence. They must understand that the two cannot coexist." Elizabeth listened intently, recognizing the burden he carried. "It seems that many people are yearning for a voice in their future, a desire to shape their destinies." He looked at her, his expression softening. "You have a rare insight for someone so young, Your Majesty. I often forget that the crown weighs heavily upon your shoulders as well." Their conversations began to delve deeper, moving beyond politics into personal territory. Churchill would share anecdotes from his youth, stories of his adventures during the war, and reflections on the evolving nature of leadership. In return, Elizabeth shared her thoughts on the monarchy's role in a rapidly changing society, her hopes for her children, and her desire to be a relatable figure to the public. One day, as winter's chill settled over the city, Elizabeth invited Churchill for tea in her private quarters. The air was filled with the scent of freshly baked scones, and she hoped the warmth of the setting would encourage a more candid exchange. "Prime Minister," she began, pouring tea into delicate china cups, "I wanted to express my gratitude for your guidance. Navigating this new role has been challenging, but your insights have been invaluable." Churchill took a sip of his tea, his gaze thoughtful. "It is a pleasure, Your Majesty. I see great potential in you. Your understanding of the people and your willingness to embrace change will serve you well. But remember, the path of leadership is rarely straightforward." She nodded, appreciating his candidness. "It is comforting to know that I am not alone in this. There are days when I feel overwhelmed by the expectations of the crown." Churchill leaned forward, a flicker of warmth in his usually stern demeanor. "We all face moments of doubt, Elizabeth. I have known my fair share of failures and misjudgments. It is how we rise from those moments that defines us." Their conversations became a sanctuary for both of them, an oasis of honesty amid the chaos of their public lives. As Elizabeth grew more confident in her role, she found herself confiding in Churchill about her aspirations for the monarchy, her hopes for unity within the Commonwealth, and her desire to connect with her people. Churchill, in turn, began to see Elizabeth not just as a young queen but as a partner in governance. He respected her opinions and often sought her counsel on matters of state. "You have a keen sense of the nation's pulse," he remarked during one meeting. "Your instincts are sharp. Trust them." This mutual respect deepened their connection, transforming their relationship from one of mere duty to a genuine partnership. Elizabeth appreciated Churchill's forthrightness, his ability to speak frankly about the challenges they faced while also offering encouragement when she faltered. One evening, as they wrapped up a discussion on foreign relations, Elizabeth felt a surge of confidence. "Prime Minister, I believe that if we engage with our Commonwealth nations on a deeper level, we can foster relationships based on mutual respect and collaboration." Churchill's eyes sparkled with interest. "You may be onto something, my dear. Engaging with them as equals rather than subjects may indeed open new avenues for cooperation." "It is a bold idea." Elizabeth felt a wave of excitement wash over her. Their discussions were no longer limited to the politics of the day, they were beginning to explore the broader implications of leadership, identity, and the future of the monarchy. As their relationship continued to evolve, Elizabeth found solace in Churchill's wisdom. He became not only a political mentor but a confidant, someone she could turn to for advice on matters of state and her personal life. She admired his resilience and learned to appreciate his dry wit, which often lightened the gravity of their conversations. However, with their growing bond came a recognition of the challenges ahead. Elizabeth understood that as Churchill aged, he would face increasing scrutiny and pressure, especially from those who believed he should step aside. She found herself worrying about the impact of his leadership on her own reign. One afternoon, as they strolled through the gardens of Buckingham Palace, the conversation turned serious. Elizabeth took a deep breath, contemplating how to broach the subject. "Prime Minister, I know there are whispers about your health and future in office. I want you to know that whatever you decide, I am here to support you." Churchill paused, his expression contemplative. "Ah, my dear Elizabeth, the weight of leadership does take its toll. But I am not ready to relinquish my duties just yet. There is much to be done, and I shall see it through." "Of course," she replied, feeling the bond between them deepen. "But your well-being matters. You have led us through tumultuous times, and it is essential that you take care of yourself." Their walk continued in silence for a moment, the air thick with unspoken understanding. Churchill knew that Elizabeth cared for him, and he appreciated her candor. In her presence, he found a sense of hope, a belief that the monarchy could adapt and thrive amidst change. As the days turned into weeks, Elizabeth and Churchill's relationship continued to flourish. Their discussions became a cornerstone of her reign, helping her navigate the complexities of leadership while fostering a sense of camaraderie. The Churchill connection had transformed into a partnership, one that would leave an indelible mark on the monarchy and its role in a changing world. With each passing meeting, Elizabeth grew more resolute in her belief that her relationship with Churchill was not just about politics, it was about forging a legacy together, one that honored the past while embracing the possibilities of the future. They were united by a common purpose, a shared vision of leadership that transcended the confines of tradition. As they faced the challenges ahead, Elizabeth felt grateful for the bond they had forged. Churchill had become not only a guiding force in her reign but also a friend who understood the complexities of her role. Together, they would navigate the ever-changing tides of history, ready to meet the future with courage, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to the ideals they both held dear. As Elizabeth settled into her role as queen, she found herself grappling with a profound realization: the expectations placed upon her were not solely about her position as a monarch, but also about her identity as a woman. The world she inhabited was rife with traditional views on gender roles, and she began to recognize the subtle yet powerful constraints that accompanied her title. Elizabeth often reflected on her childhood and the lessons instilled in her about duty and decorum. From a young age, she had been taught that the monarchy represented stability, tradition, and dignity. But as she observed the political landscape around her, she questioned whether the old ways were sufficient for the challenges of a new era. One afternoon, while reviewing documents in her study, Elizabeth received a visit from her childhood friend, Margaret. As they settled into a comfortable conversation over tea, Margaret expressed her concerns about the limited opportunities for women in leadership. "Elizabeth," she began, her tone earnest, "I admire you for stepping into this role, but I worry about the expectations they have of you as a woman. You're not just a queen, you're a symbol of what women can achieve. But they still want you to fit into a mold." Elizabeth nodded, acknowledging the truth in Margaret's words. "It is a constant struggle, isn't it? There's an expectation for me to be both a figure of authority and a nurturing woman. I feel the need to balance strength with grace, but sometimes it feels like a performance." Margaret leaned in, her eyes bright with conviction. "You have the power to redefine what it means to be a woman in leadership. You don't have to conform to their ideals. You can create your own narrative." The conversation lingered in Elizabeth's mind long after Margaret left. She began to observe the subtle ways in which society viewed her. While she was celebrated as a queen, there were whispers that questioned her authority, often focusing on her age or her gender. Some critics painted her as too young, too inexperienced, while others suggested that she should rely heavily on her male advisors. During a meeting with her council, Elizabeth felt the tension rise as she presented her views on addressing the demands of the Commonwealth. The room filled with seasoned politicians, many of whom were significantly older and more experienced. As she spoke, she noticed a few of their eyes wandering, their expressions revealing skepticism about her capabilities. "Your Majesty, while your intentions are commendable, I fear you may not grasp the complexities of the political landscape," one of the advisors interjected, his tone condescending. The words struck Elizabeth like a sharp blow, a reminder of the prejudices that still lingered in the corridors of power. It was a familiar feeling, one she had experienced time and again, a sense of having to prove herself in a world that often favored men. "Perhaps you underestimate my understanding of the Commonwealth's needs," Elizabeth replied, her voice steady despite the rising tide of frustration within her. "As Queen, I have the privilege of hearing from our subjects firsthand. It is my duty to ensure their voices are heard and respected." The room fell silent, and she could feel the weight of their gazes upon her. Elizabeth took a breath, channeling the resolve she had cultivated in private moments. "I may be young, but I am also a woman of conviction. If we are to lead effectively, we must adapt to the times, embracing a more inclusive approach." As she finished speaking, a flicker of respect emerged from a few of the advisors, but the underlying tension remained. Elizabeth recognized that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but she felt more determined than ever to carve out her place in history. Later that week, during a private dinner with Philip, Elizabeth shared her frustrations. "It's exhausting, Philip. Every time I try to assert myself, I'm met with skepticism, as if my gender diminishes my authority." He reached for her hand, his grip reassuring. "You are not just a queen, you are a pioneer. Change takes time, and while some may resist it, you are laying the groundwork for future generations of women in leadership. Do not let their doubts diminish your spirit." Elizabeth felt a swell of gratitude for Philip's unwavering support. His encouragement reminded her that she was not alone in this fight. She could be a beacon of change, not just for herself but for all women navigating similar challenges. In the weeks that followed, Elizabeth sought to amplify women's voices in her engagements. She initiated programs that encouraged female leadership, organizing discussions that highlighted women's contributions to society. She invited accomplished women from various fields, science, politics, the arts, to Buckingham Palace, providing a platform for them to share their experiences and inspire others. During one of these gatherings, a renowned writer named Virginia Woolf captivated the audience with her insights on women's roles in society. "A woman's place is not merely at home or in the shadows of men," Woolf declared, her voice resonating through the room. "We must challenge the norms that confine us, for the future belongs to those who dare to break the mold." Elizabeth listened intently, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the women around her. In that moment, she realized that she had the power to shape not only her own narrative but also the stories of countless women who would follow in her footsteps. As she continued to advocate for women in leadership, Elizabeth began to see a shift in perception, both within her court and among the public. Slowly, the conversations surrounding women's roles in power began to evolve, fueled by her determination to lead with authenticity and compassion. In her private moments, Elizabeth often reflected on her own identity, her role as a wife, a mother, and now, a queen. She grappled with the expectations of society while striving to remain true to herself. Each day brought new challenges, but she refused to be confined by the limitations others placed upon her. One evening, as she stood by the window overlooking the gardens, Elizabeth felt a renewed sense of purpose. The world was changing, and she was a part of that transformation. She would not shy away from the challenges of leadership. Instead, she would embrace them, knowing that her journey would pave the way for future generations of women. "I am a queen," she whispered to herself, "and I will forge my own path." With that affirmation, she felt a surge of determination coursing through her veins. Elizabeth knew that she had the power to redefine what it meant to be a woman in a position of authority, and she was ready to rise to the occasion. As she continued her reign, Elizabeth carried with her the lessons learned from those around her, the strength of her convictions, the wisdom of her experiences, and the unyielding belief that a woman's role in power was not only valid but vital. She was a queen who would not be silenced, a leader who would not be dismissed, and a woman who would change the narrative for all those who came after her. The 1950s were a decade of considerable upheaval in British politics, marked by a series of pivotal events that would shape the nation's trajectory. As Elizabeth settled into her role as queen, the political landscape was a complex tapestry of shifting allegiances, social changes, and the gradual decline of the British Empire. These events would not only challenge her reign but also force her to navigate the intricate world of governance in a rapidly evolving society. The decade began with the aftermath of World War II, as Britain struggled to rebuild itself amidst economic hardship. The Labour government, led by Prime Minister Clement Attlee, had implemented sweeping reforms, including the establishment of the National Health Service, NHS, in 1948. This monumental shift toward social welfare marked a turning point for the British public, providing healthcare access for all and reshaping the expectations of government responsibility. However, the optimism surrounding these reforms began to wane as economic challenges persisted. By the early 1950s, inflation was rising, and the country faced a growing sense of disillusionment. In 1951, the Labour government was ousted in favour of a Conservative victory under Winston Churchill, whose return to power was met with both celebration and scepticism. Churchill's second term was characterised by a desire to maintain Britain's status on the world stage, but he faced the daunting task of managing an empire in decline. Elizabeth witnessed firsthand the strain this placed on Churchill as he grappled with the demands of governance while attempting to maintain a united front. The pressure was palpable, and the political landscape was rife with tension. In 1953, Elizabeth made a historic visit to the Commonwealth countries, a tour that underscored the importance of fostering relationships with former colonies. Her trip aimed to demonstrate Britain's commitment to partnership and cooperation, but it was also a clear acknowledgement of the changing dynamics of power. As she traveled to places like Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, she felt the weight of history upon her shoulders. A queen representing an empire in transition. Back in the UK, the political scene continued to shift. The Suez Crisis of 1956 would prove to be a defining moment, exposing the vulnerabilities of Britain's imperial aspirations. When Egypt's President Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, tensions escalated rapidly. In response, Britain, along with France and Israel, launched a military intervention, aiming to regain control over the canal. As the crisis unfolded, Elizabeth observed the turmoil from her position as queen. The operation was met with international condemnation, particularly from the United States, whose President Dwight D. Eisenhower opposed the intervention. The political fallout was swift, and Churchill's government found itself in a precarious position, with mounting criticism from both the public and political rivals. The Suez Crisis highlighted the fragility of Britain's global influence and raised questions about its role in the world. For Elizabeth, it was a stark reminder of the changing tides of power. She felt the urgency of the moment and the need to adapt to a new reality where the monarchy must navigate a landscape increasingly defined by cooperation and diplomacy rather than imperial might. As political turmoil gripped the nation, Elizabeth also witnessed the rise of the Labour Party under the leadership of Hugh Gaitskell. Gaitskell sought to revitalize the party, positioning it as a progressive alternative to the Conservatives. His vision of modernizing labor resonated with a public eager for change, and he focused on addressing social inequalities, promoting education, and championing civil rights. In the wake of the Suez Crisis, the Conservative government faced growing unrest and disillusionment. Strikes and protests became more common as workers demanded better wages and conditions. The Labour Party seized the opportunity to advocate for social justice, aiming to restore faith in the political system. Elizabeth recognized the shifting sentiment among her subjects. People were yearning for leaders who could address their concerns and represent their interests. Amidst the political chaos, Elizabeth remained steadfast in her commitment to the monarchy. She sought to act as a stabilizing force, championing unity and resilience in her public engagements. During the height of the turmoil, she visited factories and communities affected by strikes, expressing her understanding of the challenges faced by everyday Britons. One significant moment came during the annual state opening of Parliament in November 1956. As Elizabeth delivered her speech, she acknowledged the country's struggles while emphasizing the importance of working together to overcome them. "We stand at a crossroads," she declared, her voice steady. "It is in our unity and determination that we shall find strength to meet the challenges ahead." Her words resonated with many, offering hope in the face of uncertainty. Elizabeth knew that her role was not only ceremonial, it was to embody the spirit of the nation and provide reassurance during difficult times. She understood that her presence could instill confidence and foster a sense of collective purpose. As the 1950s progressed, the political landscape continued to evolve. The emergence of youth culture and the influence of the media began to reshape public discourse. The television became a powerful tool for communication, allowing the royal family to connect with the populace in new ways. Elizabeth embraced this shift, recognizing the importance of adapting to changing modes of engagement. In 1957, Elizabeth made a groundbreaking decision to broadcast her Christmas message on television, reaching millions of viewers across the nation. The broadcast was a pivotal moment, as it marked a departure from traditional forms of communication and allowed her to speak directly to her subjects. In her address, she emphasized the need for compassion, understanding, and collaboration in the face of political uncertainty. "Let us strive together to build a better future," she urged, her words filled with sincerity. "We are all part of this great nation, and it is through our shared commitment that we can overcome the trials we face." The response to her message was overwhelmingly positive, with many praising her ability to connect with the public on a personal level. Elizabeth recognized that her role as queen extended beyond ceremonial duties. She had the opportunity to be a voice of reason and hope during tumultuous times. As the decade drew to a close, Elizabeth found herself reflecting on the events that had unfolded, the challenges, the triumphs, and the evolving nature of politics in Britain. She had navigated a landscape marked by political turmoil and uncertainty, yet she remained resolute in her commitment to the monarchy and the people it served. With each passing year, Elizabeth understood that her role would continue to evolve, shaped by the complexities of a changing world. She was a queen in a time of transition, embodying the hopes and aspirations of a nation grappling with its identity in a rapidly shifting landscape. The political turmoil of the 1950s would leave an indelible mark on her reign, but it was also a time of growth and opportunity, a chance to redefine what it meant to be a leader in a new era. As Elizabeth settled deeper into her reign, the demands of her dual role as queen and wife began to weigh heavily upon her shoulders. Each day presented a delicate balancing act, requiring her to navigate the expectations of the monarchy while nurturing her relationship with Philip. The challenge was not merely about managing time, it was about reconciling two distinct yet intertwined identities. From the very beginning of her reign, Elizabeth had understood the importance of duty. She was acutely aware of the expectations placed upon her as queen, a figurehead representing the nation, embodying its values, and upholding its traditions. Yet, as she fulfilled her royal obligations, she often felt a tug at her heart, an unrelenting desire to connect with her husband and create a harmonious home life that in the early months of their marriage, Elizabeth and Philip had enjoyed a honeymoon period characterized by love and laughter. They would steal moments together in the palace gardens, sharing whispers and laughter, basking in the warmth of their new life. However, as her responsibilities intensified, these moments grew scarce. Each week was filled with public engagements, state dinners, ceremonies, and visits to various charities and organizations. Elizabeth often found herself in the company of dignitaries and foreign leaders, donning her royal attire and adopting the graceful demeanor expected of her. While she took pride in serving her country, she sometimes felt like a performer on a grand stage, her true self hidden behind the crown. Philip, on the other hand, had his own career as a naval officer and later as a public figure, but he frequently felt sidelined by the demands of Elizabeth's royal duties. His frustration grew as he watched her commitments overshadow their time together. "Elizabeth, I understand your responsibilities," he would say, his voice tinged with concern. "But we need to prioritize our family. It's easy to lose sight of what matters." These conversations often ended with Elizabeth feeling torn. She wanted to honor her role as queen, yet she yearned to be a devoted wife and mother. It was a conflict that echoed through the walls of Buckingham Palace, reverberating in the silence of their evenings together. One particularly demanding week, Elizabeth found herself scheduled for back-to-back engagements, leaving little time for Philip or their young children, Charles and Anne. On Thursday evening, after a grueling day of official duties, she returned home exhausted, her mind racing with the demands that lay ahead. As she entered the drawing room, she found Philip waiting for her, a concerned look etched on his face. "Elizabeth, can we talk?" he asked, his tone gentle yet firm. She sank into a chair, fatigue washing over her. "Of course, Philip. What's on your mind?" "I miss you," he admitted, his voice softening. "I feel like I'm losing you to your duties. We need to find a way to be together more, to make our family a priority." Elizabeth's heart ached at his words. "I understand, truly. But my responsibilities are vast, and I cannot simply step away from them. The nation looks to me for stability. And your family looks to you as well," Philip replied, his eyes searching hers. "It's a delicate balance, and I know you're trying, but we can't neglect the love we share. We're in this together, remember?" His words resonated deeply within her. Elizabeth recognized that the path of monarchy was often isolating, but it didn't have to be. They could forge a partnership that honored both her duty and their family life, but it would require intentionality and sacrifice from both of them. That weekend, Elizabeth made a conscious decision to carve out family time. She arranged for a small retreat at Sandringham, where they could escape the weight of royal obligations, even if just for a few days. The excitement of the children upon receiving the news warmed her heart and reminded her of the joy that family brought. As they arrived at Sandringham, the atmosphere shifted. The expansive gardens and the familiar scent of the countryside enveloped them in a sense of tranquility. Elizabeth relished the opportunity to step away from the public eye and simply be a mother and wife. The family spent their days exploring the grounds, playing games, and sharing laughter around the dining table. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they gathered around a crackling fire in the drawing room. Philip recounted tales from his naval days, weaving stories that brought a twinkle to the children's eyes. In those moments, Elizabeth felt the heaviness of duty lift, replaced by the warmth of familial love. She realized that while her role as queen was paramount, the essence of her identity was deeply rooted in her family. It was here, among the laughter and the bonds they shared, that she found solace. Upon returning to London, Elizabeth approached her duties with renewed vigor, having experienced the joy of being present with her family. She began implementing small changes to her schedule, prioritizing family dinners and weekends together whenever possible. It was a gradual shift, but one that made a profound impact on her sense of balance. During a particularly busy week, Elizabeth found herself attending an important state dinner. As she prepared, she looked in the mirror, adjusting her tiara and recalling the laughter of her children from the weekend. In that moment, she felt a surge of confidence. She was not just a queen, she was a mother and a wife, a multifaceted woman capable of embracing both roles. That evening, as she mingled with guests, Elizabeth found herself engaging in conversations that bridged her two worlds. She spoke passionately about the importance of family, sharing anecdotes about her children and their antics. Her authenticity struck a chord with the guests, many of whom admired her ability to balance the responsibilities of royalty with the demands of motherhood. After the event, as she returned home, Elizabeth found Philip waiting for her in the drawing room. He smiled warmly, his eyes reflecting pride and love. "You were brilliant tonight," he said, pulling her into an embrace. "You found your voice." Elizabeth smiled, her heart swelling with appreciation. "I couldn't have done it without your support. I'm learning to embrace both sides of my life, and it feels liberating." In the months that followed, Elizabeth continued to navigate her dual roles with greater ease. She fostered an environment at Buckingham Palace that embraced family life, often inviting Philip and the children to join her during official events whenever possible. The royal family became a united front, appearing together in public and showcasing their bond. Through it all, Elizabeth learned that the key to balancing her duties lay in the connections she fostered with her loved ones. Each moment spent with Philip and the children served as a reminder of what truly mattered: love, support, and shared experiences. As she prepared to address the nation during a televised Christmas broadcast, Elizabeth felt a sense of calm wash over her. She had come to understand that being a queen did not mean sacrificing her identity as a wife and mother; rather, it enriched her reign, grounding her in the values she held dear. In her address, she spoke about the importance of family, unity, and resilience. In these times of uncertainty, it is the love we share with one another that sustains us. As we gather with our loved ones this Christmas, let us remember the bonds that unite us as a nation and as families. As she finished her speech, Elizabeth felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She had discovered the beauty of her dual roles, recognizing that each contributed to the other. She was a queen who could embrace her responsibilities while cherishing the love of her family, a balancing act that would define her reign and shape her legacy for years to come. In the wake of the political turmoil and societal changes of the 1950s, the British monarchy found itself at a crossroads. As Elizabeth continued to navigate her dual roles as queen and wife, she also recognized the growing need to modernize the royal family's public image. The monarchy, steeped in tradition, was now challenged to adapt to a rapidly changing society that demanded authenticity, accessibility, and relevance. The onset of television as a dominant medium had transformed the way the public consumed news and entertainment. It offered a window into the lives of the royals, allowing the people to see their monarchs in a more intimate light. Elizabeth understood that the royal family could no longer remain an enigmatic entity; they had to connect with the public on a personal level. It was essential to cultivate an image that resonated with a nation grappling with its identity and the realities of post-war life. With this goal in mind, Elizabeth convened meetings with her advisors and key members of her staff to discuss strategies for modernizing the monarchy's image. They explored innovative ways to present the royal family as relatable and engaging figures. "We must strike a balance between tradition and modernity," Elizabeth asserted, her determination evident. "The public wants to see the human side of us, not just the ceremonial facade." One of the first initiatives was to embrace the power of media, particularly television. Elizabeth recognized that the monarchy needed to showcase its activities and values through televised broadcasts, allowing the public to witness the royal family's life beyond the palace walls. The plan was ambitious, aiming to bridge the gap between the royals and the people. The pivotal moment came during the annual Christmas broadcast in 1957. This year, Elizabeth chose to adopt a more personal approach, addressing the nation directly from her home. With her children by her side, she spoke candidly about the importance of family, love, and resilience in times of uncertainty. The message resonated with viewers, who appreciated the warmth and sincerity displayed by their queen. "Family is the foundation upon which we build our lives," she said, her voice steady and heartfelt. "As we gather with loved ones this Christmas, let us cherish the bonds that unite us as a nation and a family." The response was overwhelmingly positive, with many praising Elizabeth's willingness to show vulnerability and approachability. The broadcast marked a turning point in the monarchy's public image, establishing a precedent for future engagements. Elizabeth realized the potential of television as a tool to reshape perceptions and foster connections with her subjects. In the following years, the royal family made concerted efforts to engage with the public in more visible and relatable ways. Elizabeth encouraged her children, particularly Charles and Anne, to participate in various public events, emphasizing the importance of connecting with young people. By showcasing their personalities, the royal family could resonate with the aspirations and values of the younger generation. During a visit to a local school in 1958, Elizabeth observed the joy on the faces of the students as they interacted with her children. Charles, with his youthful energy, engaged in conversations with his peers, while Anne's spirited demeanor brought smiles to the children's faces. Elizabeth felt a surge of pride, recognizing that this was the modern monarchy she envisioned, a family that reflected the values and hopes of the nation. As part of the modernization effort, Elizabeth also sought to diversify the royal family's engagements. They began supporting causes that resonated with contemporary issues, such as mental health awareness, education, and social justice. By aligning the monarchy with relevant topics, they aimed to position themselves as advocates for positive change. One significant moment came during a visit to a mental health facility in London. Elizabeth, alongside Philip, met with patients and caregivers, listening intently to their stories. As she engaged with individuals who shared their struggles, she demonstrated a genuine commitment to understanding the challenges faced by many. Her empathy left a lasting impact, showcasing the monarchy's dedication to supporting those in need. The media played a crucial role in amplifying these efforts. Journalists and photographers were granted unprecedented access to royal engagements, capturing candid moments that illustrated the monarchy's human side. Elizabeth learned to navigate this relationship with the press, understanding that transparency could foster goodwill and positive narratives. However, the modernization of the monarchy did not come without challenges. Traditionalists within the royal circles expressed concern over the shifting image, fearing that it would dilute the monarchy's dignity and gravitas. Elizabeth, however, remained resolute in her belief that adapting to the times was essential for the monarchy's survival. "I understand the importance of our traditions," she stated during a meeting with her advisors. "But we must evolve with our society. The monarchy can retain its heritage while also embracing modernity. This is not a departure, it's an evolution." As the years progressed, the monarchy continued to adapt and grow. Elizabeth became more comfortable in front of the camera, understanding the significance of her role as a figure of stability and continuity. She engaged in discussions about public issues and shared her views with the nation, making her voice heard on matters that mattered to her subjects. In 1959, Elizabeth and Philip attended the opening of a new hospital, where they were greeted by enthusiastic crowds. As she walked through the facility, Elizabeth made a point to stop and speak with patients and staff, her genuine interest evident. This interaction resonated deeply with the public, reinforcing the notion that the monarchy cared about the welfare of its people. Elizabeth's efforts to modernize the royal family's image culminated in a groundbreaking documentary in 1960, titled The Royal Family. This film provided an unprecedented glimpse into their lives, showcasing everyday moments, family gatherings, and candid interactions. It humanized the monarchy, allowing the public to see the royals as relatable individuals rather than distant figures. As the documentary aired, Elizabeth watched with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Would the public embrace this new portrayal? The response was overwhelmingly positive, with many expressing admiration for the royal family's authenticity. Viewers felt a sense of connection, and the documentary became a cultural phenomenon, reshaping the narrative surrounding the monarchy. In the years that followed, Elizabeth's modernization efforts bore fruit. The royal family emerged as a symbol of stability amidst societal change, and their image transformed into one that was both respected and admired. Elizabeth had successfully navigated the delicate balance of honoring tradition while embracing the future. Reflecting on the journey, Elizabeth recognized that the monarchy's image was not merely about public perception, it was about fostering genuine connections with her subjects. She had come to understand that being a queen meant being a part of the nation's narrative, sharing in its triumphs and struggles, and adapting to the ever-changing landscape of society. With renewed confidence, Elizabeth looked toward the future, knowing that the monarchy would continue to evolve and grow. In a world marked by uncertainty, she was determined to lead with compassion, authenticity, and a commitment to the people she served. The modernization of the royal family was just the beginning of a new chapter, one that would redefine the monarchy for generations to come. As Queen Elizabeth II settled into her role, she discovered that the heart of her monarchy lay not just in her duties as a sovereign but in the relationships she cultivated with her family. The dynamics within Buckingham Palace were complex and evolving, especially as her children grew and her partnership with Philip deepened. The interplay between duty, love, and responsibility formed the foundation of her family life, shaping her reign in profound ways. In the early years of motherhood, Elizabeth had embraced her role as a parent with enthusiasm. She and Philip often discussed their desire to create a nurturing environment for Charles and Anne, allowing them to grow up in a family atmosphere that balanced royal expectations with the freedom to explore their individuality. They aimed to instill a sense of duty in their children while ensuring that love and connection remained at the forefront. Elizabeth often reflected on her own upbringing and the strong sense of duty instilled in her by her parents. She remembered her father, King George VI, as a man of unwavering dedication to his role, yet also as a loving father who valued family moments. Elizabeth aspired to combine these qualities, maintaining the royal legacy while fostering an environment of warmth and openness. However, balancing the demands of royalty with the nuances of parenting was no small feat. Elizabeth was acutely aware that her children were growing up under the watchful eyes of the public. Every move they made was scrutinized, and she wanted to protect them from the pressures that came with their titles. "They deserve a childhood free from the burdens of the crown," she would often say to Philip, who wholeheartedly agreed. In the afternoons, when Elizabeth had a rare break from her royal duties, she cherished the time spent with Charles and Anne. The three of them would engage in playful activities, whether it was playing in the palace gardens or embarking on impromptu outings. Elizabeth adored watching them grow, their laughter echoing through the corridors of Buckingham Palace, bringing life and vibrancy to the stately home. Yet, as the years progressed, Elizabeth found herself grappling with the challenges of parenting in the spotlight. Charles, as the heir apparent, faced immense pressure to fulfill expectations and prepare for his future role. Elizabeth noticed the weight of this responsibility resting heavily on his young shoulders. She wanted to encourage him to pursue his interests and passions, yet the monarchy demanded a level of decorum that often felt stifling. One afternoon, after a particularly rigorous week of royal engagements, Elizabeth took Charles aside for a heart-to-heart. They sat on a bench in the garden, surrounded by blooming flowers, and she sensed his unease. "Charles, I know you feel the weight of your future," she began gently. "But I want you to know that you are allowed to dream and explore your passions. Your happiness matters just as much as your duty." Charles looked up at her, his expression a mixture of gratitude and confusion. "But mother, everyone expects me to be perfect. I don't want to disappoint anyone." Elizabeth's heart ached for her son. "You must understand, my dear, that you are not just the heir, you are also a young man with your own dreams. You can find a balance between duty and your own desires. We all have our roles, but we are also individuals." This conversation marked a turning point in their relationship. Elizabeth began to encourage Charles to engage in activities that inspired him, whether it was pursuing interests in literature, history, or even the arts. She recognized that by supporting his individuality, she was not only nurturing his spirit but also strengthening their bond. Anne, with her spirited personality, presented a different dynamic. As the younger sibling, she was often compared to Charles, but Elizabeth cherished Anne's unique qualities. She admired Anne's independence and her ability to approach life with zest. "You are strong, Anne, and I want you to embrace that strength," Elizabeth would remind her during their moments together. As the years passed, Elizabeth made it a priority to carve out time for one-on-one interactions with each of her children. These moments often unfolded over tea or walks in the gardens, where they could discuss their dreams, fears, and aspirations away from the public eye. Elizabeth reveled in these conversations, feeling the walls of formality dissolve and a genuine connection flourish. Philip, too, played a significant role in shaping the family dynamic. As a devoted husband and father, he understood the challenges of royal life and the pressures Elizabeth faced. He often encouraged her to prioritize family time, reminding her that the bonds they shared were essential to their overall well-being. One evening, after a particularly busy week, Philip suggested a family dinner where they could relax and enjoy each other's company. Elizabeth agreed, grateful for the opportunity to unwind. They gathered around the table, laughter filling the room as they shared stories and engaged in light-hearted banter. It was in these moments that Elizabeth felt the weight of the crown lighten, her worries dissipating in the warmth of familial love. As the children grew older, the dynamics continued to evolve. Elizabeth found herself navigating new challenges as they ventured into adolescence. Charles faced the complexities of young adulthood, while Anne developed her own interests and passions. Elizabeth embraced these changes, recognizing that her role as a mother was to provide guidance and support while allowing them the freedom to explore their paths. However, the monarchy's responsibilities could not be ignored. As her children began to undertake their own royal duties, Elizabeth grappled with the balance of nurturing their independence while ensuring they understood the significance of their roles. She often reminded them, being part of the royal family is a privilege, but it comes with responsibilities. You represent not just yourself, but the people of this nation. As Elizabeth continued to navigate the intricacies of her family dynamic, she often turned to Philip for support. They would discuss their hopes and concerns for Charles, and then late into the night, their shared commitment to their children reinforcing the foundation of their partnership. Philip's steadfastness served as a source of strength for Elizabeth, reminding her that they were a team. In one poignant conversation, Elizabeth expressed her fears about the challenges her children would face in the public eye. "The scrutiny can be unbearable, Philip. I worry about how they will navigate their lives while carrying the weight of their titles." Philip took her hands in his gaze steady. "Elizabeth, you have given them the tools they need. You've instilled in them the values of duty and compassion. They will find their way, just as we have." With Philip's reassurance, Elizabeth felt a renewed sense of confidence. She was determined to create an environment where her children could thrive, where love and support would always be their guiding principles. She understood that the family dynamic they had cultivated would be essential in shaping the future of the monarchy. As she watched Charles and Anne grow, Elizabeth found joy in their accomplishments and the unique individuals they were becoming. Charles began to find his voice, speaking passionately about causes that mattered to him, while Anne emerged as a bold advocate for issues close to her heart. Elizabeth couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, knowing that she had played a part in nurturing their passions. In the quiet moments spent together, Elizabeth often reflected on her journey as a mother and wife. The family dynamic within Buckingham Palace was a tapestry woven with love, support, and shared experiences. She had fostered an environment that embraced both duty and individuality, allowing her children to flourish as both royals and human beings. As Elizabeth prepared for the future, she felt a sense of fulfillment in the relationships she had cultivated with her family. She knew that together, they would navigate the challenges of the monarchy, drawing strength from one another as they faced the complexities of their roles. In the heart of Buckingham Palace, the family remained united, bound by love and a shared commitment to serve the nation they held dear. As Queen Elizabeth II settled into her role, the significance of her relationship with Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill became increasingly evident. Their interactions were not just political, they were deeply rooted in mentorship and mutual respect. Elizabeth found herself drawn to Churchill's formidable character and his wealth of experience, which provided her with valuable lessons on leadership and resilience in the face of adversity. From their very first audience, Elizabeth sensed Churchill's commanding presence. He was a man of great intellect and conviction, someone who had weathered the storms of political turmoil and emerged with a tenacity that inspired those around him. In her early meetings with him, she observed how he approached challenges with unwavering determination and a strategic mindset. "Your Majesty," Churchill once remarked, "leadership is not merely about making decisions, it is about inspiring confidence and hope in those you lead. It is essential to stand firm, even when the winds of change blow fiercely." His words resonated with Elizabeth, who understood that her role was not just to fulfill her duties as queen but also to embody the spirit of resilience for her people. One afternoon, during a private meeting at 10 Downing Street, Elizabeth expressed her concerns about the challenges facing the monarchy in a changing society. "The world is evolving, Prime Minister," she said. "I worry about how the monarchy can remain relevant in these times." Churchill leaned back in his chair, contemplating her words. "Change is inevitable, Your Majesty. However, it is not the change itself that defines us, but how we respond to it. Resilience lies in our ability to adapt while remaining true to our core values." This conversation sparked a series of discussions between the two. Churchill often shared anecdotes from his own life, illustrating how he had faced political crises and personal setbacks with tenacity. He spoke of his experiences during World War II, recounting the moments when hope seemed lost. "It was not always easy," he confided. "But the key is to remain steadfast, to face challenges head-on, and to communicate openly with the public. People will rally behind a leader who demonstrates courage and integrity." Elizabeth listened intently, recognizing the profound wisdom in Churchill's words. She realized that her role as queen required her to embrace vulnerability while exhibiting strength. Churchill's example taught her that effective leadership involved not only making decisions but also fostering trust and connection with her people. As Elizabeth faced her own challenges in the early years of her reign, she often reflected on Churchill's teachings. One such moment arose during a particularly turbulent time in British politics when a scandal erupted involving one of her government ministers. The media frenzy intensified, and public scrutiny became overwhelming. Elizabeth felt the pressure mounting, unsure of how to navigate the situation. In the midst of the turmoil, she recalled Churchill's advice about transparency and communication. Drawing from his example, she made the decision to address the public directly. With Philip by her side, she recorded a broadcast to the nation, acknowledging the challenges and reassuring her subjects of her commitment to uphold the dignity of the monarchy. "Your Majesty," Churchill had once said, "in times of uncertainty, the public seeks clarity. Do not shy away from speaking to them, it is your duty to lead with honesty." The broadcast was met with a wave of appreciation from the public, who admired Elizabeth's candidness and poise under pressure. It reinforced her understanding that embracing vulnerability could foster a deeper connection with her people, much like Churchill had done during the war. As their meetings continued, Elizabeth and Churchill delved into discussions about the responsibilities of leadership. Churchill emphasized the importance of surrounding oneself with trusted advisors and experts. "You cannot shoulder the burdens of leadership alone," he advised. "Seek counsel from those who possess knowledge and expertise. A wise leader knows the value of collaboration." Elizabeth took this lesson to heart. She began to prioritize open communication with her advisors, recognizing that their insights would help her navigate the complexities of her role. She sought to create an environment where diverse perspectives could flourish, knowing that the strength of her leadership lay in collective wisdom. Churchill's influence extended beyond politics. It also shaped Elizabeth's understanding of resilience in personal matters. He often spoke of the significance of maintaining one's composure during difficult times. "The public looks to you as a beacon of stability," he would say. "Even when the storms rage, you must remain unwavering in your resolve." This lesson became particularly poignant for Elizabeth when she faced personal challenges, including the pressures of motherhood and the demands of royal duty. She learned to draw strength from within, finding solace in the routines that grounded her amidst chaos. Whether it was taking long walks in the gardens or enjoying quiet moments with her family, these practices became essential for her mental well-being. Churchill also imparted the notion of perseverance, encouraging Elizabeth to embrace setbacks as opportunities for growth. "We are defined not by our successes, but by how we rise after our failures," he reminded her. "Embrace the lessons life presents, for they will fortify your character." This perspective resonated deeply with Elizabeth, especially during times when she encountered criticism or faced challenges in her public image. Instead of shying away from adversity, she learned to face it head-on, using it as a catalyst for personal and professional growth. One afternoon, during a discussion about the monarchy's evolving image, Churchill expressed his belief in the importance of authenticity. "The people want to see you, Elizabeth. They wish to understand the woman behind the crown," he said, his eyes gleaming with conviction. "Do not be afraid to show your true self. Vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness." Inspired by his words, Elizabeth began to embrace opportunities for candidness in her public engagements. She shared her passions, fears, and aspirations, allowing her subjects to connect with her on a more personal level. As she stepped into this new realm of openness, she found that the public responded positively, appreciating the authenticity she brought to her role. As Elizabeth continued to navigate her reign, Churchill remained a guiding force in her life. Their relationship evolved into a deep friendship built on mutual admiration and respect. Elizabeth came to value his insights not only as a politician but as a man who had dedicated his life to serving his country. During their final meeting, Churchill offered parting words that resonated with Elizabeth. "Your Majesty, leadership is a journey filled with challenges and triumphs. Embrace each moment, for they will shape you into the leader you are destined to become." With those words etched in her mind, Elizabeth felt a renewed sense of purpose. Churchill's guidance had equipped her with the tools she needed to face the complexities of her role. She understood that being a leader required courage, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to her people. As she stepped back into her royal duties, Elizabeth carried Churchill's lessons with her, a reminder of the strength found in vulnerability, the importance of authenticity, and the enduring power of hope. She was ready to embrace the challenges ahead, fortified by the wisdom of a man who had left an indelible mark on her journey as a queen. As Queen Elizabeth II settled into her role, the path before her was marked by both personal and political challenges that tested her resolve. The pressures of the crown weighed heavily on her shoulders, and as she navigated her responsibilities, she found herself confronting crises that threatened the stability of both her family and the monarchy. The first major crisis emerged in the summer of 1955, as a wave of discontent swept through the nation. Economic instability and social unrest began to surface, leading to protests and strikes. The media amplified the unrest, and Elizabeth found herself at the center of a growing storm. The British public, grappling with their discontent, began to question the monarchy's relevance in a rapidly changing society. During one particularly tumultuous week, Elizabeth convened a meeting with her advisors to discuss the unrest. "What can we do to bridge the gap between the monarchy and the people?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. She felt the weight of responsibility, knowing that her actions could either strengthen or undermine the monarchy's position in society. Her advisors emphasized the importance of being proactive in addressing the concerns of the public. "Your Majesty, it is crucial to show that the monarchy is in touch with the realities faced by ordinary citizens," one advisor urged. "Engagement is key." This advice resonated with Elizabeth, and she decided to embark on a series of public engagements to connect with her subjects. However, the situation at home was about to complicate matters further. As she focused on addressing the public's concerns, her family life began to unravel. In the midst of the political turmoil, Elizabeth's marriage faced strains of its own. Philip, while supportive of her duties as queen, struggled with the demands of royal life. He often expressed feelings of confinement and the desire for more independence. Elizabeth could sense his frustration, yet she felt trapped between her responsibilities as a sovereign and her commitment to her husband. One evening, after a long day of engagements, Elizabeth returned home to find Philip brooding in the drawing room. "Philip, we need to talk," she said gently, sensing the tension in the air. He looked up, a mixture of weariness and determination in his eyes. "I can't continue to live in your shadow, Elizabeth. I need to carve out my own path, and I feel suffocated by the expectations placed on me." Elizabeth's heart ached at his words. "I understand, but we are a team. The monarchy demands both of us, and I need your support as I navigate these challenges." The conversation left Elizabeth feeling more isolated. She knew that her role required sacrifices, but the mounting pressure to balance her public duties and her marriage was becoming increasingly difficult. The tension within the royal household intensified when rumors began to circulate in the press about potential marital strife. The media seized on the couple's difficulties, speculating about a rift in the royal marriage. Elizabeth was alarmed by the implications, knowing that such headlines could jeopardize the monarchy's stability and her own position. In a moment of vulnerability, she confided in Churchill during one of their meetings. "I feel like I am losing control of everything, Prime Minister. The political landscape is unstable, and now my marriage is under scrutiny. How can I lead when my personal life is in disarray?" Churchill, recognizing the weight of her burdens, offered his wisdom. "Your Majesty, you must remember that even the strongest leaders face adversity. The key is to navigate through it with grace. Do not shy away from seeking help. There is strength in acknowledging your vulnerabilities." Inspired by his words, Elizabeth decided to take a step back and assess her priorities. She arranged for a family retreat, hoping to reconnect with Philip and their children away from the pressures of the public eye. They traveled to Balmoral Castle, where the tranquility of the Scottish Highlands provided a much-needed respite. During their time at Balmoral, Elizabeth and Philip shared candid conversations, addressing the strains in their marriage. "I know that the pressures of royal life are immense," Elizabeth admitted. "But we must find a way to support one another. We are in this together." Philip nodded, realizing the depth of her commitment to their partnership. "I understand that now. I want to be there for you, but I also need to feel like I have a place in this world beyond being your consort." Their discussions laid the groundwork for a renewed sense of understanding. Elizabeth promised to work on finding a better balance between her royal duties and their marriage, while Philip expressed his commitment to supporting her reign. However, just as they began to regain their footing, a more serious crisis erupted. In early 1956, the Suez Crisis escalated, threatening to destabilize not only Britain's position in the world but also Elizabeth's role as a leader. The British government's decision to invade Egypt in response to President Nasser's nationalization of the Suez Canal sparked international outrage and division within the country. As the news broke, Elizabeth found herself grappling with the implications of the crisis. She convened emergency meetings with Churchill and her advisors, seeking clarity amid the chaos. "What is the best course of action for the monarchy during this turbulent time?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with concern. The debates were heated, and opinions varied on how to respond to the growing dissent from both the public and international community. Elizabeth understood that her actions could significantly impact the monarchy's credibility, and she felt an urgency to navigate the situation with care. With Churchill's guidance, Elizabeth decided to address the nation directly, emphasizing the need for unity and resilience in the face of adversity. "We must stand together as a nation," she declared in a broadcast. "Our strength lies in our ability to navigate challenges with dignity and grace." While her words resonated with some, the backlash from the public was swift and fierce. Protests erupted across the country, and the monarchy faced scrutiny like never before. Elizabeth felt the weight of disappointment from her subjects, grappling with the realization that her position as queen was being challenged. In the midst of these external pressures, Elizabeth returned to her family for solace. She sought comfort in her children, Charles and Anne, who provided her with the love and support she desperately needed. Their innocence reminded her of the importance of family in navigating through the storms of life, yet, the impact of the Suez Crisis began to seep into her personal life as well. Philip, feeling the tension from the political climate, found it increasingly difficult to cope. The stress weighed heavily on him, and he often retreated into silence. One evening, as they sat together in their private quarters, Elizabeth could sense the distance between them. "Philip, I know this is difficult for you," she said softly. "We are facing challenges, but I need you to know that I am here for you." Philip looked at her, his expression softened. "I feel like I'm losing my place, Elizabeth. The monarchy is changing, and I don't know how I fit into this new landscape." Elizabeth reached for his hand, feeling the bond of their partnership as she reassured him. "You have always been my strength, Philip. We will find our way together. The challenges we face are a testament to our resilience as a family and as a monarchy." In the face of these trials, Elizabeth's resolve deepened. She realized that her leadership was not just defined by her ability to navigate political crises but also by how she fostered strength and unity within her family. The lessons learned from Churchill, about resilience, authenticity, and the importance of connection, became guiding principles during this tumultuous time. As the nation slowly began to recover from the aftermath of the Suez Crisis, Elizabeth emerged with a renewed sense of purpose. She understood that adversity had shaped her into a more compassionate leader, one who recognized the value of vulnerability and the importance of standing united with her family and her people. Through the storms of personal and political crises, Elizabeth's character was forged anew. She emerged from these challenges with a deeper understanding of the balance between duty and family, ready to embrace the responsibilities of her reign with courage and conviction. The trials she faced only strengthened her resolve to serve as a beacon of hope and resilience for the nation she loved. As Queen Elizabeth II navigated the complexities of her reign, her role in international relations became increasingly significant. The challenges of the post-war world demanded a monarch who could bridge cultural divides, foster alliances, and promote peace. With the British Empire in decline, Elizabeth recognized that her influence extended beyond the shores of Britain, requiring her to embrace the art of diplomacy. In the early years of her reign, the Cold War cast a shadow over global politics. The tensions between the East and West created an environment fraught with uncertainty, and Elizabeth understood that her position as queen offered a unique opportunity to engage in diplomacy. She sought to use her platform to promote understanding and goodwill among nations. One of the first major diplomatic events during her reign was her historic visit to France in 1957. The trip aimed to strengthen ties with one of Britain's closest allies. Accompanied by Philip, Elizabeth prepared for a series of engagements designed to showcase the unity between the two nations. As she arrived in Paris, the atmosphere was electric. Elizabeth was greeted with a warm welcome from the French people, eager to see their queen. During a state banquet hosted by President René Coty, Elizabeth delivered a speech that emphasized the importance of friendship between their nations. France and Britain share a rich history, forged through both challenges and triumphs, she declared. As we move forward, let us work together to build a future defined by collaboration and mutual respect. Her words resonated deeply, and the media hailed the visit as a success. Elizabeth felt a sense of pride, knowing that her efforts had contributed to a renewed spirit of cooperation. However, she was acutely aware that diplomacy required continuous effort and engagement. The following year, Elizabeth faced another diplomatic challenge, the decolonization movement sweeping through Africa and the Caribbean. As nations sought independence, Elizabeth grappled with the complexities of maintaining relationships with former colonies. The monarchy's legacy was at stake, and she was determined to approach this delicate situation with sensitivity and understanding. In 1959, Elizabeth embarked on a royal tour of the Caribbean, where she would meet with leaders of newly independent nations. The trip was filled with ceremonial events, but Elizabeth sought to go beyond mere appearances. She wanted to understand the aspirations of these nations and demonstrate her commitment to fostering positive relations. During her visit to Jamaica, Elizabeth met with Prime Minister Norman Manley, who articulated the hopes of his people. "Your Majesty," he said, "we are proud of our heritage, and we seek to build a future defined by our identity. We appreciate your support as we navigate this new chapter." Elizabeth listened intently, recognizing the importance of acknowledging the aspirations of the Jamaican people. In her response, she expressed her admiration for their courage and resilience. "The strength of your nation lies in its rich culture and the determination of its people. As you forge your path, know that the British monarchy stands with you in friendship." This approach set a precedent for her interactions with other leaders in the region. Elizabeth prioritized listening over lecturing, valuing the voices of those she met. This commitment to understanding earned her respect and strengthened ties with these newly independent nations. However, not all diplomatic endeavors came easily. In the early 1960s, tensions escalated in the Middle East, particularly surrounding the Israel-Palestine conflict. Elizabeth was acutely aware that Britain had played a historical role in the region, and her position as Queen required careful navigation of these complex dynamics. During a meeting with Foreign Secretary Alec Douglas-Home, Elizabeth expressed her concerns. "It is crucial that we advocate for peace in the Middle East," she stated. "We must not forget the human cost of conflict, and I wish to use our influence to promote dialogue and understanding." With the backing of her government, Elizabeth initiated a series of informal discussions with leaders from both sides. She facilitated meetings that allowed for open dialogue, recognizing that the path to peace required willingness to listen and compromise. Her efforts drew admiration from international observers, who acknowledged the Queen's commitment to fostering harmony. The culmination of her diplomatic efforts came in 1965, during a historic state visit to the United States. Elizabeth was greeted with fanfare, as she became the first reigning British monarch to address a joint session of Congress. The occasion marked a moment of unity between the two nations, and Elizabeth seized the opportunity to address pressing global issues. In her address, she spoke passionately about the importance of cooperation in addressing the challenges of the modern world. "We stand at a crossroads," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "The world must unite against the forces that seek to divide us. Together, we can confront the challenges of our time and build a brighter future for generations to come." Her words resonated deeply with lawmakers and citizens alike, further solidifying the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Elizabeth's ability to articulate a vision of unity and collaboration was lauded by the media, who hailed her as a symbol of hope in turbulent times. Throughout her reign, Elizabeth embraced the art of diplomacy, recognizing that her role extended beyond the ceremonial. She understood that leadership required building bridges, fostering understanding, and promoting peace among nations. Her commitment to engagement and cooperation laid the foundation for a more interconnected world. As her reign continued, Elizabeth faced new challenges in the realm of international relations. The complexities of globalization and shifting power dynamics required her to adapt her approach. Yet, she remained steadfast in her belief that diplomacy was the key to navigating these changes. With each diplomatic endeavor, Elizabeth demonstrated that the monarchy could be a force for good on the world stage. Her legacy as a queen was not only defined by her responsibilities within Britain but also by her unwavering commitment to fostering international relations built on trust, respect, and understanding. The art of diplomacy became an integral part of her reign, shaping her identity as a leader for the modern era. As Queen Elizabeth II embraced her role as a leader, she found herself at the crossroads of tradition and modernity. The monarchy, steeped in centuries of customs and protocols, was facing unprecedented pressure to adapt to the changing times. The mid-20th century ushered in a new era of social change, and Elizabeth recognized that the monarchy must evolve to remain relevant in a world that was increasingly challenging the status quo. The struggle between old royal traditions and the need for change became evident in the public's response to the royal family's activities. While many admired the monarchy's long-standing customs, there was a growing sentiment among the younger generation that the royal family needed to be more relatable and in tune with contemporary values. In 1960, a pivotal moment arose when Elizabeth was approached by a group of young advisors, keen to modernize the royal family's image. "Your Majesty," one advisor began, "the monarchy is often perceived as out of touch. We believe it's essential to connect with the younger generation and reflect the values of modern society." Elizabeth listened intently but felt a tug of war between her duty to uphold royal traditions and her desire to embrace progress. "Tradition is the bedrock of the monarchy," she replied thoughtfully. "However, I understand the importance of adapting to the times. It is a delicate balance." In an effort to bridge the gap, Elizabeth organized a series of public engagements aimed at showcasing the royal family's commitment to contemporary issues. Her first initiative was to focus on youth outreach, including visiting schools and universities to engage with students about their concerns. During a visit to a London secondary school, Elizabeth interacted with students who shared their thoughts on various social issues, from education to environmental concerns. As she listened to their passionate voices, Elizabeth recognized the power of these interactions. "Your perspectives are invaluable," she told them. "The future belongs to you, and it is our duty to support your aspirations." While these efforts received praise from many, Elizabeth faced criticism from traditionalists who argued that the monarchy should maintain its distance from popular culture. The public's fascination with celebrity and modernity was at odds with the solemnity expected of the royal family. The tensions came to a head during a controversial televised documentary produced about the royal family in 1969. The documentary aimed to provide an intimate glimpse into their lives, highlighting the family's dynamics and responsibilities. However, Elizabeth felt apprehensive about exposing the royal family to public scrutiny. Before the documentary aired, she gathered her family to discuss the potential implications. "This film could redefine how the public perceives us," she cautioned. "We must consider whether this transparency aligns with our values." Philip, who had always championed a more progressive approach, urged her to embrace the opportunity. "The people want to see us as we are, not just as a facade of royalty. This could be a chance to connect on a more personal level." Despite her reservations, Elizabeth ultimately approved the documentary, believing it might resonate with the public. When it premiered, reactions were mixed. While many appreciated the candid portrayal of the royal family, others felt that the monarchy had compromised its dignity. As the debates raged on, Elizabeth found herself reflecting on the essence of the monarchy. She understood that tradition provided stability, yet it was essential to adapt to ensure its survival. This realization deepened her commitment to finding a balance between preserving royal customs and embracing modernity. In 1970, the introduction of the royal family's involvement in charitable causes became a focal point of Elizabeth's strategy to modernize the monarchy. She believed that by championing social issues, the royal family could demonstrate their relevance in a rapidly changing world. Elizabeth became personally involved in initiatives related to mental health, education, and poverty alleviation. During a charity event supporting mental health awareness, Elizabeth shared her own experiences with mental health struggles within the royal family. "We all face challenges in life, and it is vital to approach these issues with compassion and understanding," she stated during her speech. Her openness was met with heartfelt appreciation from attendees, who felt a deeper connection to the monarchy. Despite her efforts, the tension between tradition and modernity continued to simmer. The royal family's decision to allow the media more access to their lives led to an unprecedented level of scrutiny, which made Elizabeth uneasy. She worried that the delicate balance between being relatable and preserving the dignity of the monarchy was at risk. As the 1970s progressed, Elizabeth faced significant challenges as societal attitudes toward monarchy began to shift. The increasing demands for accountability and transparency put additional pressure on the royal family. Elizabeth remained resolute in her belief that the monarchy could navigate these changes without compromising its core values. One evening, she reflected on the delicate balance between tradition and modernity while conversing with Churchill. "Prime Minister, I find myself grappling with how to ensure the monarchy remains relevant in today's world. How do we honor our traditions while also embracing the need for change?" Churchill, wise from years of political experience, replied, "Your Majesty, the art of leadership lies in knowing when to stand firm and when to bend. The monarchy must adapt without losing its essence. It is a complex dance, but the steps can lead to a harmonious future." Inspired by his words, Elizabeth began to embrace her role as a modern monarch. She initiated discussions with her family about the importance of engaging with the public through social media, acknowledging that technology was a powerful tool for connection. As the royal family adapted to the digital age, Elizabeth took to social platforms to share her personal insights and experiences. While the journey toward modernization was fraught with challenges, Elizabeth remained committed to forging a path that honored both tradition and progress. She understood that the monarchy's strength lay not only in its history but also in its ability to evolve. In 1981, as her children began to forge their own paths in life, Elizabeth witnessed firsthand the generational shift taking place within the monarchy. Her children, particularly Charles, were vocal advocates for environmental sustainability and social justice. Their commitment to modern ideals reflected a desire to address the pressing issues of their time. At Charles's wedding to Lady Diana Spencer, Elizabeth recognized a new chapter in the monarchy's narrative. The public's fascination with the couple and their efforts to engage with contemporary issues marked a turning point in how the royal family was perceived. It became clear that modernity and tradition could coexist, fostering a more relatable monarchy that resonated with the people. As she continued her reign, Elizabeth remained acutely aware of the need to balance tradition and modernity. She recognized that the monarchy would thrive by adapting while preserving the core values that defined it. Her journey was a testament to the importance of embracing change while honoring the rich heritage of the royal family. In the years that followed, Elizabeth's leadership style evolved into one characterized by empathy, resilience, and adaptability. The ongoing struggle between tradition and modernity would continue to shape the monarchy, but Elizabeth's commitment to finding harmony between the two became a defining feature of her reign. Through her willingness to engage with the world and her determination to uphold the monarchy's legacy, she forged a path that would ensure the institution remained a vital part of British life for generations to come. As Queen Elizabeth II ascended to the throne in a male-dominated world, her unique insights as a female leader began to shape her reign. Navigating the complexities of leadership, Elizabeth understood the challenges and expectations placed upon women in positions of power. Her journey as queen not only redefined the monarchy but also offered a new perspective on gender roles in leadership. From the outset, Elizabeth faced scrutiny for her youth and gender. As a young queen, she was determined to prove her capability and strength in a landscape dominated by men. Her first encounters with male politicians, including Winston Churchill, were pivotal in shaping her understanding of leadership dynamics. During her initial meetings with Churchill, Elizabeth was acutely aware of the age and experience gap between them. She admired his formidable presence and political acumen but also felt the weight of expectations placed upon her as a female leader. In their discussions, Elizabeth was determined to assert her voice and perspective. "Prime Minister," she said during one meeting, "I appreciate your counsel, but I must also consider the views of my generation. We are on the brink of change, and I believe it is essential to embrace new ideas." Churchill, recognizing her determination, nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, never underestimate the power of your perspective. A woman's insight can bring about necessary change, and I am here to support you in that endeavor." Encouraged by his support, Elizabeth began to forge her own path. She understood that her role as a queen extended beyond ceremonial duties; it encompassed leadership that could inspire change. As she navigated political challenges, Elizabeth became increasingly aware of the importance of female representation in governance. In the 1950s, discussions around women's rights gained momentum, and Elizabeth recognized the significance of her position as a role model for women across the nation. With each public appearance, she sought to convey a sense of strength and resilience, aiming to inspire young girls to pursue their dreams. During a charity event for women's education, Elizabeth addressed a gathering of young women eager to learn about leadership. "As women, we must support one another in our pursuits," she told them. "The path to leadership may be fraught with challenges, but we have the ability to break barriers and redefine the landscape." Her words resonated with the audience, and Elizabeth felt a sense of pride in her ability to connect with women from all walks of life. She understood that her role as queen allowed her to amplify voices that had often been marginalized in society, yet, Elizabeth's journey was not without its struggles. The expectations of royal life often conflicted with her desire for independence. In a world where women were frequently relegated to supportive roles, Elizabeth found herself grappling with the limitations placed upon her as a monarch. She sought to break free from traditional norms while remaining true to her responsibilities. During a private dinner with her family, Elizabeth confided her frustrations to Philip. "I often feel that my capabilities are overshadowed by the expectations of what a queen should be," she admitted. "I want to lead with conviction, yet I am often constrained by convention." Philip, ever supportive, encouraged her to embrace her unique perspective. "Your strength lies in your authenticity, Elizabeth. The world needs to see a queen who is not afraid to challenge norms. Use your position to inspire change and empower others." Taking his words to heart, Elizabeth began to explore initiatives that would champion women's rights and elevate their voices in society. She supported organizations dedicated to women's education, healthcare, and leadership development. Her involvement showcased a commitment to not only addressing women's issues but also challenging the stereotypes associated with female leadership. In 1965, during a landmark speech at an international conference on women's rights, Elizabeth articulated her vision for a more equitable society. "We must recognize the invaluable contributions of women in all spheres of life. As leaders, it is our duty to ensure that women are empowered to participate fully in shaping our future," she declared passionately. Her words sparked conversations around the globe, resonating with leaders and activists alike. Elizabeth's advocacy for women's rights transcended borders, inspiring movements that sought to dismantle gender inequality. Her leadership became a symbol of hope, reminding women everywhere that they could carve their paths. As the years passed, Elizabeth's perspective as a female leader continued to evolve. She became acutely aware of the challenges faced by women in public life, including the scrutiny and criticism that often accompanied their roles. The media's relentless focus on her appearance and personal life underscored the double standards that women in leadership faced. During a particularly challenging period in the 1970s, Elizabeth addressed her experiences in a candid conversation with her sister, Margaret. "The media often reduces my identity to mere headlines, as if my worth is defined by how I look rather than what I achieve," she lamented. "It is disheartening to see women's voices sidelined by sensationalism." Margaret, always supportive, replied, "You have the power to change that narrative, Elizabeth. Use your platform to redefine what it means to be a leader. Show the world that a woman's value extends far beyond the surface." Inspired by her sister's encouragement, Elizabeth began to engage more actively with the media, addressing the importance of substance over image. She used interviews and public appearances to share her insights on leadership, emphasizing the need for women to be seen as capable and competent. In a groundbreaking interview for a leading magazine, Elizabeth stated, "Leadership is not confined to gender. It is about vision, resilience, and the ability to inspire others. As women, we must dismantle the barriers that prevent us from fully participating in society." Her words struck a chord with readers, reinforcing the message that women's voices were vital in shaping the future. Elizabeth's unwavering commitment to empowering women and challenging gender norms became a hallmark of her reign, inspiring generations to come. As she reflected on her journey, Elizabeth realized that her perspective as a female leader had transformed not only her own approach to leadership but also the perception of women in power. She understood that breaking barriers required courage, and her experiences had instilled in her the belief that women could lead with strength and integrity. In the years ahead, Elizabeth continued to champion the rights of women, using her influence to advocate for change. Her legacy as a female leader would extend beyond her reign, paving the way for future generations to challenge conventions and embrace their power. In a world where women's voices were often marginalized, Elizabeth II stood as a testament to the strength and resilience of female leadership. Her journey was a celebration of progress, demonstrating that with determination and vision, women could forge their paths in a world that once sought to silence them. As Queen, Elizabeth embraced her unique perspective, leaving an indelible mark on history as a beacon of hope and inspiration for women everywhere. As Queen Elizabeth II settled into her role as monarch, she quickly learned that the spotlight of public scrutiny was as much a part of her reign as the ceremonial duties she performed. The press became both an ally and a foe, shaping public perception and often dictating the narrative surrounding the royal family. Navigating this complex relationship with the media was a critical aspect of her leadership journey. From the outset, Elizabeth was acutely aware of the media's power to influence public opinion. The honeymoon phase of her marriage to Philip was swiftly overshadowed by intense media coverage, dissecting every moment of their lives as newlyweds. Articles detailing their private moments often sparked interest and speculation, blurring the lines between the public and private realms. The royal family's traditional practice of maintaining a certain distance from the press began to shift as the tabloids grew in prominence. The sensational nature of journalism during the 1950s and 1960s meant that every aspect of Elizabeth's life was subject to examination. During her early years as queen, a particularly sensationalist article suggested discord between her and Philip, claiming their marriage was strained under the weight of royal duties. Elizabeth knew this was far from the truth and felt the sting of the misrepresentation deeply. In an effort to manage this burgeoning media presence, Elizabeth convened a meeting with her advisors. "We must find a way to engage with the press without compromising our values," she asserted, recognizing that silence would not shield them from scrutiny. "If we do not control our narrative, others will do it for us." As a response, the palace began implementing a more proactive media strategy, allowing for carefully controlled press releases and photo opportunities. The Queen and her family participated in select interviews, hoping to foster a more human connection with the public. However, Elizabeth was always cautious, understanding that every word and gesture was under the microscope. One memorable occasion arose when Elizabeth chose to participate in a televised Christmas message in 1957, which was her first live address to the nation. Nervous yet determined, she stepped into the studio, her heart racing. As the cameras rolled, she spoke of unity, hope, and the importance of family. This year has been filled with challenges, but together, we can face the future with strength and resolve, she said, her voice steady. The broadcast was met with widespread acclaim, earning praise for its sincerity and warmth. However, Elizabeth also realized that such visibility invited increased scrutiny. The public's expectations began to mount, and every royal engagement was now viewed through a lens of criticism and expectation. The Queen faced a delicate balancing act, maintaining her dignity while meeting the demands of a curious public. As the years went on, the media's interest only intensified, especially during moments of crisis. In 1963, the tragic death of her beloved grandmother, Queen Mary, was met with a flurry of press coverage. The media's intrusive inquiries about Elizabeth's emotional state and the future of the monarchy put additional pressure on her. During a particularly difficult week, Elizabeth gathered with her trusted advisors. "How can we manage this narrative?" she asked, visibly weary. "The press seems relentless in their pursuit of personal details." One of her advisors suggested a more open dialogue with select journalists, allowing them to see the human side of the royal family. "If we can show them our vulnerabilities, perhaps they will temper their expectations," he proposed. With some hesitation, Elizabeth agreed, recognizing the potential benefits of fostering a more collaborative relationship with the media. This decision led to a series of off-the-record meetings with respected journalists, where she shared insights about her role as a monarch, the challenges she faced, and her aspirations for the monarchy's future. However, this openness also carried risks. Certain journalists began to perceive themselves as the Queen's confidants, often misinterpreting her candidness for further access. When a sensitive conversation about her feelings on royal responsibilities was leaked to the press, Elizabeth felt betrayed. "I thought we were building trust, yet they have turned my vulnerability into fodder for headlines," she lamented. Realizing the need to reclaim control over her narrative, Elizabeth emphasized the importance of boundaries. "While I wish to share my perspective, there must be limits. I cannot allow my family's privacy to be compromised for the sake of sensationalism," she declared during a meeting with her advisors. As public scrutiny continued to intensify, Elizabeth encountered additional challenges with the younger generation of journalists, who approached stories with a more provocative lens. The rise of tabloid culture threatened the dignity of the monarchy, often reducing royal affairs to scandalous headlines. During one particularly tumultuous year, the tabloids published an article alleging marital discord within the royal family. This false narrative spread like wildfire, prompting Elizabeth to act swiftly. In response, she released a public statement addressing the rumors directly, affirming the strength of her family unit. "I assure you, our family stands united, and any claims to the contrary are simply unfounded," she stated, determined to quell the storm. The statement garnered support from loyal royalists, but Elizabeth knew that repairing the relationship with the press would take time. The pivotal moment came in 1972 when Elizabeth made the decision to invite a small group of journalists to Buckingham Palace for a private tour. During the visit, she offered insight into the daily workings of the royal household, providing a glimpse into her world as queen. "We are human, just like everyone else," she shared with sincerity. "We face challenges and joys, and I hope this visit allows you to see us as individuals, not merely symbols." The journalists, moved by her authenticity, left with a newfound respect for the monarchy. While Elizabeth understood that not every story would be kind, this gesture fostered a sense of understanding between the royal family and the media. Despite the progress, the Queen continued to grapple with the media's relentless focus on her life. The scrutiny escalated during the events surrounding her children's marriages, which drew both admiration and criticism from the public. The media's fixation on the royal family's personal lives often overshadowed their charitable efforts and public duties, further complicating Elizabeth's efforts to navigate public expectations. In the wake of the divorces of her children in the 1990s, Elizabeth felt the pressure mounting. During a family meeting, she expressed her concerns. "It is essential for us to remind the public of our dedication to service. We cannot allow personal matters to define our legacy," she urged, determined to shift the narrative. To counteract the negative press, she initiated campaigns highlighting the charitable work of her family, focusing on issues such as mental health and education. By redirecting public attention to their contributions, Elizabeth aimed to reinforce the monarchy's commitment to the people, showcasing the royal family as a force for good in society. As the digital age dawned, Elizabeth found herself adapting once more to the rapid changes in media consumption. The rise of social media brought new challenges, with the potential for information, both accurate and inaccurate, to spread instantaneously. Elizabeth recognized that while the internet offered a platform for direct engagement with the public, it also blurred the lines of privacy even further. In a world of hashtags and viral moments, Elizabeth began to see the importance of maintaining the monarchy's dignity while embracing modern communication methods. In 2012, she launched the official royal family Twitter account, heralding a new era of communication. "We must adapt to the times," she remarked during the announcement. "It is an opportunity to connect with younger generations and share our stories in real time." Throughout her reign, Elizabeth continued to navigate the complex landscape of media attention and public scrutiny with resilience and grace. She understood that while the press could be a double-edged sword, it was also a powerful tool for connection. By fostering genuine relationships with journalists, she aimed to cultivate a narrative that reflected the monarchy's values and commitment to service. As she approached the later years of her reign, Elizabeth's ability to manage the media landscape became a hallmark of her leadership. She recognized that the monarchy's legacy would be defined not only by its traditions but also by its ability to adapt and engage with the public. In a world of constant change, she remained steadfast in her commitment to honor her role as a queen while navigating the complexities of a rapidly evolving society. In doing so, Elizabeth II solidified her place in history as a monarch who successfully navigated the intricate dance of public expectations and media scrutiny, proving that even in the most challenging circumstances, a leader could maintain dignity, integrity, and compassion. As Queen Elizabeth II navigated the complexities of her early reign, the world around her was fraught with instability and change. The political landscape was shifting dramatically, influenced by a myriad of global events that would shape Britain's place in the world and test the resilience of the monarchy. In the aftermath of World War II, the British Empire was crumbling. Countries that had once been colonies were seeking independence, and Britain's position as a global superpower was in jeopardy. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was a particularly pivotal moment that underscored this decline. The conflict revealed not only the fragility of British influence but also the complexities of international politics in a rapidly changing world. As tensions escalated over control of the Suez Canal, Elizabeth watched with concern. The decision to intervene militarily, alongside France and Israel, stirred widespread protests and condemnation. "We cannot ignore the rising tide of nationalism," she reflected during a meeting with her advisors. "Our actions must be measured, the world is watching, and we must not appear out of touch." The crisis became a flashpoint for the press and public sentiment, leading to a re-evaluation of Britain's role in global affairs. As protests erupted across the nation, Elizabeth found herself at the center of a debate that questioned the monarchy's relevance in an evolving political climate. The press scrutinized her silence, demanding to know her stance on the crisis. Elizabeth recognized the need to address the public's concerns while maintaining the dignity of the crown. In a rare televised address, she sought to clarify her position. "It is our duty to ensure peace and stability in the region," she stated, her voice steady yet firm. "We must strive for understanding and collaboration in an increasingly complex world." While her words aimed to unite the nation, they also highlighted the delicate balance between royal duty and public expectation. The Suez Crisis served as a turning point, catalyzing a broader discussion about decolonization. Across Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean, nations were gaining independence, and Britain's colonial legacy was being challenged. Elizabeth was acutely aware that these shifts affected not only Britain's foreign policy but also the monarchy's image. During a state visit to newly independent countries, Elizabeth embraced the opportunity to foster goodwill. "I come not only as your queen but as a symbol of our shared history and future," she conveyed to leaders in Africa. Her efforts to strengthen diplomatic ties with former colonies aimed to reshape the narrative surrounding the monarchy and position Britain as a partner in a new era. However, the challenges continued to mount as the Cold War intensified. The ideological battle between the United States and the Soviet Union brought about a climate of fear and uncertainty. The Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 sent shockwaves around the world, and Elizabeth, along with her advisors, closely monitored the situation. "We must remain vigilant," she urged. "The stability of Europe depends on our collective resolve." As tensions escalated, Elizabeth realized the importance of maintaining strong alliances. She worked diligently to strengthen Britain's ties with the United States, understanding that cooperation was vital for national security. During a meeting with President John F. Kennedy, she expressed her commitment to a united front against the spread of communism. "Together, we must stand firm in our ideals of democracy and freedom," she affirmed, yet, not all global events were political in nature. The rise of the civil rights movement in the United States resonated deeply with Elizabeth. As she observed the struggle for equality and justice, she reflected on Britain's own challenges with race relations. "We must confront our past and ensure that our future is inclusive," she asserted during a conversation with her advisors. In a groundbreaking move, Elizabeth invited civil rights leaders to Buckingham Palace, creating a platform for dialogue and understanding. The fight for equality transcends borders, she emphasized. It is our responsibility to listen and learn from those who have faced injustice. The Vietnam War further complicated Britain's position on the global stage. As anti-war protests erupted across the nation, Elizabeth found herself torn between tradition and the urgent need for a progressive stance. The voices of the people must be heard, she acknowledged during a private meeting. We cannot remain silent in the face of such profound moral questions. In response to the growing unrest, Elizabeth sought to engage with her subjects directly. She undertook a series of visits to communities affected by the war, listening to the concerns of ordinary citizens. Her willingness to connect on a personal level garnered appreciation and respect, reinforcing the monarchy's relevance in an unstable world. As the 1970s approached, the world was undergoing rapid changes, and Elizabeth recognized the need for the monarchy to adapt. The economic crises, coupled with the rise of new political movements, posed challenges that threatened to reshape Britain's identity. The Queen's commitment to maintaining the monarchy's relevance remained steadfast, yet she understood that the path forward would require thoughtful navigation of public sentiment. The events of the late 1960s and early 1970s forced Elizabeth to confront the realities of a world in flux. From the tensions of the Cold War to the fight for civil rights, she understood that her role as a monarch was not merely ceremonial, it required engagement with the pressing issues of the day. In the face of such instability, Elizabeth II emerged as a symbol of continuity, striving to foster unity amid division. Her journey through these tumultuous times underscored the importance of adaptability, compassion, and understanding. As she continued to navigate the complexities of global events, the Queen remained resolute in her commitment to serve her people, reminding them that even in an unstable world, the monarchy could still play a vital role in shaping a brighter future. As Queen Elizabeth II reflected on her reign, the weight of her responsibilities settled heavily upon her shoulders. Leading a nation during tumultuous times was no small feat, it demanded resilience, foresight, and a steadfast commitment to duty. Her journey through the challenges of the late 20th century provided profound insights into the essence of leadership and the legacy she sought to leave behind. Elizabeth's early years as Queen were marked by uncertainty. The Suez Crisis, decolonization, and the Cold War had all tested her ability to navigate the treacherous waters of international politics. Yet, through these challenges, she learned that effective leadership required not just authority, but also empathy and a willingness to listen. A leader must understand the pulse of the nation, she often reminded her advisors. It is essential to connect with the people and comprehend their hopes and fears. Her relationship with Prime Minister Winston Churchill served as a pivotal influence on her understanding of leadership. Churchill's indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve inspired Elizabeth to embrace her role as a symbol of stability. She admired how he could rally the nation during its darkest hours, instilling a sense of hope and unity. Leadership is not merely about making decisions, it's about inspiring trust, she reflected in later years. One of Elizabeth's greatest challenges came during the economic crises of the 1970s, when Britain faced inflation, unemployment, and civil unrest. The discontent among the populace was palpable, and the monarchy's role was questioned more than ever. Elizabeth realized that the expectations of her were evolving, and the public's desire for transparency and connection had grown stronger. In response, she took proactive measures to engage with her subjects directly, stepping beyond the palace walls to meet citizens in their communities. During a particularly difficult winter, when strikes paralyzed the country, Elizabeth made a bold decision. She visited a community center in a working-class neighborhood, where she listened to the concerns of local residents affected by the turmoil. "I want to hear your stories," she said, her voice sincere. This moment not only humanized the monarchy but also illustrated her commitment to understanding the struggles of her people. The visit garnered widespread media coverage, shifting public perception. For the first time, many saw the Queen not just as a figurehead but as a leader who genuinely cared about the welfare of her nation. Elizabeth's efforts to bridge the gap between the monarchy and the public reinforced her belief that leadership was about being present in moments of crisis, offering comfort and support when it was needed most. As the years progressed, Elizabeth faced new challenges: the rise of technology, changing social norms, and a world increasingly defined by globalization. The advent of the Internet ushered in a new era of communication, one that could spread information rapidly, both accurate and misleading. The Queen recognized that she had to adapt her approach to leadership in this digital age, understanding that transparency was crucial in maintaining the monarchy's relevance. In 1992, often referred to as her annus horribilis, Elizabeth faced a series of personal and public crises that tested her resolve. The breakdown of 3 of her children's marriages and the fire at Windsor Castle exposed the royal family to intense scrutiny and criticism. Rather than retreating into the background, Elizabeth chose to address the challenges head-on. "We must face adversity with courage and dignity," she stated during a family meeting. "Our legacy will be defined by how we respond to these trials." Her decision to share the pain of these public struggles, rather than conceal them, demonstrated a pivotal aspect of her leadership. She understood that authenticity resonated with the public, and in doing so, she invited the nation to see the human side of the monarchy. This candidness forged a deeper connection with her subjects, who appreciated her honesty in the face of hardship. Elizabeth's leadership legacy extended beyond her immediate actions. It encompassed the values she embodied: service, dedication, and compassion. Throughout her reign, she emphasized the importance of duty, recognizing that leadership often meant prioritizing the needs of the nation above personal desires. "To lead is to serve," she often reminded those around her, instilling a sense of purpose in her family and advisors. As she witnessed the evolution of British society, Elizabeth took pride in the monarchy's adaptability. Her willingness to embrace change while upholding tradition allowed the royal family to remain relevant. She fostered initiatives that reflected the modern values of equality and inclusivity, championing causes such as mental health awareness and youth engagement. These efforts reinforced her belief that leadership meant evolving alongside society and responding to its needs. Reflecting on her legacy in the later years of her reign, Elizabeth recognized the importance of mentorship and succession planning. She was acutely aware that the future of the monarchy depended on her children and grandchildren understanding the principles of leadership she had embraced. "Our legacy will live on through those who come after us," she affirmed during a family gathering. "It is essential to impart the lessons learned through adversity." In this spirit, Elizabeth actively engaged with the younger generation of royals, encouraging them to find their own voices and champion causes that resonated with their values. She saw in them the potential to shape the monarchy's future, believing that their fresh perspectives could invigorate the institution while preserving its core traditions. As her reign progressed, Elizabeth also grappled with the idea of legacy in a broader context. The world was becoming increasingly interconnected, and the challenges of climate change, inequality, and social justice loomed large. Elizabeth recognized that a true leader must be willing to address these global issues, advocating for a world that upheld the values of compassion and justice. In her final years, Elizabeth spoke passionately about the importance of unity in the face of division. Leadership requires us to come together, to listen to one another, and to find common ground, she declared during a speech at a Commonwealth event. It is our responsibility to create a legacy of hope for future generations. In this chapter of her life, Queen Elizabeth II solidified her understanding of what it meant to lead a nation during tumultuous times. Her journey had been one of profound growth, marked by the trials of leadership and the triumphs of connection. Through her unwavering commitment to service, empathy, and adaptability, she carved a legacy that would resonate for generations to come, a testament to the power of leadership in shaping a nation's identity and inspiring hope amid uncertainty. As Queen Elizabeth II sat in the solitude of her study at Buckingham Palace, the weight of the crown pressed heavily upon her. The flickering glow of the fireplace illuminated the pages of her diary, a private sanctuary where she poured out her thoughts and feelings. Despite her public persona of unwavering strength and resolve, there were moments when self-doubt crept into her mind, gnawing at the edges of her confidence. It was during these quiet moments that she confronted her fears about her reign and the legacy she would leave behind. The expectations placed upon her were immense. As a young queen, Elizabeth had inherited not only the responsibilities of the monarchy but also the hopes and dreams of a nation in turmoil. With the British Empire in decline and political strife brewing on the horizon, she often questioned whether she was equipped to handle the enormity of her role. "Am I truly capable of guiding my people through these challenging times?" she wrote one evening, the ink smudged with tears. The pressures of her position were compounded by the scrutiny of the press and public opinion. She felt exposed, vulnerable under the relentless gaze of the media, which seemed eager to pounce on any misstep. Each headline and opinion piece felt like a judgment of her character and competence. What if I fail? What if my reign is seen as a failure? Elizabeth mused, her heart heavy with doubt. In her mind, the legacy of the monarchy was intertwined with her own performance as queen. The challenges she faced during the turbulent 1960s weighed heavily on her thoughts. The Suez Crisis had shaken the nation's confidence, and the economic struggles of the 1970s had deepened public discontent. In her diary, she wrote about the feeling of helplessness that occasionally washed over her. "I feel as if the world is shifting beneath my feet. How can I remain a beacon of hope when I cannot even provide solutions to the issues that plague my people?" These moments of vulnerability reminded her that, despite her title, she was human, capable of fear and uncertainty. Her responsibilities as a wife and mother added another layer of complexity to her feelings of inadequacy. Elizabeth often found herself torn between her royal duties and her desire to be a supportive partner to Prince Philip and a nurturing mother to her children. The societal expectations of a queen conflicted with her instincts as a woman. Am I sacrificing too much of myself for the crown? She pondered one night, reflecting on the times she had to prioritize her duties over family moments. The weight of expectation also manifested in her role as a female leader in a male-dominated world. Elizabeth was acutely aware that her position was often viewed through a lens of skepticism. She grappled with the perception that her authority was diminished simply because she was a woman. Will I ever be respected as a leader, or will I always be seen as just a figurehead? These questions haunted her, stirring a mix of determination and fear within her. As she navigated the complexities of her reign, Elizabeth found solace in her close relationships. Conversations with trusted advisors like Winston Churchill provided guidance, but there were times when even their reassurances fell short. "He believes in me, but can I believe in myself?" she wondered after a particularly challenging meeting. In these moments of doubt, she often sought refuge in the wisdom of her grandmother, who had imparted the importance of perseverance and strength. One night, feeling particularly weighed down by her insecurities, Elizabeth decided to take a solitary walk through the gardens of Buckingham Palace. The moonlight bathed the roses in silver, and the cool breeze whispered secrets of resilience. As she strolled among the blooms, she found comfort in nature's beauty and its steadfastness. Perhaps strength lies not in perfection, but in the courage to face one's fears, she mused, finding a flicker of hope amidst her doubts. Elizabeth's reflections extended beyond her personal struggles. They encompassed the broader challenges facing the monarchy. The royal family was under immense scrutiny, and the actions of her children were often scrutinized as a reflection of her reign. She worried about the implications of their choices and how they might impact the monarchy's image. What if my children cannot carry the weight of the crown? Will I be seen as a failure in their upbringing? These thoughts plagued her, creating a sense of unease about the future of the royal legacy. Yet, amid these moments of doubt, Elizabeth began to understand the importance of vulnerability in leadership. Embracing her humanity allowed her to connect with her subjects on a deeper level. In a society that was changing rapidly, her willingness to acknowledge her fears made her relatable. If I can share my uncertainties, perhaps others will feel empowered to do the same, she wrote, finding strength in the idea of collective vulnerability. Over time, Elizabeth recognized that doubt was not a sign of weakness but a natural part of her journey as a leader. It fueled her desire to learn and grow, pushing her to seek counsel and wisdom from those around her. I will not let fear paralyze me, she resolved, using her moments of doubt as stepping stones toward greater resilience. In her later reflections, Elizabeth embraced the notion that leadership was not about having all the answers but about navigating uncertainty with grace and integrity. To lead is to embrace the unknown, she concluded, recognizing that the challenges she faced were an integral part of her reign. Her moments of doubt became a testament to her strength, reminding her that even in uncertainty, she could still forge a path forward. As she continued to reign, Elizabeth learned to trust in her abilities and the wisdom she had gained over the years. Each doubt became a catalyst for growth, propelling her forward in her commitment to serve her people. I will lead with compassion, understanding that it is okay to feel vulnerable, she resolved, embracing her role as a leader with renewed purpose. In the quiet of her study, as she closed her diary for the night, Elizabeth felt a sense of peace wash over her. Her journey was marked by trials, but it was also a journey of self-discovery. The legacy of her leadership would not be defined by a lack of doubt, but by her unwavering resolve to confront her fears and lead with authenticity. And in that realization, she found the strength to carry on, determined to fulfill her duties with grace, humility, and a renewed sense of purpose. As Queen Elizabeth II gazed out of the window of Buckingham Palace, she contemplated the vast expanse of the British Empire and the changes that had swept across it in recent decades. The once mighty empire, which had stretched across the globe, was now in decline, and many nations had gained independence. In this era of transformation, the Commonwealth emerged as a vital institution, serving as a bridge between the past and the future, and offering a renewed sense of purpose for the monarchy and its role in the world. The Commonwealth of Nations, a voluntary association of independent states, was not merely a remnant of the empire but a dynamic and evolving community of nations united by shared values of democracy, human rights, and mutual cooperation. Elizabeth understood the importance of this collective in an age where Britain's global influence was waning. It represented a new model of partnership that transcended colonial history, allowing former colonies to maintain a connection with the monarchy while fostering their own identities. At the dawn of her reign, Elizabeth recognized the potential of the Commonwealth to reshape Britain's international relations. She had grown up with the stories of her father's reign and the spirit of unity fostered during World War II. Now, as the figurehead of the Commonwealth, she saw the opportunity to create a new narrative, one rooted in equality and respect for the sovereignty of its member states. The Commonwealth is a living bond, connecting us through shared values and a commitment to a better future, she remarked during a speech at a Commonwealth summit. The 1960s marked a significant turning point for the Commonwealth, as numerous nations, including Nigeria, Jamaica, and India, gained independence. Elizabeth understood that these changes were not merely a loss for Britain but an opportunity to redefine its role on the global stage. We must embrace this transition and support our former colonies as they chart their own paths, she asserted during discussions with her advisors. She believed that the Commonwealth could be a source of strength and solidarity, promoting cooperation in addressing shared challenges, such as poverty, education, and health. In her travels across the Commonwealth, Elizabeth witnessed firsthand the diverse cultures, languages, and histories of its member states. Each visit deepened her appreciation for the uniqueness of each nation, reinforcing her belief that the Commonwealth was a tapestry woven from the rich threads of its members' experiences. During her state visits, she often engaged with local communities, learning about their aspirations and challenges. Every encounter reminds me of the resilience and creativity that exist within our Commonwealth family, she noted in her diary after a visit to Australia. Reflecting on the warmth of the people she met, the Commonwealth also provided a platform for Elizabeth to champion important issues, including education, healthcare, and human rights. She recognized that, as a global community, the Commonwealth had a unique responsibility to address pressing issues facing its members. During her speech at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in 1977, she emphasized the need for collective action. Together, we can confront the challenges of poverty, inequality, and injustice. The strength of our Commonwealth lies in our shared commitment to uplift one another. One of the defining moments for the Commonwealth occurred during the 1980s, as the world faced growing tensions related to apartheid in South Africa. Elizabeth took a firm stance against the oppressive regime, advocating for sanctions and supporting the struggle for justice and equality. "It is our moral obligation to stand against injustice, regardless of the geographical distance," she declared in a statement, highlighting her commitment to the principles of the Commonwealth. Her leadership during this crisis demonstrated the potential of the Commonwealth to effect positive change on the global stage. The Commonwealth also played a significant role in promoting cultural exchange and understanding among its member states. Elizabeth recognized that the shared history of colonialism should not define the relationship between Britain and its former colonies. Instead, it should serve as a foundation for collaboration and respect. Through initiatives such as the Commonwealth Arts Festival, she encouraged the celebration of diverse cultures and traditions, fostering a spirit of unity in diversity. As the years passed, Elizabeth saw the Commonwealth adapt to the changing global landscape. The organization expanded its focus to address contemporary issues, including climate change, gender equality, and youth empowerment. Elizabeth understood that the future of the Commonwealth depended on its ability to remain relevant and responsive to the needs of its members. "We must evolve to meet the challenges of our time while staying true to our core values," she often reminded her advisors during meetings. In her later years, Elizabeth's dedication to the Commonwealth became increasingly apparent. She attended numerous Commonwealth Day services, emphasizing the importance of cooperation and solidarity among member states. During her speeches, she spoke passionately about the role of the Commonwealth in promoting peace and understanding in a world marked by division. "Our unity is our strength," she proclaimed, calling for greater collaboration to address the pressing issues facing the globe. Elizabeth's commitment to the Commonwealth extended to her family as well. She encouraged her children and grandchildren to engage with the member states, believing that their involvement would foster a deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities within the Commonwealth. "They are the future of our monarchy, and it is essential for them to appreciate the importance of our connections," she stated, hoping to instill a sense of duty and responsibility in the next generation. As she reflected on her reign, Elizabeth recognized that the Commonwealth had become a cornerstone of her legacy. It represented not just a continuation of the monarchy's role but a reimagining of what that role could be. The Commonwealth had allowed her to redefine Britain's place in the world, transitioning from an empire to a family of nations united in purpose. In the twilight of her reign, Elizabeth took pride in the enduring strength of the Commonwealth. It had weathered challenges and embraced change, evolving into a vibrant community that celebrated diversity while working toward a common good. The bonds forged through the Commonwealth would outlast her reign, serving as a testament to her belief in cooperation, understanding, and the power of unity. With a heart full of hope, Elizabeth concluded that the Commonwealth was not merely a relic of the past but a beacon of possibility for the future. As the world faced new challenges, she felt reassured that the values of the Commonwealth would continue to guide nations toward a brighter tomorrow, demonstrating the strength of collaboration in an era marked by uncertainty. The legacy of the Commonwealth, woven into the fabric of her reign, would endure as a symbol of resilience, hope, and the enduring bonds of humanity. In the corridors of power at Westminster, the atmosphere was charged with the complexities of political alliances and rivalries. As Queen Elizabeth II navigated her new role, she found herself at the intersection of royal duties and the shifting tides of British politics, where key figures in Prime Minister Winston Churchill's government played crucial roles in shaping both her reign and the monarchy's future. Churchill, with his indomitable spirit and charismatic leadership, was the most prominent ally during the early years of Elizabeth's reign. Their relationship was built on mutual respect and a shared understanding of the challenges facing the nation. Elizabeth admired Churchill's unwavering commitment to Britain, especially during times of crisis. In private meetings, she valued his insights into governance and international relations, often seeking his counsel on matters of state. "Your perspective on history is invaluable, Prime Minister," she remarked during one of their discussions, appreciating the wisdom that came from his extensive experience. However, Churchill's government was not without its controversies, and the Queen soon learned that political alliances were often fraught with tensions. One of the key figures in Churchill's cabinet was Anthony Eden, the Foreign Secretary, who was poised to succeed Churchill as Prime Minister. Although initially viewed as a strong ally, Eden's approach to foreign policy soon revealed a rift within the government. His handling of the Suez Crisis in 1956 created a significant backlash, leading to questions about the monarchy's association with his leadership. Elizabeth witnessed the ramifications of this political turmoil firsthand, reflecting on the delicate balance the monarchy must maintain amid rising discontent. "I fear the weight of decisions made by those in power can affect our standing," she confided to her advisers, realizing the importance of public perception. Eden's decisions during the Suez Crisis not only affected Britain's global standing but also raised concerns about the monarchy's role in political affairs. The Queen had always believed in the constitutional principle of neutrality, but the unfolding crisis forced her to confront the realities of being a ceremonial figurehead amid political strife. In private conversations with Churchill, she expressed her worries about the implications for the monarchy's future. "How do we reconcile our role when the government falters?" she questioned, seeking reassurance in the face of uncertainty. Amidst this political landscape, another significant figure emerged, Ernest Bevin, the Minister of Labour. Bevin's pragmatic approach to labor issues and his commitment to social welfare resonated with Elizabeth. She appreciated his efforts to address the needs of the working class and recognized the importance of public sentiment in shaping government policies. His dedication to the people of Britain embodies the spirit of service that our monarchy stands for, she reflected, recognizing that alliances could be forged with those who shared her commitment to the welfare of the nation. On the other hand, the Queen also had to navigate the complexities of adversarial relationships within Churchill's government. One notable figure was the outspoken and ambitious politician, Aneurin Bevan, the Minister of Health. Bevan was a fervent advocate for the National Health Service and did not shy away from criticizing the monarchy's perceived detachment from the struggles of ordinary citizens. Elizabeth was aware of Bevan's popularity among the public, and she knew that his rhetoric could potentially undermine the monarchy's image. "His words resonate deeply with the people, and we must remain aware of the narrative he crafts," she remarked, understanding the need for the monarchy to engage with the public meaningfully. The contrasting views of these political figures highlighted the delicate dance Elizabeth had to perform as she balanced her royal duties with the ever-evolving political landscape. While she admired Churchill's leadership, she recognized that not all his allies shared the same vision for Britain's future. The landscape is shifting, and I must remain vigilant, she mused, aware that her position required an astute understanding of the currents of political sentiment. The challenges of the political environment were further compounded by the emergence of new political parties and movements. The Labour Party's rise in popularity, coupled with growing demands for social reform, put pressure on the Conservative government. Elizabeth knew that the monarchy's relevance depended on its ability to adapt to these changing times. "I must strive to connect with the aspirations of my people, regardless of their political affiliations," she affirmed, emphasizing her commitment to inclusivity. As political tensions escalated, Elizabeth often turned to her trusted advisors for guidance. Lord Salisbury, a key figure in Churchill's cabinet, provided a steady hand amid the turmoil. His counsel helped her navigate the complexities of public relations and political alliances. Maintaining a strong relationship with the government is essential for the monarchy's stability, he advised, reinforcing the idea that collaboration was key to weathering political storms. Despite the challenges posed by political adversaries, Elizabeth also saw the potential for collaboration among differing factions. The Labour Party, under leaders like Hugh Gaitskell, aimed to unite the nation around common goals. Elizabeth recognized the importance of fostering dialogue between parties to address pressing issues, including economic recovery and social welfare. "Perhaps we can bridge the divide through shared commitment to our nation's progress," she posited, hopeful that constructive discourse could lead to meaningful change. The Queen's evolving understanding of her role in relation to political figures deepened her appreciation for the nuances of governance. While she was the embodiment of the monarchy, she also became a symbol of unity for the nation. Her interactions with political allies and adversaries shaped her perspective, reinforcing the idea that leadership was not solely about power but about the ability to listen and engage with diverse voices. In her public appearances, Elizabeth endeavored to present a neutral and unifying image. Her speeches often emphasized the importance of collaboration and service to the nation, echoing the sentiments of both political allies and adversaries. "We are all stewards of this great nation, and our shared purpose must guide us toward a brighter future," she declared during a speech before Parliament, striving to transcend political divisions. As Elizabeth continued to navigate the political landscape, she learned that the monarchy's strength lay in its ability to adapt and evolve. Political allies and adversaries alike played a role in shaping her reign, and each encounter became an opportunity for growth. "Every discussion is a chance to forge connections and understand the pulse of the nation," she observed, recognizing the transformative power of collaboration in a rapidly changing world. In the end, Elizabeth emerged as a resilient and pragmatic leader, adept at balancing her royal responsibilities with the realities of the political environment. The relationships she cultivated with key figures in Churchill's government would leave a lasting impact on her reign and the monarchy's legacy. Through moments of tension and cooperation, Elizabeth discovered that the interplay between allies and adversaries enriched her understanding of leadership and the importance of unity in times of uncertainty. As Queen Elizabeth II settled into her reign, she found herself at the center of a burgeoning debate about the relevance of the monarchy in modern Britain. The mid-20th century marked a time of profound change, with shifting social norms, political upheavals, and the decline of the British Empire sparking discussions about the monarchy's place in a rapidly evolving society. With the eyes of the nation upon her, Elizabeth grappled with the complexities of her role as both a symbol of continuity and a figure requiring modernization. In the early days of her reign, Elizabeth was acutely aware of the expectations placed upon her as a young monarch. Many Britons held a romanticized view of the monarchy, seeing it as a bastion of tradition and stability in a world of uncertainty. Yet, beneath this surface admiration lay a growing sentiment questioning the monarchy's relevance. Elizabeth's marriage to Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, had initially generated excitement and hope, but the challenges of her new role began to spark critical conversations about the institution itself. Are we merely an artifact of history, or can we adapt to serve our nation's needs? She pondered during quiet moments of reflection. The debates around the monarchy were not merely academic, they were fueled by real-world events that shaped public opinion. As Britain emerged from the shadow of World War II, the social fabric began to shift. The National Health Service was established, and there were increasing demands for social equality and political accountability. In this context, the monarchy faced questions about its function and relevance. Elizabeth understood that for the monarchy to endure, it must align itself with the aspirations of the people. We must listen and evolve, our role cannot be static, she stated, determined to be an active participant in this dialogue. One of the pivotal moments in the discussion surrounding the crown's relevance came with the emergence of the Labour Party, which championed social reform and aimed to dismantle the privileges associated with the upper classes. Politicians like Aneurin and Bevan became vocal critics of the monarchy, arguing that it represented outdated ideals in a progressive society. The crown is a relic of an imperial past, Bevan declared, calling for a re-evaluation of Britain's institutions. Elizabeth recognized that such sentiments resonated with many citizens, particularly in a time of social upheaval. We must be prepared to justify our existence and articulate our purpose, she remarked during a meeting with her advisors. In response to the growing scrutiny, Elizabeth and her court began to explore ways to modernize the monarchy's image. Public engagement became a cornerstone of her approach, as she sought to bridge the gap between the royal family and the British populace. The Queen's decision to open Buckingham Palace to the public during the summer months was a significant step toward transparency. Let them see that we are just as human, just as fallible, she insisted, believing that accessibility would foster a sense of connection with her subjects. This move garnered praise from the public, signaling that the monarchy could indeed adapt to contemporary expectations. As the nation entered the 1960s, the conversation about the monarchy's relevance grew more urgent. The rise of the youth culture and countercultural movements challenged traditional values, further complicating the monarchy's standing. Elizabeth observed with interest the shifting tides, understanding that the institution must resonate with younger generations. Our legacy will be shaped by those who come after us. We must earn their respect, she noted, contemplating the importance of engaging with the youth. The media played a critical role in shaping public perceptions of the monarchy. The advent of television brought the royal family into living rooms across the country, allowing viewers to witness Elizabeth's public engagements firsthand. However, with this visibility came scrutiny, and Elizabeth quickly learned that every public appearance would be dissected and analyzed. During her televised Christmas broadcasts, she aimed to convey warmth and approachability, often reflecting on the values of family and service. These moments are not just about duty, they are an opportunity to connect with the people, she believed, determined to use the platform to foster goodwill. Despite her efforts to modernize, Elizabeth faced challenges in overcoming the entrenched traditions that defined the monarchy. Some members of the royal family were resistant to change, clinging to long-standing customs that seemed increasingly out of step with modern values. Elizabeth often found herself navigating the delicate balance between honoring tradition and embracing progress. Tradition has its place, but we must not be shackled by it, she asserted, acknowledging the need for the monarchy to evolve. The question of hereditary privilege also loomed large in discussions about the crown's relevance. Critics argued that the monarchy perpetuated a system of inequality that contradicted the principles of democracy. Elizabeth recognized this concern and sought to highlight the monarchy's commitment to service rather than privilege. "Our duty is to serve the nation and its people, regardless of title or lineage," she proclaimed, striving to reshape the narrative around the crown. As the decade progressed, Elizabeth's determination to engage with contemporary issues led her to champion causes such as education, health, and the empowerment of women. She understood that by aligning the monarchy with the values of progress and social responsibility, she could reinforce its relevance in a changing world. "We must show that the crown is a force for good," she declared, advocating for initiatives that would demonstrate the monarchy's commitment to the nation. One particularly significant moment came during her 1965 visit to the United States, where she met with President Lyndon B. Johnson. Elizabeth used this opportunity to speak on the importance of international cooperation and understanding in a rapidly changing world. Her words resonated with audiences both at home and abroad, reinforcing the idea that the monarchy could be a voice for unity and progress. "In these challenging times, we must come together to confront the issues that bind us," she emphasized, showcasing the monarchy's capacity to be a force for positive change. As the debates about the monarchy's relevance continued, Elizabeth remained steadfast in her belief that the institution could adapt to the needs of modern Britain. She engaged in open dialogues with political leaders, seeking to understand the sentiments of her people. "To be relevant, we must be in tune with the pulse of the nation," she remarked, prioritizing listening to the diverse voices that comprised her subjects. Ultimately, Elizabeth's commitment to modernizing the monarchy would shape its legacy for generations to come. She understood that the crown's relevance lay not only in tradition but also in its ability to respond to the changing dynamics of society. By embracing a forward-thinking approach, she sought to ensure that the monarchy would continue to be a source of pride and inspiration for the people of Britain. In the years that followed, Elizabeth's efforts bore fruit as public opinion gradually shifted. Many began to see the monarchy as a symbol of continuity in an ever-changing world, a reminder of the values that bind a nation together. The debate surrounding the crown's role in modern Britain would persist, but Elizabeth's dedication to service and adaptability would define her reign, reinforcing the monarchy's place in the hearts of her people. As she reflected on her journey, Elizabeth took comfort in the knowledge that the monarchy was not merely an institution of the past, but a vital part of the future, poised to navigate the challenges that lay ahead. As Queen Elizabeth II navigated the early years of her reign, she encountered a series of events that would profoundly shift her perspective on the monarchy and its role in modern Britain. The mid-1950s were marked by political upheaval, social change, and personal trials, all of which served as pivotal moments in her understanding of the institution she represented. These experiences led her to reevaluate not only her role as a monarch but also the monarchy's place in a rapidly evolving society. One of the most significant turning points came with the Suez Crisis of 1956. The crisis erupted when Egypt nationalized the Suez Canal, leading to military intervention by Britain, France, and Israel. As the situation escalated, it became clear that the military response would be met with fierce international condemnation. Elizabeth watched as the British government, including Prime Minister Winston Churchill, struggled to navigate the crisis. The overwhelming public outcry and subsequent withdrawal of British troops marked a turning point not only for the nation but also for Elizabeth's view of the monarchy's relationship with the government. How do we maintain our dignity when faced with such public discontent? She pondered, grappling with the monarchy's role in a time of national embarrassment. The Suez Crisis was a stark reminder of the declining influence of the British Empire, and Elizabeth felt the weight of that realization. She began to understand that the monarchy could no longer rely solely on the prestige of the past. It needed to demonstrate relevance and adaptability to serve a nation grappling with its identity. In the aftermath of the crisis, she sought to engage more actively with her subjects, recognizing the importance of listening to their concerns and aspirations. The people must see us as allies, not as relics of a bygone era, she reflected, acknowledging the need for a more dynamic connection with the public. Another major event that shifted Elizabeth's view occurred during her visit to Ghana in 1961. The trip marked the first time a reigning British monarch visited an African nation and was emblematic of the changing tides of the Commonwealth. Ghana, under the leadership of Kwame Nkrumah, was a beacon of independence, showcasing the rise of new nations in the post-colonial world. Elizabeth's interactions with Nkrumah and the Ghanaian people opened her eyes to the aspirations of former colonies, challenging her perception of the monarchy as merely a symbol of British imperialism. "We are not just rulers, we are part of a shared history," she realized, understanding that the monarchy could play a role in fostering cooperation and mutual respect among diverse nations. During the visit, Elizabeth was struck by the warmth and enthusiasm of the Ghanaian people, who welcomed her as a symbol of their shared heritage rather than a colonial authority. The experience was transformative, deepening her appreciation for the monarchy's potential to connect with a broader global community. "We must redefine our identity in a way that embraces change and acknowledges the dignity of all nations," she stated, recognizing that the monarchy had a responsibility to champion unity and progress. The assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963 also served as a significant moment of reflection for Elizabeth. The shockwaves of his death reverberated across the globe, and the Queen was deeply moved by the outpouring of grief from the American people. She attended Kennedy's funeral, witnessing firsthand the profound impact of his leadership and the vulnerability of even the most powerful leaders. The tragedy reminded her of the fragility of life and the importance of humility in leadership. "Power is not just a privilege, it is a profound responsibility," she mused, realizing that the monarchy, too, must be grounded in empathy and service. In the wake of these events, Elizabeth found herself increasingly committed to modernizing the monarchy. She initiated efforts to engage with the public through outreach programs, recognizing that transparency and connection were vital for maintaining the institution's relevance. Her visits to schools, hospitals, and community centers showcased a more approachable image of the crown. "We must meet our people where they are," she declared, determined to break down the barriers that had traditionally separated the monarchy from its subjects. As the social landscape continued to evolve, the rise of the feminist movement also influenced Elizabeth's perspective. Women across the nation began advocating for equal rights and opportunities, challenging long-standing gender norms. Elizabeth admired their courage and tenacity, reflecting on her own role as a female leader in a male-dominated world. "I am a woman in a position of power, and I must use that privilege to uplift others," she affirmed, embracing the idea that the monarchy could champion equality and empowerment. One of the most poignant moments of this evolution occurred during the investiture of her son, Charles, as Prince of Wales in 1969. The ceremony was steeped in tradition, yet Elizabeth sensed a growing desire among the public for a monarchy that embraced change. As she looked out at the audience, she could feel the pulse of a generation eager for a more modern institution. "We must honor our past while forging a new path," she realized, understanding that the monarchy's legacy would depend on its ability to adapt to the needs of the people. In the years that followed, Elizabeth's commitment to modernization would shape her approach to governance and her relationship with the British public. She continued to engage with issues that mattered to her subjects, from social welfare to education, reinforcing the idea that the monarchy could be a force for good. "We are the keepers of our nation's story, and it is our duty to ensure that it reflects the values of the time," she emphasized, determined to embrace the responsibility that came with her role. As Elizabeth reflected on the turning points of her reign, she understood that her journey as a monarch was not merely about tradition but about evolution. The events that had shifted her perspective were reminders that leadership required adaptability, compassion, and a willingness to embrace change. "To lead is to listen, to learn, and to grow," she concluded, recognizing that the monarchy's future depended on its ability to resonate with the people it served. Through these experiences, Elizabeth emerged as a more enlightened and engaged monarch, ready to navigate the challenges of a new era while remaining a symbol of continuity and hope for the nation. The weight of the crown had transformed her understanding of its significance, shaping her into a leader committed to a monarchy that would endure and thrive in the face of change. As Queen Elizabeth II embarked on her journey of leadership, she often found herself reflecting on the legacies of past monarchs and the challenges they faced. The annals of British history were filled with tales of triumph and tragedy, and Elizabeth understood that these stories held valuable lessons that could guide her reign. With each significant event that unfolded during her early years as a monarch, she drew inspiration from the experiences of those who had come before her, allowing history to shape her understanding of her own role. One of the most prominent figures in her reflections was her namesake, Queen Elizabeth I. The last Tudor monarch faced a divided kingdom and the looming threat of foreign invasion, yet she emerged as a powerful symbol of unity and resilience. Elizabeth I's ability to navigate political intrigue and cultivate alliances, most notably through her relationship with Sir Francis Drake and the defeat of the Spanish Armada, served as a source of inspiration for the young queen. Elizabeth II admired her predecessor's determination to project strength while remaining adaptable to the shifting tides of power. In times of uncertainty, "A steady hand is essential," she remarked, recognizing the importance of firm leadership in the face of external pressures. Conversely, Elizabeth II also learned from the missteps of her predecessors. The reign of King Charles I was a stark reminder of the consequences of alienating the monarchy from the will of the people. Charles's disregard for Parliament and his insistence on absolute rule culminated in civil war and his eventual execution. Elizabeth reflected on the importance of collaboration between the monarchy and elected officials. "To lead without the consent of the governed is to invite chaos," she noted, acknowledging that the strength of the monarchy lay not in dominance but in partnership with the democratic process. The lessons of King Henry VIII, too, weighed heavily on Elizabeth's mind. Henry's tumultuous reign, marked by his break from the Catholic Church and the establishment of the Church of England, illustrated the dangers of personal ambition clouding political judgment. His relentless pursuit of power and his many marriages, culminating in the execution of Anne Boleyn, painted a picture of a monarch whose actions, driven by desire, had far-reaching consequences for the realm. "The personal must never eclipse the public good," Elizabeth asserted, understanding that her decisions should reflect the best interests of her country rather than personal desires. Additionally, Elizabeth found herself contemplating the reign of Queen Victoria, whose long tenure was marked by both national pride and the expansion of the British Empire. While Victoria became a symbol of the empire's strength, she also faced significant challenges, including social reform movements and the complexities of a rapidly changing society. Elizabeth admired Victoria's ability to adapt to societal shifts while maintaining the monarchy's dignity. "To grow alongside the nation is to remain relevant," she believed, recognizing that her role required both tradition and innovation. The tumultuous reign of King George VI, Elizabeth's father, also offered valuable insights. George VI ascended to the throne at a time when the monarchy faced immense public skepticism in the wake of his brother Edward VIII's abdication. George's steadfastness during World War II and his efforts to connect with the British public earned him their respect and admiration. Elizabeth took to heart her father's lessons on the importance of humility and sincerity in leadership. A leader must earn the trust of their people, especially in times of crisis, she reflected, resolved to follow in her father's footsteps by being present and accessible to her subjects. Throughout her reflections, Elizabeth recognized that the trials of past monarchs were not merely historical anecdotes but essential teaching moments. Each story was a reminder of the delicate balance between power and responsibility. As she faced her own challenges, navigating the decline of the British Empire, the pressures of modern media, and the evolving role of women in society, she leaned on the wisdom of history. "History is our greatest teacher. It provides the blueprint for navigating the complexities of leadership," she asserted, committed to applying these lessons in her own reign. In the face of crises, Elizabeth found herself increasingly aware of the power of symbolism. She understood that a monarch's presence could offer comfort and hope during turbulent times. This insight was underscored during her visit to the bombed areas of London during World War II, where she and her family visited those who had suffered. Her father had taught her the importance of solidarity, and she sought to embody that principle as queen. In moments of despair, the monarchy must stand as a beacon of hope, she stated, resolving to make her presence felt in the lives of her subjects. the lessons of history also reinforced her belief in the monarchy's duty to serve as a unifying force in a diverse nation. Elizabeth understood that the monarchy's legitimacy stemmed from its connection to the people. "We are more than just a family, we are a representation of the nation's spirit," she affirmed, vowing to promote inclusivity and understanding within her royal duties. As the chapter of her reign continued to unfold, Elizabeth took solace in the knowledge that she was part of a lineage of leaders who had faced adversity and emerged stronger. With each decision she made, she carried the weight of history on her shoulders, striving to create a legacy that would resonate through the ages. To be a monarch is to be a custodian of history, she mused, acknowledging that her reign would become part of the ongoing narrative of the crown. The lessons she learned from her predecessors shaped her approach to leadership and guided her in navigating the complexities of her role as queen. Each challenge she faced became an opportunity for growth, not only for herself but for the monarchy as a whole. Elizabeth emerged with a renewed commitment to lead with integrity, compassion, and an unwavering sense of duty, determined to honor the legacies of those who had come before her while forging a path forward that was distinctly her own. As Queen Elizabeth II settled into her role as a monarch, she became increasingly aware of the pressing social issues facing her nation and the Commonwealth. The post-war landscape was rife with challenges, from poverty and unemployment to issues of race and gender equality. In response, Elizabeth felt a deepening sense of responsibility to use her position to advocate for the voiceless and champion social causes that aligned with her values of compassion and service. Early in her reign, Elizabeth recognized the importance of addressing poverty and social inequality. Inspired by the welfare state established after World War II, she sought to raise awareness about the plight of those living in hardship. During public engagements, she made a concerted effort to visit communities affected by economic challenges, including slums and areas hit hard by industrial decline. "We must not forget those who are struggling to find their way," she declared, understanding that her visibility could help draw attention to those often overlooked by society. One of her notable initiatives was her support for organizations dedicated to assisting the homeless. Elizabeth became involved with charities that provided shelter, food, and resources to those in need. She participated in fundraising events and encouraged her royal family to engage in volunteer work alongside community organizations. Her commitment to the cause resonated with the public, fostering a renewed sense of hope among those who benefited from these initiatives. "To extend a hand to those in need is the essence of humanity," she affirmed, reinforcing the notion that the monarchy had a role to play in uplifting society. In addition to addressing poverty, Elizabeth became increasingly aware of the systemic issues surrounding race and discrimination in Britain. The post-war period saw significant immigration from former colonies, leading to a multicultural society that was both vibrant and challenged. Elizabeth understood that the monarchy had to be an ally in the fight for equality and social justice. In 1965, she became the first monarch to address the issue of race directly when she met with leaders from the Caribbean community. "We must foster an environment where everyone feels valued and respected," she stated, emphasizing the importance of inclusivity. To further her commitment to social justice, Elizabeth championed initiatives aimed at supporting women's rights. The feminist movement gained momentum during the 1960s, and Elizabeth saw an opportunity to align the monarchy with the push for gender equality. She engaged with organizations that advocated for women's rights, lending her voice to issues such as equal pay, reproductive rights, and access to education. Women's voices matter, and it is essential that they are heard in every sphere of society, she proclaimed, recognizing that her own position as a female leader could inspire others to advocate for change. In 1970, Elizabeth became an honorary patron of the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, NSPCC, further solidifying her dedication to the welfare of vulnerable populations. She visited schools and community centers to raise awareness about child protection and welfare. During one visit, she met with children affected by abuse and neglect, listening to their stories with empathy and compassion. Every child deserves a voice, and it is our duty to protect them, she emphasized, using her platform to shine a light on the importance of safeguarding children's rights. Elizabeth also sought to promote mental health awareness, a topic often stigmatized and overlooked in society. Recognizing the increasing prevalence of mental health issues in post-war Britain, she supported initiatives that aimed to reduce stigma and provide resources for those in need. Through her work with organizations like Mind, she helped to elevate discussions around mental health and well-being, encouraging open dialogue and understanding. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and we must ensure that support is accessible to all, she asserted, advocating for a more compassionate approach to mental wellness. One of Elizabeth's most impactful efforts came during her involvement with the Commonwealth. She traveled extensively throughout member nations, promoting initiatives that aimed to empower marginalized communities and support social development. During her visits, she met with grassroots organizations that worked tirelessly to uplift voices that were often silenced. Elizabeth's interactions with these communities allowed her to gain insight into the unique challenges they faced, further fueling her commitment to advocacy. Together, we can forge a brighter future for those who have been overlooked, she stated, reaffirming her belief in the power of collective action. In the realm of education, Elizabeth sought to promote opportunities for underprivileged youth. She championed programs that provided scholarships and mentorship to young people from disadvantaged backgrounds, believing that education was a key pathway to breaking the cycle of poverty. During her visits to schools, she often engaged with students, encouraging them to pursue their dreams and reminding them of their potential. Education is the foundation of a brighter future, and we must invest in our youth, she expressed, highlighting the importance of access to quality education for all. Elizabeth's advocacy for social causes was not without its challenges. There were times when her initiatives were met with skepticism, particularly from traditionalists who believed that the monarchy should remain above political and social issues. However, Elizabeth remained steadfast in her commitment to using her platform for good. To remain silent is to allow injustice to flourish, she asserted, determined to break through the barriers that sought to confine the monarchy to the past. As Elizabeth continued to navigate her reign, her initiatives to support social causes resonated with the public and strengthened the monarchy's connection to the people. Her efforts to advocate for the voiceless served as a testament to her belief in the monarchy's role as a source of compassion, hope, and progress. The crown must be a beacon of light for those who need it most, she declared, reaffirming her dedication to fostering a more just and equitable society. Through her unwavering commitment to social advocacy, Elizabeth II became a voice for the voiceless, using her platform to uplift those in need and champion causes that aligned with her values. Her legacy as a monarch would not only be defined by her royal duties but by her heartfelt dedication to the betterment of society. In embracing the challenges of her time, she demonstrated that the monarchy could be a powerful force for positive change, inspiring generations to come. As the nation faced mounting challenges in the early 1960s, from economic uncertainties to social unrest, Queen Elizabeth II understood that her role as monarch was not only to lead but also to comfort and inspire her people. In a historic moment that would resonate through the ages, she prepared to address the nation, a speech intended to bridge the divide between the monarchy and the public during a time of turmoil. The backdrop of this pivotal address was a world grappling with change. The British Empire, once a symbol of power and pride, was in decline, and the country was confronting the realities of a shifting global landscape. Political tensions, labor strikes, and rising voices demanding equality created a climate of uncertainty. Elizabeth felt the weight of her responsibility as the figurehead of a nation in transition. As she stood in front of the grand fireplace in Buckingham Palace, the soft glow of the flames flickering in the dim light, she took a moment to gather her thoughts. Accompanied by a small team of advisors, Elizabeth meticulously crafted the message she hoped would resonate with her subjects. The speech was not merely a reflection of her thoughts, it was a direct appeal to the heart of the nation. In times of crisis, we must remind our people of their resilience and strength, she mused, understanding that her words could provide solace amid uncertainty. On the evening of the address, the country was abuzz with anticipation. Television sets were switched on, and radios tuned in as millions of Britons prepared to listen. The importance of the moment weighed heavily on Elizabeth's shoulders. She knew that, in addressing the nation, she was stepping into the role of a unifier, one who could bring together a populace grappling with doubt and fear. As the broadcast began, the cameras focused on the Queen, her poise and grace shining through her carefully chosen words. "My beloved people," she began, her voice steady yet warm, "we stand at a crossroads in our history, moment that calls for unity and strength." Elizabeth's tone carried a sense of urgency, but also an invitation to reflect on the resilience that had characterized the British spirit through countless trials. With each sentence, Elizabeth sought to acknowledge the challenges her people faced. "I understand the anxieties that weigh upon us all, the struggles in our communities, the uncertainty in our jobs, and the fears for our future," she stated, her sincerity evident. She paused, allowing her words to resonate, knowing that her acknowledgement of their struggles was crucial for building a connection. As she continued, Elizabeth turned her focus to the future. "Yet, I have faith in our nation's ability to rise above these challenges," she proclaimed. "We have faced adversity before, and together, we have emerged stronger. It is in times of trial that our true character is revealed." Her words became a rallying cry, inspiring hope in the hearts of her listeners. "Let us draw upon the strength of our shared history, our enduring values of courage, compassion, and unity." Elizabeth's speech was not just an acknowledgement of the present, it was a call to action. "Each of us has a role to play in shaping the future of our great nation," she urged, encouraging her subjects to embrace their responsibility to contribute positively to society. Whether through small acts of kindness or standing up for what is right, we can all make a difference. Her call resonated deeply, stirring a sense of collective purpose among the audience. As the broadcast continued, Elizabeth turned her attention to the importance of community and togetherness. In these challenging times, let us not forget the power of compassion, she stated, invoking the shared values that bound the nation together. We must look out for one another, support our neighbors, and work together to build a brighter future for all. Her emphasis on unity struck a chord, reminding listeners that they were not alone in their struggles. In a poignant moment, Elizabeth shared a personal reflection, drawing from her own experiences as a leader and a mother. As I stand before you today, I am reminded of the sacrifices made by those who came before us, she said, her voice softening. I think of my own family and the lessons they taught me about service, dedication, and love for our country. Her vulnerability resonated with the public, illustrating that even a queen had moments of doubt and reflection. As the speech neared its conclusion, Elizabeth's determination shone through. Together, we can navigate these uncertain waters and emerge stronger than ever, she declared, her voice imbued with conviction. We must hold fast to our ideals and remember that it is our unity that will guide us through these trials. In her final words, she offered a message of hope. Let us embrace the challenges ahead with courage, knowing that brighter days are within our reach. As the broadcast came to an end, Elizabeth felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had shared not only her vision for the future but also her belief in the strength of the British people. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The nation rallied around her words, finding solace in the reassurance that they were not alone in their struggles. Letters flooded into Buckingham Palace, praising her leadership and expressing gratitude for her compassion. In the days and weeks that followed, Elizabeth's speech continued to resonate with the public. It became a symbol of hope during a tumultuous time, uniting a nation in a shared commitment to face the future together. The Queen's voice had transcended the boundaries of the monarchy, reaching into the hearts of her people and igniting a spirit of resilience. In that moment, Elizabeth II cemented her role not just as a monarch, but as a compassionate leader who understood the complexities of her time. Her address became a testament to the enduring power of empathy and unity, a reminder that even amid challenges, there was strength in togetherness. The King's speech, as it came to be known, would be remembered as a defining moment in her reign, a moment that reinforced the bond between the crown and the people it served. As the years rolled on in her reign, Queen Elizabeth II found herself increasingly immersed in the complexities and responsibilities that came with being the monarch of the United Kingdom. While her public persona remained one of poise and grace, the realities of leadership began to take a toll on her mental health, revealing a strain that was often hidden beneath the surface. From the very beginning of her reign, Elizabeth understood that her role was not merely ceremonial, it was one of immense responsibility and expectation. Each decision she made, every public appearance, and every private meeting carried weight that could influence the lives of millions. The pressure to maintain the dignity of the crown while navigating a rapidly changing world became a heavy burden. The contrast between her public duties and private struggles began to manifest in ways that she could no longer ignore. In the quiet moments of solitude that punctuated her busy schedule, Elizabeth often found herself grappling with feelings of isolation. Surrounded by advisors and officials, she was acutely aware that few truly understood the unique challenges she faced as a female monarch. The weight of her role sometimes left her feeling alone, a sentiment that was exacerbated by the lack of understanding from those who viewed her as a distant figurehead rather than a person with her own fears and vulnerabilities. As Elizabeth dealt with the various crises that beset her reign, from political turmoil to social upheaval, the stress began to manifest in physical and emotional ways. She often experienced sleepless nights, her mind racing with the demands of leadership and the complexities of governance. Each morning, she would rise to fulfill her duties, yet beneath the surface, anxiety and self-doubt churned. Am I making the right choices for my people? Am I living up to the legacy of my predecessors? She would ponder, the weight of her thoughts pressing heavily upon her. The Queen's relationship with her family, especially with her husband, Prince Philip, became a crucial outlet for her to express her burdens. Philip, a steadfast supporter, often sensed her internal struggles and encouraged her to seek moments of respite. "You cannot carry this alone, Elizabeth," he would remind her, urging her to share her concerns. In those intimate conversations, Elizabeth found solace and understanding, yet even with his support, she struggled to reconcile the public perception of her as a strong leader with her private vulnerabilities. The demands of the monarchy meant that Elizabeth often prioritized her duties over her own well-being. During times of national crisis, she felt compelled to be a beacon of strength for her people, suppressing her own feelings in favor of duty. "The nation looks to me for guidance, I cannot falter," she would remind herself, yet this unyielding resolve came at a cost. The facade of composure began to wear thin, leading to moments of frustration and tears behind closed doors. In the face of increasing public scrutiny and expectations, Elizabeth found herself questioning her own worthiness. The British press, with their relentless pursuit of stories, sometimes compounded her stress. "Every word I say is dissected, every action scrutinized," she lamented, the feeling of being under constant observation creating a sense of vulnerability that was difficult to shake. The pressure to maintain a perfect image began to cloud her judgment, leading to moments of doubt that lingered long after her public engagements. One particularly challenging period came when the nation faced a series of crises, including labor strikes and political scandals. As she met with her advisors and navigated the complex landscape of governance, Elizabeth felt the strain intensify. The need to remain composed and resolute for the sake of her country clashed with her internal turmoil. In private, she often felt a sense of impending doom, as if the weight of her leadership would crush her spirit. "What if I am not enough?" she would wonder, her heart heavy with the burden of expectation. Recognizing the toll this was taking on her mental health, Elizabeth knew she needed to find a balance. She sought refuge in the beauty of the countryside at Balmoral, where the tranquility of nature offered a temporary respite. There, she could momentarily escape the pressures of the palace and rediscover herself away from the glaring public eye. "In nature, I find peace," she reflected, allowing the serenity of her surroundings to wash over her like a balm for her weary soul. As she ventured into the gardens or walked along the serene banks of the River Dee, Elizabeth often engaged in introspective moments that provided clarity. In these quiet retreats, she found herself reconnecting with her sense of purpose and the values that guided her reign. "I am here to serve my people, and I must find strength within myself to do so," she reminded herself, Cultivating a renewed sense of resolve, Elizabeth also began to explore the importance of mental health awareness. In conversations with trusted friends and confidants, she opened up about the challenges she faced, realizing that vulnerability could lead to strength. We all carry burdens. It is our willingness to share them that makes us stronger, she mused, recognizing the power of community and support in navigating the challenges of leadership. In the coming years, Elizabeth made a conscious effort to prioritize her mental well-being. She established a routine that included moments of self-care, from taking leisurely walks to engaging in creative pursuits such as painting and writing. These activities became outlets for her emotions, allowing her to express herself and find a sense of balance amidst the chaos of her duties. Moreover, Elizabeth began to advocate for mental health within the royal family, encouraging open discussions about the importance of emotional well-being. She recognized that even those in positions of power were not immune to the pressures of life, and she sought to foster an environment where mental health could be openly discussed. It is vital that we take care of ourselves, both for our own sake and for the sake of those we serve, she emphasized, becoming a symbol of resilience and compassion. Through her journey, Elizabeth learned that leadership was not only about strength but also about vulnerability. Her experiences with mental health deepened her empathy for others, allowing her to connect more profoundly with the challenges faced by her subjects. We are all human, and we must support one another through our struggles, she declared, reaffirming her belief in the importance of compassion and understanding. As she moved forward in her reign, the strain of leadership remained a part of her story, but it no longer defined her. Elizabeth II emerged as a monarch who embraced her imperfections and understood the value of seeking help when needed. Through her journey, she became a symbol of resilience in the face of adversity, showing that even the most powerful leaders must navigate their own emotional landscapes. In the tapestry of her reign, the chapter of mental health became a testament to her strength and vulnerability, allowing her to forge deeper connections with her people. Elizabeth's experiences resonated beyond the walls of Buckingham Palace, inspiring conversations about mental health and the importance of prioritizing well-being, ultimately enriching her legacy as a compassionate and enduring leader. As the 1960s unfolded, the winds of change swept through the corridors of power in Britain, bringing with them a growing sense of uncertainty. Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill, the stalwart leader who had guided the nation through the trials of World War II, found himself facing a formidable adversary of a different kind, his own declining health. The implications of this decline would ripple through both the political landscape and the monarchy, challenging the very foundations of governance and leadership in the United Kingdom. Churchill's health had been a topic of concern for years, but it became increasingly evident that the once indomitable figure was no longer able to shoulder the weight of leadership as he had in the past. As he entered his late 70s, the physical toll of his decades of service became apparent. Episodes of illness, fatigue, and the frailty of age began to manifest, creating a sense of vulnerability that was unfamiliar for a man who had long been regarded as the epitome of resilience. For Queen Elizabeth II, Churchill's decline represented not only the potential loss of a trusted advisor but also a profound shift in the dynamics of power. Their relationship had evolved into one of mutual respect and understanding, built on shared experiences during times of national crisis. Elizabeth had come to rely on Churchill's wisdom, insight, and guidance in navigating the complexities of her role as monarch. His health issues sparked a sense of unease within her, as she recognized the implications for both the monarchy and the nation. As Churchill's health worsened, his ability to engage with the pressing issues of the day diminished. The political landscape became increasingly turbulent, with rising tensions in international affairs and domestic policies demanding the attention of a capable leader. The absence of Churchill's robust presence in the House of Commons and at crucial cabinet meetings left a void that could not easily be filled. Elizabeth felt the weight of this reality, knowing that the strength of their partnership was being tested. The Queen, keenly aware of the evolving situation, watched as Churchill's physical decline affected his ability to lead effectively. Cabinet meetings, once filled with spirited debate and robust discussion, took on a more somber tone. Churchill, often fatigued, struggled to maintain the vigor that had characterized his leadership. As decisions regarding key issues like foreign policy and economic reforms hung in the balance, Elizabeth found herself contemplating the future of the monarchy in the context of a changing political landscape. With Churchill's declining health came an increasing reliance on his closest advisors, which sometimes led to a sense of disarray within the government. Elizabeth observed the shift with a growing sense of concern. She knew that the Prime Minister's health issues had the potential to create instability, especially as political factions vied for influence. The country was at a critical juncture, and the absence of a strong, decisive leader could result in chaos. During this time, Elizabeth sought to support Churchill as best she could. She made an effort to visit him regularly, understanding the importance of maintaining their connection. In their private meetings, she found herself increasingly in the role of confidant, providing encouragement and expressing gratitude for his service to the nation. "Your leadership has shaped our destiny, Winston," she would say, reminding him of his enduring legacy. However, she also sensed his frustration with his declining abilities and the burden of unfulfilled expectations. Churchill's decline sparked a renewed discussion about succession and the future of the Conservative Party. With speculation swirling about the possibility of a leadership change, Elizabeth knew that the political climate was fraught with uncertainty. As figures within the party began to position themselves for the role of Prime Minister, the sense of urgency to maintain stability grew. The Queen understood that the monarchy had a vested interest in ensuring a smooth transition of power, one that would not disrupt the delicate balance of governance. Elizabeth found herself reflecting on the lessons learned from Churchill's leadership. His resilience in the face of adversity and unwavering commitment to the nation served as a model for her own journey as a monarch. Leadership is not just about power, it is about service, she reminded herself, understanding that the lessons of history must guide her actions in the present. As Churchill's health deteriorated, she resolved to uphold the values he had championed and remain a steady presence for her people. Amid the backdrop of Churchill's decline, the political landscape shifted dramatically. With mounting pressure on the government to address pressing issues, ranging from economic challenges to the decolonization of Africa, Elizabeth realized that her role as monarch was evolving. The need for the monarchy to adapt to the changing political climate became evident, and she pondered how best to navigate the complexities of her position. As Churchill stepped back from public engagements, Elizabeth knew she had to step forward, not only to support the Prime Minister but also to reassure the public that the monarchy remained a stabilizing force during turbulent times. She engaged more actively with government officials and sought to bridge the gap between the monarchy and the political landscape. "We must work together for the good of the nation," she declared, emphasizing the importance of collaboration in times of uncertainty. In private conversations with Churchill's aides, Elizabeth expressed her concerns about the future of the government and the impact of Churchill's health on the nation. "We must prepare for what lies ahead," she urged, advocating for a proactive approach to ensure a seamless transition if necessary. Her foresight and willingness to engage with the realities of leadership demonstrated her growing maturity as a monarch. As Churchill's decline continued, the nation held its breath, awaiting the developments in both his health and the political arena. Elizabeth understood that the outcome would shape the monarchy's relationship with the government for years to come. The impact of Churchill's legacy, intertwined with her own journey as queen, served as a reminder of the delicate balance between tradition and progress. Through it all, Elizabeth emerged as a steadfast figure amid the uncertainty. She drew strength from the lessons learned during her time with Churchill, embodying the values of resilience and service he had exemplified. In a world grappling with change, she resolved to adapt and lead with compassion, ensuring that the monarchy remained relevant in the eyes of her people. In the months that followed, as Churchill's health remained precarious, Elizabeth faced the challenge of navigating a shifting political landscape while grappling with the emotional toll of watching a beloved leader decline. Their partnership had been a source of strength for both the monarchy and the government, and she recognized the significance of this moment in history. Ultimately, Churchill's decline marked a turning point for Elizabeth as she began to forge her path as a monarch in her own right. While the impact of Churchill's health on politics and the monarchy was profound, it also paved the way for a new era, one where Elizabeth II would emerge as a resilient leader, ready to navigate the challenges ahead with the grace and strength she had cultivated throughout her reign. As the summer of 1951 approached, excitement buzzed in the air across the United Kingdom and beyond. Queen Elizabeth II, now settled into her role as monarch, was preparing for her first official overseas visit, an event that would not only mark a significant milestone in her reign but also symbolized the enduring ties between Britain and the Commonwealth. The destination, Canada, a nation that held a special place in the heart of the British Empire. The planning for the visit was meticulous, as advisors and officials worked tirelessly to ensure that every detail was accounted for. For Elizabeth, this visit represented an opportunity to connect with her subjects across the ocean, showcasing the monarchy's commitment to fostering relationships within the Commonwealth. "This is a chance to bridge distances and strengthen bonds," she declared, her determination shining through. In the days leading up to the departure, Elizabeth found herself oscillating between excitement and nerves. While she had met countless dignitaries and officials in her capacity as queen, the prospect of addressing a foreign audience presented a new challenge. "I want to convey a sense of unity and goodwill," she reflected, contemplating the impact of her words on the people of Canada. On the day of the departure, a sense of anticipation enveloped Buckingham Palace. The Queen donned a beautifully tailored outfit, carefully chosen to reflect her royal status while also embracing the spirit of the occasion. As she stepped into the state carriage, she was greeted by a sea of well-wishers gathered outside the palace, their cheers echoing in the air. Elizabeth felt a swell of pride and purpose as she waved to the crowd, understanding that this visit would mark a pivotal moment in her journey as a monarch. Upon arrival in Canada, the reception was nothing short of spectacular. Elizabeth and her husband, Prince Philip, were greeted with a rousing welcome, as thousands of Canadians lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the royal couple. The sight of the Canadian flag alongside the Union Jack filled Elizabeth with a sense of pride, reinforcing the significance of the Commonwealth's unity. "This is truly a momentous occasion," she remarked to Philip, her eyes shining with joy. During the visit, Elizabeth made her way through a series of engagements designed to highlight the richness of Canadian culture and heritage. She visited various landmarks, met with local leaders, and attended celebrations that showcased the diversity of the nation. Each interaction was an opportunity to connect with her subjects and express her commitment to the Commonwealth. One of the highlights of the trip was a visit to Ottawa, where Elizabeth addressed a gathering in front of the Parliament buildings. Standing before a crowd that represented the diverse tapestry of Canada, she delivered a speech that resonated deeply with those in attendance. "We are bound by our shared history and values, and together we can face the challenges of the future," she proclaimed, her voice steady and clear. The audience erupted in applause, and Elizabeth felt a profound sense of connection to her subjects. Throughout the visit, Elizabeth observed the importance of her role in bridging the past and the future. As she engaged with Canadians from all walks of life, she was struck by the stories of resilience and determination that filled the air. The monarchy was more than a symbol of tradition, it was a vital thread in the fabric of the Commonwealth, fostering a sense of unity in shared purpose. However, the visit was not without its challenges. Elizabeth faced moments of uncertainty, particularly when navigating the expectations of various political leaders and cultural representatives. As she balanced her responsibilities, she sought to remain authentic and relatable, understanding that her role was not only to represent the crown but also to connect with the hearts of her subjects. In one poignant encounter, Elizabeth visited a local community center in Toronto, where she met with families and children who had immigrated to Canada from various parts of the world. Listening to their stories of hope and aspiration, she recognized the importance of inclusivity and understanding in her role as Queen. "You are the future of this great nation, and I am proud to stand with you," she told the children, her words resonating with the young audience and their families. As the visit progressed, Elizabeth's confidence grew. She found herself reveling in the warmth and hospitality of her Canadian hosts, appreciating the genuine affection expressed by the people. "This is what it means to be a monarch," she reflected, recognizing that her role extended beyond ceremonial duties to encompass the responsibility of fostering goodwill and understanding. After several days of engaging activities, Elizabeth returned to England, her heart filled with cherished memories of her first official overseas visit. The journey had not only deepened her appreciation for the Commonwealth but had also allowed her to connect with her own identity as a monarch. The experiences she gained in Canada would serve as a foundation for future visits, shaping her approach to diplomacy and the relationships she would cultivate in the years to come. Reflecting on the trip, Elizabeth acknowledged the significance of her role in a rapidly changing world. The visit had reinforced her understanding that the monarchy must adapt to the evolving dynamics of the Commonwealth, embracing diversity and fostering connections that transcended borders. As she settled back into her routine at Buckingham Palace, she felt renewed purpose, ready to face the challenges of her reign with the strength of her experiences in Canada. Elizabeth's first official overseas visit marked a turning point in her journey as a monarch. It was a moment where she discovered the power of connection, the importance of empathy, and the enduring legacy of the crown in the hearts of her subjects. In her role as a representative of the monarchy, she embraced the opportunities that lay ahead, determined to lead with compassion and understanding in a world that continued to evolve. As Queen Elizabeth II settled into her reign, she quickly realized that the essence of her role extended beyond mere ceremonial duties. It lay in the intricate web of relationships she would forge with other royals and world leaders. Navigating these interactions required a delicate balance of diplomacy, empathy, and understanding, as each encounter carried the weight of history, tradition, and the responsibilities of leadership. The world of royalty was a complex one, filled with both alliances and rivalries, expectations and obligations. Elizabeth understood that her position as queen placed her in a unique role, one that required her to cultivate relationships not only within her own family but also with the leaders of nations across the globe. Each meeting is an opportunity, she mused, aware that her actions would resonate far beyond the confines of the royal palaces. Her first significant royal engagement came during a state visit from King Frederick IX of Denmark. The two monarchs had a shared lineage, tracing their ancestry back to Queen Victoria. Their connection provided a natural basis for camaraderie, but Elizabeth also recognized the importance of presenting a united front in a time of shifting political landscapes. As they sat down for a formal dinner at Buckingham Palace, Elizabeth felt the weight of expectation resting upon her shoulders. "We are not just representatives of our countries, we are custodians of history," she thought, determined to honor that legacy. Throughout the dinner, Elizabeth engaged Frederick in discussions about their respective nations, weaving in personal anecdotes that highlighted their shared heritage. The conversation flowed easily, and she found herself enjoying the exchange, appreciating the kinship that existed between them. "It is essential that we stand together," she emphasized, her sincerity evident as they toasted to the enduring friendship between their countries. The evening concluded with laughter and a sense of mutual respect, reinforcing the bonds of connection that transcended their royal titles. In addition to interactions with fellow royals, Elizabeth frequently met with world leaders who visited London. Each meeting presented an opportunity to address pressing global issues and reinforce Britain's role on the world stage. One notable encounter was with President Harry S. Truman during his visit to the UK. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the two leaders sat down for a private discussion. "Your Majesty, it is an honor to be received by the Crown," Truman began, his voice warm and engaging. Elizabeth sensed the weight of history in the room, as the post-war world grappled with the implications of a new order. As they delved into discussions about international relations, she listened intently, aware that her insights could contribute to the shaping of policies that affected countless lives. The conversation flowed seamlessly, with both leaders acknowledging the importance of collaboration in addressing the challenges of the day. Elizabeth articulated her views on the need for unity among nations, emphasizing the significance of the Commonwealth in fostering international dialogue. "In these times of uncertainty, we must work together for a brighter future," she asserted, her conviction echoing in the room. Truman nodded in agreement, recognizing the Queen's commitment to diplomacy and cooperation. however, not all interactions were smooth sailing. Elizabeth also faced the challenges of navigating relationships with world leaders who held differing views. During a meeting with the newly elected Indian Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, Elizabeth found herself confronted with the complexities of the post-colonial world. The conversation centered around India's independence and its evolving relationship with Britain. As they discussed the transition of power, Elizabeth felt the tension in the air. Nehru, passionate and determined, articulated the need for India to forge its own identity separate from its colonial past. "Your Majesty, we are a sovereign nation now, and our future must reflect our aspirations," he emphasized. Elizabeth acknowledged his perspective, understanding that her role was not to impose but to listen and learn. "We must respect the paths each nation chooses to take," she responded, striving to demonstrate her commitment to honoring India's journey. In the following weeks, Elizabeth continued to navigate a series of meetings with various leaders from around the globe, each presenting its own set of challenges and opportunities. From African leaders seeking independence to European allies grappling with post-war recovery, she recognized that her approach had to be adaptable. "Diplomacy is an art," she reflected, realizing that fostering meaningful relationships required patience, empathy, and a willingness to understand diverse viewpoints. Beyond political engagements, Elizabeth also found herself interacting with cultural icons and influential figures in the arts. During a gala event at the Royal Albert Hall, she mingled with artists, musicians, and writers, each eager to share their vision of a changing world. In conversations with playwrights and actors, Elizabeth marveled at the role of creativity in shaping public opinion and societal values. "Art reflects our humanity," she noted during a discussion with a prominent playwright, recognizing the power of storytelling to bridge divides. Yet, even amidst the glamour of royal engagements, Elizabeth grappled with the personal dynamics of her relationships. Within her own family, the interactions with her relatives presented their own complexities. The tensions surrounding the royal family were palpable, especially as the younger generation sought to carve their paths. Elizabeth made a concerted effort to foster close ties with her children, hoping to instill in them the values of duty and service. During a family gathering, Elizabeth engaged in heartfelt discussions with her children about their future roles within the monarchy. "You must understand the weight of the crown and the responsibilities that come with it," she conveyed, her voice filled with sincerity. She emphasized the importance of being adaptable, reminding them that the monarchy must evolve with the times. "You have the power to make a difference," she encouraged, hoping to inspire a sense of purpose in their endeavors. As Elizabeth navigated the intricate relationships that defined her role as queen, she discovered the importance of authenticity and connection. Each interaction offered valuable lessons, shaping her understanding of leadership and the responsibility that came with it. Through the challenges and triumphs, she found herself evolving into a monarch who embraced the complexities of her position with grace and determination. The journey of navigating relationships would continue to unfold, marked by both challenges and victories. Elizabeth emerged with a deeper understanding of her role in fostering unity, empathy, and collaboration in a world that was rapidly changing. With every interaction, she reinforced the notion that the monarchy was not merely a symbol of tradition, it was a vital institution committed to the service of its people and the promotion of understanding among nations. As Queen Elizabeth II navigated her public role with poise and determination, the internal dynamics of the royal household became increasingly complex. The pressures of the monarchy weighed heavily on her, not only in the context of her duties as queen but also as a mother and wife. In the opulent yet often isolating environment of Buckingham Palace, family tensions began to surface, revealing the human struggles behind the facade of royalty. In the early years of her reign, Elizabeth endeavored to maintain a sense of normalcy for her children amidst the rigorous demands of royal life. However, the expectations placed upon her as a monarch often clashed with her desire to be a nurturing mother. Her firstborn, Charles, was particularly sensitive to the pressures of being the heir apparent. Elizabeth noticed the weight of expectation that hung over him, and as he grew older, the conflicts between his royal duties and personal aspirations became more pronounced. One evening, after a long day of official engagements, Elizabeth found herself in the drawing room with Charles. The atmosphere was tense as he voiced his frustrations about his responsibilities. "I want to make a difference, but I feel like I'm trapped in a role that doesn't allow me to be myself," he confessed, his voice filled with emotion. Elizabeth's heart ached for him. She understood the unique challenges that came with being a royal, yet she struggled to find the right words to comfort him. "Charles, you must remember that your position carries a great responsibility," she replied gently, but her words felt insufficient. The reality was that the monarchy's traditions often hindered personal expression, and Elizabeth herself had grappled with this truth. She longed for Charles to find fulfillment in his role, but she also wanted him to feel free to pursue his passions. Meanwhile, tensions also arose between Elizabeth and her husband, Prince Philip. The demands of royal life frequently led to clashes over priorities and expectations. Philip, accustomed to a life of adventure and military service, often found the restrictions of royal protocol stifling. Their discussions, once characterized by excitement and camaraderie, began to reveal the strain of their differing perspectives on duty and personal fulfillment. One evening, during a dinner with guests, a casual remark by Philip ignited a simmering conflict. "Sometimes I feel as if the palace is a gilded cage," he quipped, trying to lighten the mood, but the comment struck a nerve with Elizabeth. In front of their guests, she felt a rush of indignation. "This is not just a position, Philip, it's a commitment to our people," she retorted, her voice sharper than intended. The room fell silent, and Elizabeth's heart sank as she realized the implications of her words. Later that night, tensions reached a boiling point when they were alone. "You dismiss my feelings, Elizabeth," Philip exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. "I want to serve our family and our country, but I also need the freedom to do so on my terms." Elizabeth felt the weight of his words, recognizing that his struggles mirrored her own in many ways. Yet, the reality of her position as queen left little room for flexibility. "Do you not understand the sacrifices we must make?" Elizabeth replied, her voice tinged with exasperation. "Every decision affects not just us, but the entire monarchy." The conversation ended in silence, leaving both of them feeling isolated in their frustrations. The internal strife within the royal household extended beyond Elizabeth and Philip to her siblings as well. Her sister, Princess Margaret, often felt overshadowed by Elizabeth's position. The contrast between their lives became increasingly pronounced, leading to feelings of resentment. Margaret, who had long been a figure of fascination in the public eye, struggled to find her place within the royal family as Elizabeth ascended the throne. During a family gathering, tensions erupted when Margaret confronted Elizabeth about her perceived favoritism towards her children. "You're raising them to be untouchable, while I'm left to navigate my own life without guidance," she declared, her voice filled with pent-up frustration. Elizabeth was taken aback by the accusation, feeling a rush of guilt and confusion. "Margaret, I never intended for you to feel this way," she replied, trying to maintain her composure. "I want what's best for all of us." The conflict highlighted the inherent challenges of royal duty. Elizabeth recognized that the monarchy was often a source of division, even among those closest to her. She sought to find a balance between her responsibilities as a queen and her obligations to her family, but the expectations often felt insurmountable. Despite her best efforts to foster unity, Elizabeth felt a growing sense of isolation. The weight of her role as a monarch often left her feeling like she had to bear the burdens alone. In her quiet moments, she found solace in writing in her journal, reflecting on her feelings of doubt and uncertainty. "Am I doing enough for my family?" she pondered, the question haunting her in the stillness of the night. That in a bid to ease tensions and foster familial bonds, Elizabeth decided to organize a family retreat at Balmoral Castle. The hope was that a change of scenery would provide a space for open communication and healing. As they gathered in the Scottish Highlands, the beauty of the landscape offered a momentary reprieve from the pressures of royal life. During their time at Balmoral, Elizabeth encouraged candid conversations among the family members. One evening, as they sat around the fireplace, she took a deep breath and opened up about her own struggles. "It's not always easy to balance duty with personal fulfillment," she admitted, her vulnerability creating an atmosphere of empathy. The room fell silent, and her family members listened intently, recognizing the weight of her words. In the days that followed, they began to share their own feelings and frustrations. Charles spoke of the pressures he faced as heir, while Margaret voiced her desire for more independence. Philip, too, shared his longing for a partnership that allowed both of them to flourish. The retreat offered a cathartic release, fostering a sense of understanding among the family members. Though the tensions were far from resolved, the time spent together allowed them to appreciate each other's perspectives. Elizabeth recognized that the complexities of royal life would always present challenges, but she felt a renewed sense of hope in their ability to navigate these conflicts together. As they returned to Buckingham Palace, Elizabeth understood that the journey of conflict and reconciliation within the royal household would continue. The challenges of balancing duty, personal fulfillment, and familial relationships were ever present, but she remained committed to fostering open communication and understanding within her family. In the months that followed, Elizabeth sought to implement changes that would allow her family to grow closer while still fulfilling their royal duties. By prioritizing family time and encouraging honest conversations, she hoped to strengthen the bonds that had been strained by the pressures of their positions. Through the conflicts and challenges, Elizabeth learned that leadership extended beyond public appearances and formal engagements. It also involved nurturing relationships within her own family. As she embraced the complexities of her role, she found a sense of purpose in striving for unity, recognizing that the strength of the monarchy lay not only in its history but also in the love and support of those who upheld it. As Queen Elizabeth II stepped further into her role as monarch, the weight of her responsibilities began to feel even more pronounced. The complexities of leadership, combined with the pressures of a declining empire and evolving political landscapes, left her seeking guidance from those she trusted most. In a world where every decision carried monumental implications, the need for sound advice became paramount. In the quiet moments between royal engagements, Elizabeth would often retreat to her study, a sanctuary adorned with books and photographs of her family. It was here that she began to reflect on the importance of counsel, those who could provide her with perspectives and insights that transcended the rigid formalities of court life. Even queens need wise counsel, she thought, recognizing that leadership was not merely about authority but also about collaboration and understanding. Among her most trusted advisors was Sir Winston Churchill, the legendary Prime Minister who had played a pivotal role during her early reign. Their discussions were candid, often blending politics with personal anecdotes that revealed the man behind the statesman. Elizabeth admired Churchill's resilience and forthrightness, and she sought his advice on matters of both state and personal significance. One afternoon, Elizabeth invited Churchill to Buckingham Palace for tea. As they settled into plush chairs, she broached the topic of her concerns regarding the monarchy's relevance in a rapidly changing world. "Winston, the public's perception of us is shifting. How do we maintain the trust and respect of our people?" she asked, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Churchill, his eyes twinkling with a mix of wisdom and mischief, leaned back and replied, "Your Majesty, the monarchy must be a reflection of the people it serves. It's not enough to simply uphold tradition, you must also embrace the spirit of the age. Adaptation is essential." His words resonated with Elizabeth, encouraging her to explore new ways to connect with the public while honoring royal traditions. In addition to Churchill, Elizabeth found herself confiding in her mother, the Queen Mother. The bond between them was strong, and Elizabeth valued her mother's perspective as someone who had navigated the complexities of royal life before her. One evening, as they shared a quiet dinner, Elizabeth expressed her fears about the challenges she faced in balancing her role as queen with her responsibilities as a mother. "Your Majesty, you must never forget that you are a mother first," her mother advised gently. "Your children need your guidance and love, especially in these turbulent times. The monarchy can only thrive if your family is strong." Elizabeth felt a swell of gratitude for her mother's unwavering support, reminding her of the importance of prioritizing her family even amidst the demands of her reign. As the weeks passed, Elizabeth sought counsel from other figures within her inner circle. One of her closest confidants was Lady Pamela Hicks, her lady-in-waiting and a dear friend. Their conversations often revolved around the pressures of royal life, allowing Elizabeth to express her frustrations and hopes in a safe space. "Pamela, sometimes I feel as if I'm losing touch with who I am," Elizabeth confided one afternoon while they strolled through the gardens of Buckingham Palace. "The demands of the crown can be suffocating." Lady Hicks, with her characteristic warmth, encouraged Elizabeth to reclaim her identity beyond the title. "You are more than just the Queen, Elizabeth. You have passions and dreams that deserve to be nurtured. It's essential to make time for yourself." Elizabeth appreciated her friend's candidness, realizing that self-care was vital to her effectiveness as a leader. amidst the personal council, Elizabeth also recognized the value of professional advisors who could provide insight into matters of governance and statecraft. She began to hold regular meetings with her private secretary, Sir Alan Lascelles, who had served the royal family for many years. Lascelles brought a wealth of experience to the table, often providing Elizabeth with a historical context that informed her decisions. During one such meeting, Elizabeth sought Lascelles's advice on an upcoming address she was scheduled to give regarding the monarchy's role in a changing world. "Sir Alan, how can I articulate the importance of the crown without alienating those who question its relevance?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Lascelles paused, choosing his words carefully. "Your Majesty, honesty and humility will resonate with the public. Acknowledge the concerns they have while reaffirming your commitment to serving them. They want to feel connected to their queen." Elizabeth nodded, absorbing his wisdom, understanding that her words could shape public perception. In her quest for counsel, Elizabeth also sought out the perspectives of other women in leadership roles. She arranged a meeting with prominent female figures from various sectors, including politics, charity, and the arts. This gathering allowed her to gain insights into the challenges faced by women in a male-dominated world and the strategies they employed to overcome obstacles. During the meeting, Elizabeth listened intently as they shared their experiences. One businesswoman spoke passionately about breaking barriers in her industry. "Your Majesty, women have unique strengths that can bring fresh perspectives to leadership. Embrace that in your own role," she encouraged. Elizabeth felt inspired by their determination, recognizing that her position as a female leader carried the potential to uplift others. Through these various channels of counsel, Elizabeth began to develop a more nuanced understanding of her role. The wisdom and insight she gathered not only shaped her decisions but also reinforced her commitment to leading with compassion and integrity. "I am not alone in this journey," she reminded herself, grateful for the network of trusted confidants who supported her. As she moved forward, Elizabeth understood that seeking counsel was not a sign of weakness but rather a demonstration of strength. The challenges she faced as a queen were multifaceted, and the ability to lean on the expertise and perspectives of those around her allowed her to navigate the complexities of her reign more effectively. In the quiet moments of reflection, Elizabeth realized that leadership was an ongoing process of growth and learning. The wisdom of those she consulted became a vital part of her journey, reinforcing her belief that collaboration and community were essential to fulfilling her duties as queen. With each piece of advice, she grew more confident in her ability to lead the monarchy into a new era, one marked by empathy, understanding, and a commitment to serving the people of Britain. As the 1950s unfolded, Britain found itself at the cusp of a cultural transformation, emerging from the shadow of World War II into a new world characterized by change and evolution. The lingering effects of the war had reshaped society, altering the fabric of daily life and ushering in a period of modernity that would redefine the British identity. Queen Elizabeth II, acutely aware of the shifts occurring within her kingdom, recognized that the monarchy could no longer operate in isolation. The winds of change were sweeping through the streets of London and beyond, bringing with them a new sense of optimism and possibility. This era would be marked not only by political reformation but also by cultural upheaval that challenged the status quo. In the wake of the war, a sense of hope blossomed among the British populace. Rationing had ended, and the nation was eager to rebuild and redefine itself. The introduction of the National Health Service in 1948 symbolized a collective commitment to welfare and support, paving the way for a more equitable society. This newfound focus on social responsibility was reflected in the burgeoning cultural movements that began to take shape. The arts flourished as new voices emerged, challenging traditional norms and exploring themes of identity, class, and social change. Writers like George Orwell and playwrights like John Osborne began to capture the zeitgeist of post-war Britain, delving into the struggles of the working class and the complexities of modern life. Elizabeth, keenly interested in literature and the arts, often attended theater performances and literary events, keen to understand the cultural currents shaping her nation. One evening, during a royal gala, Elizabeth found herself engaged in conversation with a young playwright whose work was gaining acclaim. "Your Majesty," he said, his eyes bright with passion, "the arts have the power to reflect the realities of our society and spark dialogue. We must not shy away from the uncomfortable truths." His words resonated deeply with Elizabeth, igniting her desire to champion the arts and support the voices of a generation eager to express themselves. In addition to the literary scene, the rise of youth culture began to take root. The post-war generation was marked by a sense of rebellion and a desire for freedom, fueled by influences from the United States and beyond. The emergence of rock and roll music, led by artists like Elvis Presley, captivated the youth and challenged conventional values. The vibrant sounds of this new musical genre echoed through the streets, bringing a sense of excitement and defiance. Elizabeth observed this cultural shift with a mix of curiosity and caution. The monarchy had long been associated with tradition and decorum, but as the world around her changed, she recognized the need for the royal family to adapt. One afternoon, while visiting a youth center in London, Elizabeth engaged with young people eager to share their experiences. Their energy was infectious, and she felt a spark of hope as they discussed their dreams and aspirations. "Your Majesty, we want to feel seen and heard," one young woman implored, her voice filled with passion. "We're not just the future, we're part of the present." Elizabeth was struck by the weight of her words, realizing that the monarchy had a role to play in acknowledging and embracing the perspectives of the youth. In the realm of fashion, the 1950s marked a departure from the conservative styles of the past. Designers like Christian Dior introduced new silhouettes that celebrated femininity and elegance. Elizabeth found herself drawn to the vibrant colors and bold designs that contrasted with the more austere fashions of her earlier years. As she embraced this evolving aesthetic, she recognized that her wardrobe could serve as a reflection of the changing times. During official engagements, Elizabeth began to incorporate contemporary styles into her attire, signaling a willingness to connect with the cultural shifts taking place. Her choices sparked conversations within the media and the public, showcasing a modern queen who was attuned to the pulse of her nation. The royal wardrobe became a canvas for expression, embodying both tradition and innovation. Amidst the cultural renaissance, however, the monarchy faced challenges. The decline of the British Empire cast a shadow over the nation, prompting debates about the relevance of the crown in a rapidly changing world. The Suez Crisis of 1956 served as a stark reminder of Britain's waning global influence and the need for the monarchy to redefine its role. Elizabeth found herself grappling with these complexities, recognizing that the crown could no longer rely solely on historical significance. In response to the shifting tides, Elizabeth began to prioritize engagement with the Commonwealth nations. She understood that the monarchy had a vital role in fostering relationships with former colonies, emphasizing the importance of unity in a diverse and interconnected world. During a Commonwealth conference, she addressed leaders from across the globe, advocating for collaboration and understanding. "We must recognize the strength that comes from our shared history and work together to build a brighter future," she urged, her conviction echoing through the hall. As the decade progressed, Elizabeth became increasingly aware of the social movements gaining momentum across Britain. The fight for civil rights, gender equality, and social justice resonated deeply within her. Inspired by these movements, she began to advocate for change within the royal family, encouraging initiatives that addressed pressing social issues. In a landmark move, Elizabeth established the Queen's Trust, an organization dedicated to supporting charitable initiatives and empowering young people. The trust aimed to provide opportunities for those from disadvantaged backgrounds, reflecting her commitment to fostering a more equitable society. Through this initiative, she hoped to bridge the gap between the monarchy and the public, demonstrating that the crown could be a force for good in an era of change. As Elizabeth navigated this transformative period, she realized that leadership required adaptability and empathy. The shifting cultural landscape of post-war Britain demanded a new kind of monarchy, one that embraced the complexities of modern life while honoring its traditions. The lessons learned during this era would shape her reign and redefine the monarchy's role in a rapidly evolving society. In the quiet moments of reflection, Elizabeth understood that the crown was more than a symbol of power. It was a living institution that must evolve alongside the people it served. As she embraced the changes unfolding within her kingdom, she felt a renewed sense of purpose, a commitment to lead with compassion and understanding, championing the values of a new era while remaining rooted in the legacy of her predecessors. With each passing day, the Queen became a beacon of resilience in a world that was constantly shifting, ready to embrace the future with grace and determination. The era of change was upon her, and she was prepared to meet it head-on, forging a path that would inspire generations to come. As Queen Elizabeth II navigated the complexities of her reign, the concept of duty began to take on deeper meaning, evolving from a set of responsibilities into a profound commitment to her people and her country. Each experience, each challenge she faced, contributed to a growing understanding of what it meant to lead a nation steeped in tradition while confronting the realities of a changing world. In the quiet moments of solitude, often found within the serene walls of Buckingham Palace, Elizabeth would reflect on the weight of the crown. The demands of her position often left her feeling isolated, yet it was during these times of introspection that she gained clarity about her purpose. Duty was no longer merely an obligation, it became a calling, a pledge to serve and uplift those around her. One afternoon, as she sat in her private study overlooking the lush gardens, Elizabeth leafed through a collection of letters from her subjects. These letters, filled with a spectrum of emotions, hope, despair, gratitude, and concern, served as a reminder of her role as a figurehead. Each note represented a voice yearning to be heard, and Elizabeth felt a profound sense of responsibility to acknowledge their struggles and triumphs. Inspired by the heartfelt words of her people, she began to understand that her duty extended beyond ceremonial appearances and state affairs. It encompassed the emotional and psychological needs of her nation, particularly in times of crisis. The post-war landscape was still fraught with uncertainty, and the burden of leadership weighed heavily on her shoulders. Elizabeth realized that she had to embody resilience and empathy, offering a steady presence amid the chaos. The Suez Crisis of 1956 proved to be a pivotal moment in Elizabeth's understanding of duty. As Britain faced international condemnation and internal strife, the monarchy found itself at a crossroads. Elizabeth's heart ached for her country, and she wrestled with feelings of helplessness as she watched her beloved nation grapple with the implications of its waning power. In her solitude, she reflected on the lessons learned from her father and predecessors, who had navigated their own tumultuous times. Duty is not only about authority, she reminded herself one evening. It is about guiding your people with strength and dignity, even when the path is unclear. This realization prompted her to take a more active role in political discussions, seeking to lend her voice and influence to the matters at hand. In her meetings with Prime Minister Anthony Eden, Elizabeth began to engage in more open and candid conversations about the direction of the country. Their discussions often veered into the realm of ethics and responsibility, with Elizabeth emphasizing the importance of aligning political actions with the values the monarchy represented. "We must not forget the moral implications of our decisions," she asserted during one meeting. Eden listened intently, appreciating her thoughtful insights and the compassion she brought to the table. The media scrutiny surrounding the Suez Crisis also served as a lesson in the importance of transparency and communication. Elizabeth understood that her role as Queen required her to connect with the public, even in the most trying times. During a national address, she spoke directly to her subjects, acknowledging their fears and uncertainties while assuring them of her unwavering commitment to the nation. "Together, we shall navigate these challenges, united in our resolve to build a better future," she declared, her voice resonating with hope and determination. As she continued to reflect on her duty, Elizabeth also found herself increasingly aware of the historical weight of her position. The monarchy represented a continuity that anchored the nation, a symbol of stability amidst the chaos of modern life. However, she recognized that this legacy came with its own set of expectations. The royal family had long been seen as a bastion of tradition, but in an era marked by change, she felt the pressure to adapt while still honoring her heritage. In her discussions with Lady Pamela Hicks and other trusted advisors, Elizabeth often voiced her concerns about the monarchy's relevance in a rapidly changing society. "How do we honor our past while embracing the future?" she pondered aloud. The discussions that ensued reinforced her belief that duty required a delicate balance between tradition and modernity. Her reflections were further deepened by her interactions with young people. During her visits to schools and community centers, Elizabeth witnessed firsthand the aspirations and challenges faced by the next generation. These encounters invigorated her spirit, reminding her that her duty was also to empower and uplift those who would carry the torch forward. "I want you to know that your voices matter," she would tell the youth, instilling in them a sense of agency and responsibility. As the decade progressed, Elizabeth's understanding of her role continued to evolve. She became increasingly aware of the importance of being a figure of unity in a divided society. The civil rights movement and the push for gender equality were gaining momentum, and Elizabeth began to recognize her potential as a champion for these causes. Her involvement in charitable initiatives grew, reflecting her commitment to social justice and the betterment of her country. In 1960, she established the Queen's Award for Voluntary Service, recognizing the invaluable contributions of volunteers across the nation. This initiative not only celebrated the spirit of community but also emphasized the idea that duty was not limited to those in power. It extended to every individual committed to making a difference. Through these experiences, Elizabeth learned that duty was not a solitary endeavor. It thrived in collaboration and connection with others. The strength of the monarchy lay not in its rigid adherence to tradition but in its ability to evolve and respond to the needs of the people. Her role was to serve as a bridge between the past and the future, fostering understanding and compassion. As she looked toward the horizon, Elizabeth felt a renewed sense of purpose. The crown was not just a symbol of authority, it represented a commitment to serve her nation with integrity and grace. Each reflection on her duty shaped her vision of the monarchy, allowing her to embrace the challenges of leadership with confidence and resilience. In the quiet of her study, Elizabeth understood that her journey was ongoing. The path of duty was filled with uncertainties and complexities, but it was also marked by opportunities for growth and connection. As she continued to reflect on her role as queen, she felt a profound sense of gratitude for the lessons learned and the relationships forged. The journey ahead was hers to navigate, and with each step, she would honor her commitment to her people and the legacy of her crown. As Queen Elizabeth II embraced her role as a mother, the balance between her royal duties and the responsibilities of parenthood became increasingly complex. The arrival of her children, Charles, Anne, Andrew, and Edward, added layers of joy and challenge to her life, as she navigated the expectations of the monarchy while striving to be present for her family. From the outset, Elizabeth recognized that motherhood would require her to be adaptable and resourceful. The demands of her role as queen often pulled her in multiple directions, but she was determined to maintain a strong connection with her children. "They are my priority," she often reminded herself, even as the world around her clamored for her attention. In the early years, Elizabeth attempted to create a nurturing environment within the confines of royal life. The palace was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of staff, meetings, and engagements, yet Elizabeth aimed to carve out moments of intimacy and warmth for her children. She initiated simple family traditions, like Sunday tea in the drawing room, where the children could share their stories and laughter. These moments provided a refuge from the world outside, allowing the family to bond and connect. However, the realities of royal duties soon began to encroach upon these intimate moments. During a particularly busy week, Elizabeth was scheduled for a series of public engagements that required her attention and energy. As she prepared for a state dinner, she felt a familiar tug of guilt at the thought of leaving her children in the care of their nannies and household staff. "I must be there for them," she whispered to herself, battling the internal conflict of duty and motherhood. One evening, after returning home from a formal event, Elizabeth found her children nestled in bed, their faces aglow with sleep. She paused at the door, torn between the obligations of her role and the desire to be a comforting presence in their lives. Overwhelmed by the weight of her responsibilities, she realized that finding balance would be an ongoing challenge. As her children grew, Elizabeth became increasingly aware of the importance of instilling values and character in them. The monarchy's legacy was at stake, and she was determined to raise a generation that would understand the weight of their responsibilities. Family outings to the countryside became opportunities for teaching moments, where Elizabeth could impart lessons about duty, humility, and service. During a picnic at Windsor, she shared stories of her own upbringing, emphasizing the values instilled in her by her parents. Being royal is not just about privilege, she told her children as they sat on a blanket, surrounded by nature. It's about serving others and being aware of the world around us. Her words resonated with Charles and Anne, who were beginning to grasp the intricacies of their roles within the monarchy, yet, as she navigated these responsibilities, Elizabeth also felt the pressure of public scrutiny intensifying. The media's fascination with the royal family meant that her children's lives were under constant observation. She was aware that the expectations placed upon them were heavy, and she often worried about how this would impact their development. "I want them to have normal lives," she confided to Philip one evening, her voice filled with concern. "How can we protect them from the world outside?" Philip, ever supportive, encouraged her to create a balance between public and private life. "Let them experience the joys of childhood, Elizabeth. They need that grounding," he advised. With his encouragement, Elizabeth began to seek ways to allow her children moments of normalcy, integrating everyday experiences into their royal upbringing. She arranged for them to attend local schools and participate in community events, providing opportunities for interaction with their peers. The family spent weekends at Balmoral, away from the prying eyes of the media, where they could explore nature, ride ponies, and enjoy the simplicity of family life. These moments became cherished memories, reinforcing the bond between Elizabeth and her children. Despite her efforts, the challenges of parenthood were unrelenting. As her children entered their teenage years, they began to assert their independence, and Elizabeth found herself navigating the complexities of adolescence alongside her royal duties. Charles, in particular, struggled with the weight of expectation, often confiding in her about the pressure he felt to live up to his future role as king. One afternoon, during a quiet moment in the garden, Elizabeth sensed Charles's turmoil. "Mom, do you ever feel like you're living in a fishbowl?" he asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Elizabeth paused, considering her response. "Every day, Charles," she replied softly. "But it's important to remember who you are beneath the crown. You have the right to carve your own path." Her words resonated with him, and in that moment, Elizabeth realized that being a mother also meant being a confidant and a source of strength. She encouraged open conversations about their experiences, allowing her children to voice their concerns and fears without judgment. "You can always come to me," she assured them, fostering a safe space where they could express themselves freely. As the years went on, Elizabeth continued to juggle the demands of the monarchy with her role as a mother. She sought guidance from other royal mothers, learning from their experiences and insights. Each conversation revealed the shared challenges of balancing duty and family life, and Elizabeth found solace in knowing she was not alone in her struggles. In her reflections, Elizabeth recognized that motherhood was an evolving journey, one that required patience, understanding, and love. The challenges she faced were often daunting, but they were also moments of growth, both for her and her children. With each passing day, she learned to embrace the complexities of parenthood, striving to be a pillar of support while fulfilling her royal obligations. Ultimately, Elizabeth understood that the legacy of the monarchy rested not just on her shoulders but on the foundation she built for her children. By instilling values of compassion, integrity, and resilience, she hoped to prepare them for the responsibilities that lay ahead. Her commitment to motherhood was unwavering, and as she navigated the challenges of parenthood, she did so with grace, determination, and an unwavering love for her family. In the quiet moments, surrounded by the laughter of her children, Elizabeth found joy in the simplest of things: the shared meals, the late-night stories, and the warmth of their embrace. These were the moments that defined her role as a mother, reminding her that even amidst the complexities of royal life, love and family remained at the heart of her duty. As Queen Elizabeth II continued her reign, the monarchy stood at a crossroads, confronted by an evolving societal landscape that questioned its relevance and place in modern Britain. The 1960s ushered in a wave of change, marked by shifting cultural norms, a growing desire for transparency, and the challenge of adapting to a new generation's expectations. With each passing year, Elizabeth became increasingly aware of the need to confront these changes head-on while preserving the integrity of the crown. Amidst the backdrop of political turmoil and societal upheaval, Elizabeth often found herself reflecting on the future of the monarchy. What will it mean to be royal in the years to come? She pondered, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty and hope. In the quiet of her study, she considered the lessons learned from history and the necessity of adapting to the ever-changing world outside the palace walls. During meetings with her advisors and trusted confidants, Elizabeth encouraged open discussions about the monarchy's role in contemporary society. "We must be proactive in understanding the needs of our people," she asserted, her voice firm yet thoughtful. The notion of modernization became a recurring theme, with Elizabeth recognizing that the monarchy had to evolve to remain relevant and connected to the public. The emergence of a more critical press added pressure to the monarchy's image. The tabloid newspapers were relentless in their scrutiny, often sensationalizing royal activities and personal lives. Elizabeth understood that the public's perception of the monarchy was fragile, and she was determined to cultivate a more positive relationship with the media. "We must show them the human side of royalty," she emphasized, advocating for a balance between tradition and approachability. One pivotal moment occurred during a televised address celebrating her 10th anniversary as queen. For the first time, Elizabeth spoke candidly about the monarchy's challenges, acknowledging the changing attitudes of the public and the necessity for growth. "As we reflect on our past, we must also look toward the future," she stated, her words resonating with viewers across the nation. This willingness to embrace vulnerability marked a turning point in how the monarchy was perceived and set the stage for future engagements with the public. The discussions around modernization also encompassed the monarchy's structure and its relationship with the Commonwealth. Elizabeth was acutely aware of the complexities involved in maintaining ties with former colonies while acknowledging their desire for independence. "We must be a supportive partner rather than an imposing presence," she remarked during a meeting with her advisors. Emphasizing the importance of mutual respect, she championed initiatives to strengthen connections within the Commonwealth while promoting cooperation and collaboration. The prospect of a more inclusive monarchy was further highlighted by the emergence of the younger generation of royals. Elizabeth observed the enthusiasm and fresh perspectives brought by her children, particularly Charles and Anne. They were attuned to the issues facing contemporary society, environmental concerns, social justice, and mental health, and their passion inspired Elizabeth to consider how the monarchy could engage more deeply with these pressing matters. In her conversations with Charles, Elizabeth noted his desire to champion causes close to his heart. "You have a unique opportunity to shape the monarchy's future," she encouraged him. "Embrace your passions and lead with integrity." This exchange not only reinforced her support for her son but also ignited a sense of purpose within her, recognizing that the monarchy could serve as a platform for meaningful change. The concept of the monarchy as a unifying force became increasingly important in Elizabeth's vision for the future. In a world marked by division and uncertainty, she believed that the monarchy could embody values of unity, compassion, and service. "We must remind our people that we are here for them, not above them," she declared during a family gathering. The commitment to community engagement and service became integral to Elizabeth's outlook on the monarchy's future. As the decade progressed, Elizabeth began to see glimpses of the monarchy's potential to adapt and thrive in a new era. The idea of public engagement evolved from mere ceremonial appearances to a more active involvement in social issues. Elizabeth encouraged her family to take on initiatives that resonated with the public, whether through charitable work, community outreach, or advocacy for critical causes. Elizabeth also pondered the future of the monarchy beyond her reign. Conversations with trusted advisors often turned to the legacy she would leave behind and how her children would navigate the responsibilities of the crown. "What kind of monarchy do we want to see in the years to come?" she would ask, seeking diverse perspectives and insights. The responses varied, but a shared vision emerged: a monarchy that embraced change while honoring its traditions, a monarchy that resonated with the people it served. The pressures of modern governance and societal expectations were not lost on Elizabeth. She understood that for the monarchy to endure, it would require not only the commitment of the royal family but also the willingness to listen and adapt. "Our strength lies in our ability to connect with our people," she reflected, acknowledging the responsibility that came with her position. In her heart, Elizabeth believed that the monarchy had the capacity to transform challenges into opportunities. The struggles of her reign had shaped her perspective, allowing her to view the future with a sense of optimism and determination. The monarchy could not afford to remain static; it had to evolve in tandem with the changing world. As she looked toward the horizon, Elizabeth felt a renewed sense of purpose. The future of the monarchy was not set in stone; it was a canvas waiting to be painted with the stories, values, and aspirations of its people. With each challenge overcome, she envisioned a monarchy that could adapt, grow, and ultimately thrive in a world where change was the only constant. The road ahead was undoubtedly fraught with uncertainty, but Elizabeth's unwavering commitment to her role as a mother, leader, and figurehead would guide her family through the trials of the future. The monarchy's legacy was not merely a reflection of the past; it was a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a beacon of hope for generations to come. As she continued to navigate the complexities of her reign, Elizabeth remained steadfast in her belief that the monarchy could emerge from the shadows of history into a brighter, more inclusive future. Throughout her reign, Queen Elizabeth II encountered numerous challenges that tested her resolve and leadership. Each trial offered a unique opportunity for growth and introspection, compelling her to dig deep within herself to find strength in adversity. As she faced public scrutiny, political upheaval, and personal trials, Elizabeth learned to navigate the stormy waters of her responsibilities, emerging with a renewed sense of purpose and resilience. One particularly trying period came in the wake of a national crisis. The Suez Crisis of 1956 left the British government reeling, as it highlighted the declining power of the British Empire and raised questions about its global standing. The media frenzy and public outcry created an atmosphere of uncertainty, and Elizabeth felt the weight of her position more than ever. What does this mean for our future? She pondered, grappling with the implications of such significant events. In the midst of the turmoil, Elizabeth sought solace in the lessons of history. She turned to her parents' experiences during World War II, recalling how they had navigated immense challenges with grace and courage. If they could endure those dark days, then surely I can find the strength to face our current trials, she reassured herself. Drawing inspiration from their resilience, Elizabeth resolved to remain steadfast, embodying the strength that her family had exemplified through adversity. As public pressure mounted, Elizabeth faced criticism not only for the government's handling of the crisis but also for her own role as the figurehead of the monarchy. The whispers grew louder, questioning the relevance of the crown in an ever-changing world. In these moments of doubt, Elizabeth turned to her husband, Prince Philip, for support. "We are in this together, Elizabeth," he said, his unwavering belief in her fortitude providing a source of strength. "Your role is to lead with compassion and integrity, regardless of the challenges that arise." Encouraged by Philip's words, Elizabeth began to channel her energy into active engagement with her people. She believed that showing empathy and understanding could help bridge the divide between the monarchy and the public. Through visits to affected communities and listening to their concerns, she demonstrated her commitment to her role and her desire to support her nation during turbulent times. In a heartfelt address to the nation, Elizabeth conveyed her understanding of the struggles faced by everyday citizens. "We are all in this together," she proclaimed, her voice steady and resolute. "As your queen, I stand with you in solidarity and hope." Her ability to connect with her people during this difficult time not only strengthened her resolve but also resonated deeply within the hearts of the public. The 1960s brought additional challenges, including personal crises within the royal family. As her children began to navigate their own paths, Elizabeth faced the heart-wrenching reality of their struggles, particularly with Charles, who grappled with the weight of expectation and public scrutiny. "How can I help him find his way?" she often wondered, feeling the tug of maternal instinct alongside her royal obligations. In these moments of uncertainty, Elizabeth learned to embrace vulnerability. She recognized that seeking help did not signify weakness but rather strength. She sought counsel from trusted advisors and friends, understanding that sharing her burdens could lead to clarity and renewed purpose. "We all face difficulties, and together we can find solutions," she reminded herself. As the royal family endured trials, Elizabeth drew upon the wisdom gained from her experiences. She cultivated an environment of open communication with her children, encouraging them to share their feelings and concerns. "You are not alone in this," she assured them, fostering a sense of unity within the family. This newfound openness not only strengthened her relationships with her children but also instilled a sense of resilience in them, allowing them to confront their challenges with courage. Amidst these struggles, Elizabeth found herself increasingly drawn to charitable endeavors that resonated with her heart. She embraced her role as a patron of various causes, using her platform to advocate for those in need. In helping others, we find our own strength, she realized, recognizing that her commitment to service could uplift not only her spirit but also the spirits of those around her. A particularly poignant moment came when she visited a children's hospital, where she met with families affected by illness. Witnessing their resilience and hope in the face of adversity left a lasting impression on Elizabeth. If they can find strength to endure, then so can I, she reflected, drawing inspiration from the courage of those she encountered. As the challenges of leadership continued to mount, Elizabeth understood that adversity was an inevitable part of her role. Yet, rather than shying away from it, she embraced it as an opportunity for growth. Every challenge is a chance to learn, to adapt, and to lead with conviction, she affirmed. With each setback, Elizabeth honed her ability to navigate the complexities of her position, drawing strength from the experiences that shaped her journey. Through her trials, Elizabeth cultivated a deep sense of empathy and understanding. She realized that the key to resilience lay not just in her ability to endure but in her willingness to connect with others on a human level. We are all bound by our shared experiences, she noted, recognizing the importance of unity in the face of adversity. In her moments of solitude, Elizabeth often turned to her faith for guidance and strength. Prayer and reflection became a source of solace during the most trying times, reminding her of her purpose as queen. "I am here to serve my people," she reaffirmed, allowing her sense of duty to fuel her determination to persevere. As she continued to navigate the challenges of leadership, Elizabeth emerged with a renewed sense of strength and clarity. Each trial had shaped her into a more resilient leader, allowing her to face the future with confidence. "In the face of adversity, I have found my voice, my strength, and my purpose," she declared, embracing the journey that lay ahead. With each challenge overcome, Elizabeth grew more adept at leading with empathy and compassion. She understood that true strength lay not in the absence of struggle but in the ability to rise above it, to learn, and to forge ahead with unwavering resolve. As she looked to the future, Elizabeth remained steadfast in her commitment to her role as queen, knowing that, together with her family and her people, she would continue to find strength in adversity, embracing the challenges that defined her reign. As Queen Elizabeth II settled into her role as monarch, the indelible influence of Winston Churchill loomed large over her reign. The legendary Prime Minister had not only guided Britain through the harrowing years of World War II but also left a profound mark on Elizabeth's understanding of leadership, duty, and resilience. With Churchill stepping down from public life, Elizabeth found herself reflecting on the lessons learned from his tenure and the legacy he had left behind. Churchill's tenure as Prime Minister had coincided with Elizabeth's early years as a queen, and their relationship had been forged in the crucible of a nation's struggles. From their first audience, Elizabeth had been captivated by his commanding presence and profound wisdom. He was a man of the people, yet he understood the weight of leadership like few others, she often recalled, marveling at his ability to inspire confidence in the face of adversity. In the years following Churchill's departure from politics, Elizabeth often sought to embody the principles he had espoused. His commitment to courage, fortitude, and unwavering dedication to Britain served as a guiding light during her reign. He taught me that leadership is not just about authority, it's about serving your people with compassion and integrity, she reflected, drawing upon his teachings as she navigated the complexities of her own role. One of the most enduring lessons from Churchill was the importance of adaptability. In an ever-changing world, he had demonstrated that flexibility and open-mindedness were essential qualities for a leader. Elizabeth internalized this message, recognizing that her own ability to embrace change would be crucial in maintaining the monarchy's relevance. "I must learn to evolve while honoring our traditions," she mused, striving to strike a balance between the past and the future. As Elizabeth faced the trials of the 1950s, the echoes of Churchill's words resonated in her mind. He had once said, "Success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts." In moments of doubt and uncertainty, these words served as a source of strength. Whether dealing with the pressures of public scrutiny or grappling with the evolving expectations of her role, Elizabeth found solace in Churchill's unwavering belief in perseverance. Churchill's emphasis on the power of communication also left a lasting impression on Elizabeth. His masterful speeches had galvanized the nation during its darkest hours, and she understood the significance of effectively conveying her own messages. "The voice of the monarchy must resonate with the people," she asserted, vowing to embrace transparency and openness in her communication style. This commitment to dialogue would become a cornerstone of her approach to leadership. Moreover, Churchill's legacy extended beyond his political achievements. It encompassed the profound impact he had on the British identity itself. His ability to instill a sense of pride and resilience in the face of adversity inspired Elizabeth to cultivate a similar spirit within the monarchy. "We must remind our people of our shared history and values," she believed, recognizing that a strong national identity was crucial for navigating the challenges ahead. As Elizabeth continued her reign, she often found herself reflecting on her own place within the continuum of British history. Churchill had been a formidable figure during a pivotal time, and Elizabeth felt a deep sense of responsibility to honor that legacy while forging her own path. "I stand on the shoulders of giants," she acknowledged, aware of the weight of history that accompanied her position. During formal events and public engagements, Elizabeth sought to embody the values Churchill had championed. She embraced opportunities to engage with her constituents, listening to their concerns and demonstrating her commitment to service. "I must be a queen who connects with her people," she often reiterated, recognizing that maintaining the monarchy's relevance hinged on genuine engagement. In private conversations with Philip, Elizabeth expressed her admiration for Churchill's tenacity. "He faced adversity with unwavering resolve, and it inspired a nation to do the same," she remarked. His legacy served as a reminder that leadership was not solely about power but about navigating challenges with grace and dignity. One of the most significant aspects of Churchill's legacy was his understanding of the importance of international relations. As the world evolved and new alliances formed, Elizabeth realized that her role extended beyond the borders of Britain. "I must be a figure of unity in diplomacy," she said, reflecting on the necessity of fostering strong relationships with leaders from around the globe. She aspired to carry forward Churchill's vision of a collaborative and interconnected world. As Elizabeth continued to evolve in her role, she sought to draw upon Churchill's unwavering belief in the importance of history. "We must learn from the past to shape our future," she reflected, emphasizing the need for continuous growth and learning. This perspective guided her decisions and fueled her desire to leave a meaningful legacy for generations to come. In moments of reflection, Elizabeth found herself revisiting her conversations with Churchill. His wisdom had left an indelible mark on her leadership style, shaping her approach to governance and her understanding of her role as queen. "He once said that history will be kind to me, for I intend to write it," she recalled, contemplating the responsibility she bore in shaping the monarchy's legacy. As Elizabeth looked to the future, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. The lessons learned from Churchill's leadership inspired her to confront the challenges ahead with courage and conviction. "I must be a beacon of hope and resilience for my people," she declared, reaffirming her commitment to serve with integrity and grace. Churchill's legacy was not merely a historical account, it was a living testament to the power of leadership in times of crisis. Elizabeth understood that her reign would be defined by her ability to uphold the values he had championed while embracing her own identity as queen. With each decision she made, she honored his impact on her life, recognizing that the weight of leadership was a mantle she wore with pride. Reflecting on Churchill's legacy, Elizabeth recognized that she had inherited not just a title but a profound responsibility to her nation. The journey ahead would undoubtedly be challenging, but she was determined to navigate it with the strength and resilience inspired by her predecessor. As she continued to learn and grow, Elizabeth embraced the challenge of shaping her own legacy while honoring the lasting impact of Winston Churchill on her reign and the monarchy as a whole. As Queen Elizabeth II embarked on her journey through the complexities of monarchy, a deep-seated determination to lead with integrity emerged as the cornerstone of her reign. The weight of her responsibilities often loomed large, yet with each challenge she faced, Elizabeth found herself more resolute in her commitment to uphold the values that defined her as a sovereign. From the moment she ascended to the throne, Elizabeth understood that her actions would set the tone for the monarchy's future. To lead with integrity is to serve with authenticity, she often reminded herself, recognizing that her role required not only strength but also a steadfast commitment to truth and transparency. Her mother's teachings echoed in her mind: a queen must always act in the best interest of her people. In a world rife with political turmoil and social change, Elizabeth felt an urgent need to embody the principles of honesty and duty. She frequently reflected on the turbulent times that had shaped her early years. World War II had instilled in her a sense of responsibility that transcended her royal title. "I have a duty to my country, and I must honor that above all else," she vowed, grounding herself in the ideals of service that her family had long upheld. One pivotal moment crystallized Elizabeth's resolve to lead with integrity. During a state visit to a local community affected by economic hardships, she encountered the struggles of ordinary citizens firsthand. The stories of their resilience and determination resonated deeply with her. "I cannot ignore their plight," she thought, feeling a sense of urgency to use her position to advocate for those in need. This experience reaffirmed her belief that a queen must not only reign but also serve, championing the voices of those who often went unheard. In her private reflections, Elizabeth grappled with the expectations placed upon her as a monarch. The juxtaposition of her royal duties with the evolving landscape of modern Britain presented a unique challenge. How do I balance tradition with the needs of a changing society? She pondered, recognizing that integrity required her to navigate these complexities with grace. She resolved to remain true to her values while being open to necessary change. As she confronted various crises, both personal and political, Elizabeth's determination to act with integrity guided her decisions. In meetings with her advisors, she made it clear that she would not compromise her principles for the sake of convenience or popularity. My decisions must reflect the values of the Crown and the best interests of the people, she stated firmly, reinforcing her commitment to ethical leadership. This resolve was put to the test during political upheavals that threatened to undermine public trust in the monarchy. As scandals surfaced and the media scrutinized her every move, Elizabeth felt the pressure mount. Yet, rather than retreating into the shadows, she chose to confront the challenges head-on. I must be the voice of stability in uncertain times, she declared, recognizing that her presence could provide reassurance to a nation in turmoil. One of the most defining moments of her reign came during a national crisis that tested the integrity of the monarchy. As whispers of discontent grew louder, Elizabeth faced the choice of either retreating from the public eye or stepping forward to reassure her people. Embracing her resolve, she chose the latter, delivering a candid address that spoke directly to the heart of the nation. In times of difficulty, it is our duty to stand together, she proclaimed, her voice steady and unwavering. In that moment, Elizabeth's authenticity resonated with the public. They saw not just a queen but a leader willing to acknowledge the challenges they faced. She is one of us, many remarked, their faith in the monarchy renewed by her commitment to transparency and integrity. This experience solidified Elizabeth's belief that true leadership meant facing adversity with honesty and courage. As her reign progressed, Elizabeth became increasingly aware of the importance of listening to her advisors while staying true to her own convictions. She sought counsel from trusted confidants who shared her commitment to integrity, creating a council of advisors who were not afraid to challenge her when necessary. I value your insights, but ultimately, my decisions must align with my values, she reminded them, fostering an environment where integrity was prioritized. Moreover, Elizabeth recognized that her role as a queen extended beyond the political sphere. She believed that personal integrity and compassion were essential qualities that could shape the monarchy's image in the eyes of the public. A queen must be a symbol of hope and resilience, she asserted, drawing upon her own experiences to inspire others. Through charitable engagements and public appearances, she demonstrated that her commitment to service was rooted in a genuine desire to uplift her people. In moments of self-doubt, Elizabeth turned to her faith for guidance. The teachings of her upbringing echoed in her mind, reminding her of the importance of humility and the responsibility that came with her title. I must remain grounded in my purpose, she thought, drawing strength from the values that defined her identity. Her determination to lead with integrity became not just a guiding principle but a source of empowerment during trying times. As the decades passed, Elizabeth's resolve became a hallmark of her reign. She understood that leading with integrity required continuous reflection and growth. I must evolve while staying true to myself, she reiterated, embracing the notion that leadership was a dynamic journey shaped by experience and introspection. In her final reflections, Elizabeth considered the legacy she wished to leave behind. A queen's true strength lies not in her crown but in her character, she mused, recognizing that her commitment to integrity would define her reign for generations to come. Through her unwavering resolve, she sought to inspire others to embrace their own integrity, fostering a legacy that transcended her time on the throne. Ultimately, Elizabeth emerged from the challenges of her reign not only as a monarch but as a beacon of integrity and resilience. Her determination to lead with authenticity and purpose became a source of inspiration for her people, a testament to the enduring power of principled leadership. As she faced the future with unwavering conviction, Elizabeth remained resolute in her commitment to serve her nation with integrity, embodying the ideals that defined her as a queen. As the 1960s approached, the world around Queen Elizabeth II was undergoing a transformation, and so too was the monarchy she represented. The tides of change swept across Britain and beyond, challenging traditional norms and ushering in a new era that demanded adaptation and renewal. Elizabeth found herself at the heart of this movement, navigating the delicate balance between the monarchy's storied past and its future in a rapidly evolving society. The shifting cultural landscape, marked by an emerging youth movement and growing demands for social justice, set the stage for an unprecedented period of modernization within the royal family. Elizabeth, acutely aware of the pressures facing the institution, began to reflect on the monarchy's role in a changing world. If we are to remain relevant, we must embrace the winds of change, she contemplated, recognizing that adaptation was not merely necessary but essential for the survival of the monarchy. One of the most pressing challenges Elizabeth faced was the need to modernize the monarchy's public image. The grandiosity of past royal ceremonies, once celebrated as symbols of tradition, now felt out of touch with the everyday lives of ordinary citizens. How can we bridge the gap between our heritage and the realities of contemporary Britain? Elizabeth pondered, determined to forge a connection with her people that resonated on a personal level. To kickstart this modernization, Elizabeth took deliberate steps to open up the royal family to the public. She recognized the power of media in shaping public perception and resolved to leverage it as a tool for connection rather than a barrier. A groundbreaking televised Christmas message marked a pivotal moment in this journey, as Elizabeth addressed the nation directly from Buckingham Palace. "I wish to speak to you not as a monarch, but as a fellow citizen," she proclaimed, breaking down the walls that had long separated the crown from the people. This embrace of modern communication methods resonated deeply with the public. Elizabeth's genuine approach and willingness to share her thoughts fostered a sense of familiarity and warmth that had been largely absent from the monarchy. The reception was overwhelmingly positive, igniting a renewed interest in the royal family and laying the groundwork for a more accessible monarchy. Amidst these efforts, Elizabeth faced internal resistance from certain members of the royal household who were wary of change. "Tradition has its place," some advised, urging her to maintain the status quo. However, Elizabeth remained steadfast in her conviction that modernization was crucial for the monarchy's survival. "We must adapt or risk becoming irrelevant," she asserted, determined to pave the way for a new era of royal engagement. As the Cultural Revolution gained momentum, Elizabeth also recognized the need to address the issues of diversity and inclusion within the monarchy. The British Empire, once expansive, had transitioned into the Commonwealth, and the diverse backgrounds of its citizens demanded representation at the highest levels. "We must reflect the society we serve," she declared, acknowledging the importance of connecting with a broader spectrum of her subjects. In her pursuit of inclusivity, Elizabeth sought to elevate voices that had long been marginalized. She engaged with community leaders from various backgrounds and initiated charitable initiatives that highlighted the contributions of diverse groups to British society. "I want the monarchy to be a source of unity, not division," she emphasized, striving to create a sense of belonging for all citizens. The tides of change also brought to the forefront discussions about the monarchy's relevance in a democratic society. Critics questioned the institution's place in a modern Britain, advocating for a more egalitarian approach to governance. Elizabeth understood these concerns and acknowledged the importance of adapting to a democratic landscape. "The monarchy must evolve to meet the expectations of a modern society," she stated, contemplating reforms that could enhance the monarchy's connection to the people. One significant area of reform was the role of the royal family in public life. Elizabeth initiated a review of royal engagements, emphasizing the importance of authenticity and relatability in their public appearances. "Our presence must resonate with our people," she insisted, advocating for royal engagements that focused on real issues affecting communities. By prioritizing outreach and community engagement, the monarchy could foster a deeper connection with the public. In the midst of these changes, Elizabeth also recognized the need to balance modernization with respect for tradition. "Our history is a part of who we are," she reminded her advisors, seeking to ensure that the monarchy's rich heritage was not lost in the pursuit of relevance. She aimed to honor the past while embracing the future, a delicate dance that would require careful navigation. As Elizabeth championed modernization, she drew upon the lessons learned from her predecessors. The legacy of past monarchs served as a guiding force, reminding her of the importance of adaptability and resilience. "We must learn from history to shape a brighter future," she reflected, inspired by the resilience of those who had come before her. The winds of change reached a crescendo during a state visit to the Commonwealth nations. Elizabeth recognized this opportunity to showcase the monarchy's commitment to inclusivity and unity. "We are not just the United Kingdom, we are a diverse family of nations," she proclaimed during her addresses, emphasizing the shared values that bind the Commonwealth together. Her sincerity resonated with audiences, reinforcing the monarchy's relevance on the global stage. However, the path toward modernization was not without its challenges. Elizabeth faced criticism from traditionalists who felt that changes were eroding the monarchy's dignity. "There are those who fear the unknown," she acknowledged, understanding that resistance to change was a natural response to shifting paradigms. Yet, her resolve remained unwavering. "I will not shy away from what is necessary for the monarchy to thrive," she declared, firmly committed to leading the institution into the future. As the decade progressed, Elizabeth's efforts began to bear fruit. Public opinion shifted as the monarchy became increasingly relatable and engaged with the lives of ordinary citizens. The royal family's participation in charitable initiatives and community events garnered positive attention, reinforcing the message that the monarchy was not an isolated entity but a vital part of the fabric of British society. The tides of change were also evident within the royal family itself. Elizabeth encouraged her children to embrace their roles as modern royals, emphasizing the importance of authenticity in connection with the public. You have a unique opportunity to bridge the gap between tradition and modernity, she urged them, instilling in them the values of service and compassion. As the 1960s drew to a close, Elizabeth stood at the helm of a monarchy transformed. The efforts she had championed were not merely cosmetic, they represented a fundamental shift in the monarchy's relationship with its people. The tides of change had ushered in a new era characterized by openness, inclusivity, and a renewed commitment to service. In her final reflections, Elizabeth marveled at the progress made during this pivotal time. We have embraced change while honoring our heritage, she concluded, recognizing that the monarchy's ability to adapt would be its greatest strength in the years to come. With determination and resolve, she prepared to lead her family and her nation into an uncertain yet promising future, confident that the tides of change would carry them forward. In the midst of her reign, Queen Elizabeth II often found herself grappling with the complex interplay between faith and doubt. As a monarch steeped in tradition, her relationship with faith was multifaceted, serving as both a source of strength and a point of reflection amid the crises that punctuated her early years on the throne. In times of uncertainty, the foundations of her beliefs were tested, leading her to question not only her role as queen but also her place within the wider tapestry of the nation. Elizabeth's faith had been instilled in her from a young age, grounded in the teachings of the Church of England and the principles of service, duty, and humility. Her upbringing emphasized the importance of faith as a guiding force, shaping her identity as both a person and a leader. However, as she faced the challenges of monarchy, the weight of those expectations began to intertwine with her own doubts and fears. The crises that unfolded during her reign brought with them moments of profound uncertainty. Political scandals, familial tensions, and social unrest created a backdrop that tested Elizabeth's resolve. In these turbulent times, she found solace in her faith, turning to prayer and reflection as a means of navigating the storm. In prayer, I find clarity, she often thought, seeking divine guidance in the face of adversity. Yet, the pressures of leadership also cast a shadow of doubt over her faith. As Elizabeth grappled with the complexities of her role, she occasionally questioned whether her efforts were sufficient. Am I truly serving my people? She pondered, wondering if her actions aligned with the moral compass that her faith represented. The weight of her responsibilities pressed heavily on her shoulders, leading her to confront the limits of her own capabilities. One pivotal moment crystallized this struggle between faith and doubt. During a particularly challenging week, marked by a national tragedy that deeply affected the country, Elizabeth attended a memorial service to honor those who had lost their lives. As she stood before the congregation, she felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. What can I say that will bring comfort, she thought, questioning her ability to provide solace in a moment of collective grief. In the quiet moments of reflection following the service, Elizabeth retreated to her private chapel at Buckingham Palace. Surrounded by the familiar atmosphere of faith, she took a deep breath, allowing the weight of the past few days to wash over her. Lord, grant me the wisdom to lead, she whispered, seeking reassurance that her faith could guide her through the darkness. In that moment of solitude, she found clarity in her purpose, recognizing that her role was not to have all the answers but to embody compassion and empathy. As her reign continued, Elizabeth's relationship with faith deepened. She increasingly understood that her role as queen required not just a steadfast commitment to duty but also an acknowledgement of her humanity. "I am a leader, yes, but I am also a woman of faith," she reflected, realizing that embracing her vulnerability allowed her to connect more authentically with her subjects. In her public engagements, Elizabeth began to speak more openly about the significance of faith in her life. During a visit to a community center, she shared her belief in the power of hope and resilience. "In times of difficulty, we must find strength in our faith," she declared, connecting her personal experiences to the broader struggles faced by her people. This vulnerability resonated with those who heard her, as they recognized in her a leader who understood their challenges and shared their hopes. Yet, Elizabeth's journey was not without moments of profound doubt. As she faced criticism from the media and scrutiny from the public, the weight of expectation sometimes felt overwhelming. "Am I fulfilling the expectations of the crown?" she would ask herself, wrestling with the fear of failure. In those moments, she turned to her faith as a source of reassurance, reminding herself of the values that had guided her. In her private moments, Elizabeth sought counsel from trusted advisors and friends who shared her faith. "Your faith is a guiding light," one confidant reminded her, encouraging her to lean into her beliefs during times of uncertainty. Their support reinforced her understanding that doubt was a natural part of the human experience. Even for a queen, the crises she faced became opportunities for spiritual growth. Elizabeth learned to embrace the complexities of her faith, recognizing that it was not merely a source of strength but also a catalyst for empathy and understanding. "In my moments of doubt, I find a deeper connection to those I serve," she reflected, allowing her experiences to inform her approach to leadership. As her reign progressed, Elizabeth's relationship with faith evolved into a guiding principle for her leadership. She began to see her faith as a foundation upon which she could build a more compassionate and understanding monarchy. "I am called to serve with integrity and kindness," she asserted, reaffirming her commitment to leading with empathy amid the challenges that lay ahead. In the final reflections of this chapter, Elizabeth contemplated the intertwining of faith and duty that had characterized her reign. "Faith has not removed my doubts, but it has given me the strength to confront them," she realized, embracing the complexities of her journey. With renewed conviction, she prepared to face the future, confident that her faith would continue to guide her as she navigated the ever-changing landscape of her role as queen. Through the storms of crisis and the moments of reflection, Elizabeth discovered that faith and doubt were not opposing forces but rather integral parts of her journey as a leader. In her commitment to serve with authenticity and compassion, she found a path forward that honored both her responsibilities as queen and her personal beliefs. As she stepped into the next chapter of her reign, Elizabeth was resolute in her understanding that, in the heart of a monarch, faith and doubt could coexist, illuminating the way toward a more compassionate future. In the life of Queen Elizabeth II, amid the weight of responsibility and the trials of leadership, moments of joy served as beacons of light that illuminated her journey. These instances of celebration, personal milestones, and achievements not only uplifted her spirit but also reinforced her connection to her family and her role as a leader. Through laughter, love, and shared experiences, Elizabeth found solace and strength to continue navigating the complexities of monarchy. The early days of her marriage to Prince Philip were marked by a sense of discovery and joy. As newlyweds, the couple embraced their shared journey, finding delight in the simple pleasures of life together. One particularly joyful occasion came during their first anniversary. Elizabeth surprised Philip with a quiet dinner at Windsor Castle, meticulously planning every detail to reflect their love and shared memories. "This is our day," she said, smiling as she served his favorite dish. In that intimate setting, surrounded by candlelight and cherished memories, they exchanged heartfelt tokens of appreciation, reaffirming their commitment to each other. As a mother, Elizabeth found immense joy in the milestones of her children's lives. Each birth was a moment of profound happiness, and as she cradled her newborns, she felt an overwhelming sense of love and responsibility. When Prince Charles took his first steps, Elizabeth and Philip celebrated with an impromptu family gathering. Laughter filled the air as the family cheered on their toddler's adventurous spirit, capturing the moment in photographs that would become treasured memories. "He's growing so fast," Elizabeth exclaimed, her heart swelling with pride as she watched her son explore the world around him. Elizabeth's joy was also found in the small, everyday moments shared with her family. Sunday mornings at Windsor were often filled with laughter as they gathered for breakfast. "What mischief have you gotten into this week?" she would tease her children, creating a warm atmosphere where stories flowed freely. These gatherings provided an escape from the demands of the monarchy, allowing her to connect with her loved ones in a relaxed and joyful environment. Significant milestones in her royal duties also brought Elizabeth moments of pride and joy. One such occasion was her first official overseas visit as Queen to Canada. As she arrived in Ottawa, the warm reception from the Canadian people filled her with a sense of accomplishment. The jubilant crowds greeted her with cheers, waving flags and flowers. "This is a testament to the bond we share," she reflected, feeling a deep sense of connection to her Commonwealth. The trip became a celebration of unity, allowing her to witness firsthand the strength of the ties that bound the nations together. Another defining moment of joy came during her Silver Jubilee in 1977, marking 25 years on the throne. The celebrations were grand, with street parties, parades, and a special concert at Buckingham Palace. As she stood on the balcony, waving to the thousands gathered below, Elizabeth felt a swell of gratitude for the support and love she had received over the years. "This is not just a celebration of my reign, but of the people I serve," she declared, recognizing that her joy was intertwined with the happiness of her subjects. Throughout her reign, Elizabeth also found joy in the arts and culture, which provided an escape from the pressures of royal life. Attending performances at the National Theatre or exhibitions at the Royal Academy of Arts allowed her to immerse herself in creativity and expression. One evening, after attending a particularly moving performance, Elizabeth reflected, "Art has the power to unite us, to speak to our hearts." These moments of cultural appreciation reminded her of the beauty of human expression and its role in connecting people across divides. As a grandmother, Elizabeth experienced a new layer of joy with the arrival of her grandchildren. Watching her family grow and thrive filled her heart with warmth. "Each child brings a new perspective, a new joy," she thought, relishing the moments spent playing with her grandchildren in the gardens of Windsor. Whether it was playing games, reading stories, or sharing in their adventures, Elizabeth found that these connections provided a sense of continuity in love that transcended the demands of her role. Moreover, Elizabeth's commitment to charity and public service brought her fulfillment and joy. Meeting individuals who had benefited from her patronages reinforced her belief in the power of kindness and compassion. During one event, she met a young girl whose life had been transformed by a charity supporting children's education. "Your story is an inspiration," Elizabeth told her, feeling a sense of pride in being part of a greater mission to uplift others. In these moments, she understood that her position allowed her to make a positive impact, adding meaning to her reign. However, amidst the challenges of monarchy, Elizabeth also learned to celebrate the small victories. A successful state visit, a well-executed public engagement, or even a moment of connection with a stranger could bring her joy. "It's the little things that remind us of what truly matters," she mused, embracing the notion that joy could be found in the everyday. As she reflected on these moments of joy throughout her reign, Elizabeth recognized their significance in shaping her as a leader. They served as reminders of the love, connection, and resilience that defined her journey. Joy is a powerful force, she contemplated, understanding that it provided the strength to face challenges with grace and dignity. In conclusion, the moments of joy in Queen Elizabeth II's life illuminated her path amid the trials of leadership. From personal milestones and family celebrations to meaningful connections with her subjects, these instances of happiness enriched her experience as a monarch. As she navigated the complexities of her role, Elizabeth understood that joy, intertwined with duty and service, was an essential part of her legacy, reminding her of the enduring power of love and connection in the heart of a queen. As Queen Elizabeth II ascended to the throne, she quickly learned that leadership comes with significant sacrifices, many of which weighed heavily on her heart. The mantle of the monarchy demanded not only her unwavering commitment but also her willingness to set aside personal desires and ambitions for the sake of duty. This chapter explores the emotional and practical costs of her leadership journey, revealing the profound impact on her personal life, family, and identity. From the outset, Elizabeth understood that becoming queen meant a departure from the normalcy of life. The day of her coronation marked not only the beginning of her reign but also the end of her former life as a private citizen. She bid farewell to the simplicity of her youth, knowing that her every action would be scrutinized under the public lens. "I will never have the freedom I once knew," she reflected, acknowledging the weight of expectation that accompanied her new role. One of the most poignant sacrifices Elizabeth faced was the challenge of balancing her royal duties with her responsibilities as a mother and wife. While she cherished her family, the demands of the monarchy often pulled her in multiple directions. The early years of her reign were filled with engagements, state visits, and meetings, leaving her with limited time to devote to her children. "I wish I could be with them more," she often thought, her heart aching with the knowledge that her role as queen sometimes meant missing significant moments in their lives. During important family occasions, such as birthdays and milestones, Elizabeth often felt torn. While she made every effort to be present, the unyielding nature of her schedule meant that she occasionally had to prioritize her duties over family celebrations. "Duty calls," she would remind herself, though the words felt like a bittersweet mantra. The internal conflict between her desire to be a nurturing mother and her obligations as queen was a constant source of tension. Elizabeth's relationship with her husband, Prince Philip, also bore the brunt of her sacrifices. As a partner who had initially entered the marriage with his own ambitions and dreams, Philip often felt sidelined by the demands of the crown. Their early years were a delicate dance of compromise as they navigated the challenges of royal life. "We must find a balance," Elizabeth urged him, though the reality of their situation sometimes strained their relationship. Their love endured, but it required ongoing effort and understanding, as they both grappled with the implications of Elizabeth's reign on their marriage. The personal sacrifices Elizabeth made extended beyond family. As queen, her public image was paramount, requiring her to adhere to strict protocols and expectations. This meant that her preferences often took a back seat to the demands of the monarchy. "I cannot express my true feelings as I once did," she lamented, recognizing that the role of queen necessitated a carefully curated persona. The expectation to remain composed and regal at all times left little room for vulnerability, forcing her to suppress her emotions even during challenging moments. The relentless nature of royal duties often took a toll on Elizabeth's mental and physical health. The pressure to perform flawlessly, coupled with the demands of public life, left her feeling exhausted. "There are days when I simply wish to escape," she confided to a close friend, acknowledging the emotional fatigue that accompanied her role. The lack of personal time for self-care and reflection further compounded the strain, leaving her yearning for moments of respite away from the public eye. The weight of leadership also came with the burden of loneliness. As the queen, Elizabeth often found herself isolated, surrounded by advisors and officials but lacking true companionship. "It is a solitary path," she reflected, recognizing that few could truly understand the unique challenges she faced. The pressure to maintain decorum and uphold the dignity of the crown often left her feeling disconnected from those around her. In moments of solitude, she found herself longing for genuine connection and support, realizing that the cost of leadership often included personal sacrifices of intimacy and friendship. Moreover, Elizabeth grappled with the sacrifices made for the greater good of the nation. Her reign coincided with a period of immense change and upheaval in Britain and the Commonwealth. Decisions she made often had far-reaching consequences, and the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on her shoulders. "I must consider what is best for my people," she mused, understanding that her choices could shape the future of the monarchy and the nation itself. The burden of leadership necessitated difficult decisions, sometimes at the expense of her own desires or comfort. Despite these sacrifices, Elizabeth also discovered resilience and strength in her role. The challenges she faced forged her character, teaching her invaluable lessons about duty, compassion, and perseverance. "Every sacrifice has a purpose," she concluded, realizing that her commitment to the crown was a testament to her love for her country. In moments of reflection, she often found solace in the knowledge that her sacrifices were made for a cause greater than herself. As she continued her reign, Elizabeth learned to navigate the complexities of leadership with grace and fortitude. While the costs of her position were steep, they also illuminated her dedication to her role. "Leadership is not without its trials," she recognized, embracing the sacrifices as integral to her journey. With each challenge, she grew more resolute in her commitment to serve her people, understanding that the weight of the crown also carried the potential for profound impact and legacy. In the tapestry of her life as queen, the sacrifices Elizabeth made became threads of resilience, weaving together a story of duty, love, and determination. Though the cost of leadership was significant, it also enriched her understanding of herself and her purpose. As she reflected on her journey, Elizabeth found peace in the knowledge that true leadership often requires the heart to make sacrifices, ultimately shaping not only the monarch she became but also the legacy she would leave behind. In the cloistered world of Buckingham Palace, where the weight of tradition meets the scrutiny of the public eye, rumors and scandals often swirl like a tempest. The royal family, emblematic of British history and heritage, found itself entangled in a web of speculation and intrigue that sometimes overshadowed their duties. This chapter delves into the complex relationship between the monarchy and the media, exploring the rumors and scandals that punctuated Elizabeth II's early reign and the impact they had on the institution. From the outset, Elizabeth recognized that her every move would be under constant watch. The media's insatiable appetite for stories about the royal family often led to sensational headlines, sometimes blurring the lines between fact and fiction. "They are always watching, waiting for any misstep," she remarked, reflecting on the intense scrutiny surrounding her life. The public's fascination with the monarchy created an environment ripe for gossip and speculation, leaving the royal family vulnerable to unfounded claims and rumors. One of the most persistent rumors during Elizabeth's early reign concerned her marriage to Prince Philip. As a couple from different backgrounds, their union faced speculation about its stability and dynamics. The media often painted Philip as a potential outsider, questioning his role and influence within the royal family. "They can be cruel," Elizabeth sighed, aware that the whispers surrounding her marriage could undermine her commitment to her husband and her duty as queen. Despite the external pressures, Elizabeth and Philip remained united, working to dispel the rumors with their steadfast partnership. However, not all rumors were easily dismissed. The monarchy faced scandalous allegations regarding infidelity and personal relationships, particularly involving members of the extended royal family. Tales of illicit affairs and clandestine romances circulated through society, igniting public curiosity and concern. "The press thrives on scandal," Elizabeth noted, realizing that sensationalism often overshadowed the positive contributions of the royal family. The challenge lay in maintaining the dignity of the monarchy while managing the fallout from such allegations. One high-profile incident that captured public attention was the rumored affair between Prince Charles and a prominent socialite. As the eldest son and heir to the throne, Charles was under immense pressure to marry and fulfill his royal duties. However, the speculation regarding his romantic entanglements sparked controversy, casting doubt on his suitability as a future king. "It's a difficult position for him," Elizabeth mused, understanding that the weight of expectation and scrutiny could complicate personal relationships. The royal family worked diligently to manage the narrative, seeking to protect Charles while navigating the turbulent waters of public opinion. Amid the scandals, Elizabeth also found herself at the center of scrutiny regarding her own decisions and actions. The choices she made as queen were often interpreted through the lens of speculation, with the media eager to dissect her every move. "Every decision I make carries weight," she acknowledged, grappling with the implications of her role on the monarchy's reputation. The pressure to maintain a flawless public image became a constant battle, as Elizabeth navigated the duality of being a queen and a human being. In addition to personal scandals, the monarchy faced criticism over its lavish lifestyle amid a changing socio-economic landscape. As Britain grappled with the aftermath of World War II and the decline of the British Empire, the royal family's opulence became a target for scrutiny. "We must be mindful of how we present ourselves," Elizabeth reflected, aware that maintaining a balance between tradition and modernity was crucial for the monarchy's survival. The disconnect between the royal family's lifestyle and the realities faced by everyday citizens fueled dissent and skepticism about the relevance of the monarchy in a changing world. Elizabeth's commitment to preserving the monarchy's dignity often clashed with the sensationalism of the media. The tabloid press, in particular, thrived on scandal, using provocative headlines and sensational stories to attract readership. "They have no regard for truth," she lamented, acknowledging the difficulty of countering misinformation in an era of rapid news dissemination. The royal family faced a constant uphill battle against the tide of gossip, often forced to rely on carefully curated public appearances to counteract the narrative. Despite the challenges posed by rumors and scandals, Elizabeth remained resolute in her commitment to her role. She recognized the importance of upholding the monarchy's integrity and ensuring that the institution remained relevant in a changing society. "We must adapt while holding true to our values," she declared, understanding that navigating the complexities of public perception required both courage and strategic foresight. In the face of adversity, Elizabeth often found solace in her family and trusted advisors. Their unwavering support provided her with a sense of stability amid the chaos. "We must stand together," she encouraged her family, recognizing that the strength of the monarchy lay in its unity. The royal family weathered the storms of scandal and rumor, demonstrating resilience in the face of public scrutiny. As the years progressed, Elizabeth learned to navigate the tumultuous waters of royal life with grace and poise. While rumors and scandals would always be a part of the monarchy, she understood that the focus should remain on her commitment to her duties and her desire to serve her country. "In the end, it is my actions that will define my reign," she mused, reaffirming her dedication to the ideals of duty and service that had guided her throughout her life. As Queen Elizabeth II stepped into her role as sovereign, the political landscape of Britain was undergoing a seismic shift. The post-war era brought with it not only the burdens of rebuilding a nation but also the emergence of new political ideologies and figures who would reshape the future of the monarchy and the country. This chapter explores the implications of this transition of power, examining how Elizabeth navigated the changing political climate while ensuring the monarchy remained a relevant and stabilizing force in a time of uncertainty. In the aftermath of World War II, Britain faced a myriad of challenges. The remnants of a once great empire lay scattered, and the national psyche was in recovery mode. Economic struggles, rising social movements, and the push for decolonization were at the forefront of the public consciousness. Elizabeth, now Queen, was acutely aware of the expectations placed upon her to guide the nation through this tumultuous period. "The world is changing, and so must we," she reflected, recognizing the necessity for the monarchy to adapt in order to retain its relevance. At the heart of this transition was the evolving relationship between the monarchy and the government. Sir Winston Churchill, the legendary Prime Minister, was a towering figure during the early years of Elizabeth's reign. His experience and authority offered stability, but as he aged, questions arose about the future direction of the government and the monarchy's role within it. "We stand at a crossroads," Elizabeth noted, feeling the weight of responsibility as she pondered the implications of Churchill's eventual departure from politics. His decline signified not just a personal loss for her but also a pivotal moment for the nation. With Churchill's waning influence, the rise of new political leaders brought fresh perspectives and challenges. Figures like Clement Attlee, Harold Macmillan, and Anthony Eden began to shape the narrative of British politics, each with distinct approaches to governance that diverged from Churchill's staunch conservatism. Elizabeth found herself navigating a delicate balance as she interacted with these leaders, keenly aware that their policies and ideologies could redefine the monarchy's role in a rapidly evolving society. "I must understand their vision for the future," she mused, recognizing that adaptability was essential for the monarchy's survival. The implications of these political changes extended beyond mere policy. The new political era was marked by a growing democratization of power, with increasing demands for accountability and transparency from the government. As public sentiment shifted, the monarchy faced scrutiny regarding its own relevance. How do we remain a symbol of unity in this new age? Elizabeth pondered, grappling with the challenge of maintaining the monarchy's dignity while responding to the desires of a changing populace. The need for the royal family to connect with the public became more pronounced, compelling Elizabeth to consider innovative ways to modernize the institution. The push for social reform and the rise of progressive movements added another layer of complexity to Elizabeth's reign. Issues such as women's rights, racial equality, and the decolonization of British territories ignited passionate debates within society. The Queen recognized that these movements reflected a broader demand for change, not just in politics but in the very fabric of British identity. "These voices must be heard," she affirmed, understanding that acknowledging and supporting these movements was vital to the monarchy's legitimacy in the eyes of the public. As Elizabeth interacted with new political leaders, she discovered that the nature of her relationships had to evolve. Gone were the days when the monarchy could operate in relative isolation from political affairs. The Queen began to engage more actively with her prime ministers, seeking to foster a collaborative partnership that could navigate the complexities of governance in the modern age. "We are allies in service to the nation," she declared, emphasizing the importance of unity between the Crown and the government. Yet, the transition of power was not without its tensions. As new leaders sought to assert their authority, Elizabeth occasionally found herself at odds with their agendas. The growing momentum of political change sometimes clashed with the monarchy's traditional values, leading to moments of friction. "It is a delicate dance," she remarked, acknowledging the difficulty of finding common ground in an era of significant transformation. The Queen learned to navigate these challenges with diplomacy and grace, understanding that compromise would be necessary to uphold the integrity of both the monarchy and the government. The implications of this transition extended to the global stage as well. As the British Empire continued its decline, Elizabeth found herself grappling with the realities of a post-colonial world. The independence movements across Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean necessitated a re-evaluation of Britain's role in international affairs. "We must embrace the changing tide," she urged her advisors, recognizing that the monarchy had a responsibility to support these emerging nations in their quest for autonomy. The Queen sought to redefine the monarchy's role in a way that reflected respect for cultural diversity and a commitment to shared values. The transition of power also brought about a heightened awareness of the monarchy's legacy. As Elizabeth navigated her reign, she began to reflect on the historical significance of the crown and its relationship with the people. What will be remembered of my reign? She wondered, understanding that the actions taken during this pivotal period would shape perceptions of the monarchy for generations to come. Her resolve to uphold the values of service, duty, and resilience became the foundation for her leadership, as she aimed to leave a lasting legacy that transcended the challenges of her time. As Queen Elizabeth II settled into her role, she began to develop a distinct vision for the monarchy's future, one that sought to balance tradition with the inevitable changes of a modernizing world. This chapter delves into Elizabeth's hopes and aspirations, revealing her desire for the royal family to evolve while remaining a symbol of continuity and stability for the British people. From the outset of her reign, Elizabeth understood that the monarchy stood at a crossroads. The challenges of a declining empire, shifting political landscapes, and evolving societal expectations weighed heavily on her shoulders. "I wish for the monarchy to be a source of strength and inspiration," she declared, articulating her hope that the royal family could embody the resilience of the nation it served. Elizabeth envisioned a monarchy that not only upheld tradition but also embraced the aspirations and values of a new generation. At the core of Elizabeth's vision was the belief that the monarchy must be relevant to the lives of ordinary citizens. "We must bridge the gap between the crown and the people," she emphasized, recognizing the importance of fostering a connection with the public. Her desire was for the monarchy to reflect the diversity and dynamism of British society, allowing the royal family to resonate with a broader audience. Elizabeth sought to modernize the image of the monarchy, championing initiatives that would demonstrate a genuine commitment to social issues and community engagement. Elizabeth's vision also encompassed a desire for the monarchy to be a unifying force during times of division. She understood the significance of the royal family as a symbol of continuity amidst societal change. "In a world often marked by uncertainty, we can offer a sense of stability," she remarked, recognizing the potential of the monarchy to promote national unity. Elizabeth dreamed of a future where the royal family could serve as a bridge between different communities, fostering understanding and collaboration in a diverse society. The Queen's aspirations extended to the global stage as well. She envisioned the monarchy playing a vital role in strengthening relationships within the Commonwealth and supporting the emerging nations of a post-colonial world. "We must respect the sovereignty of all nations while fostering meaningful partnerships," she asserted, underscoring her commitment to diplomacy and cooperation. Elizabeth saw the Commonwealth as an opportunity to promote shared values and cultural exchange, believing that the monarchy could facilitate dialogue and understanding among its member states. In the realm of leadership, Elizabeth sought to embody the qualities she admired in her predecessors, particularly the resilience and fortitude exemplified by Winston Churchill. "Leadership requires integrity and compassion," she noted, envisioning a monarchy that not only led by example but also listened to the voices of its citizens. Her aspiration was for the royal family to be seen as approachable and empathetic, bridging the gap between the institution and the people it served. As she contemplated her legacy, Elizabeth also expressed a deep commitment to her family and the next generation of royals. "It is vital that we instill a sense of duty and service in my children," she reflected, recognizing the importance of preparing them for their future roles. Elizabeth envisioned a monarchy that would evolve through its members, with each generation contributing to the institution's growth while respecting its historical roots. She hoped her children would carry forward the values of dedication, humility, and service that she held dear. Central to Elizabeth's vision was the notion of adaptability. She understood that the monarchy must be willing to embrace change while remaining anchored in its principles. "We cannot shy away from the realities of our time," she asserted, emphasizing the need for the royal family to evolve alongside the society it served. Elizabeth hoped to foster a spirit of innovation within the monarchy, encouraging new ideas and approaches that would enhance its relevance and impact. Furthermore, Elizabeth's vision included a strong emphasis on transparency and accountability. Recognizing the growing demands for openness in governance, she aspired to cultivate a monarchy that was responsive to the public's concerns. "Trust is built through transparency," she remarked, advocating for a royal family that actively engaged with its citizens and addressed their needs. Elizabeth dreamed of a future where the monarchy could adapt to societal expectations, enhancing its credibility and fostering a deeper connection with the public. As she navigated her reign, Elizabeth often reflected on her role as a symbol of hope and continuity. In times of uncertainty, the monarchy can provide a sense of reassurance, she believed, underscoring her commitment to being a stabilizing presence in the lives of her people. Elizabeth envisioned a monarchy that would uplift and inspire, serving as a beacon of resilience amid challenges. In the intricate web of politics and monarchy, alliances often emerge in the most surprising ways. This chapter delves into Queen Elizabeth II's journey of finding support from an unexpected source during a period of significant challenges and uncertainties in her reign. As the political landscape shifted beneath her, Elizabeth faced growing pressures from both the government and the public. Questions about the monarchy's relevance loomed large, and internal family tensions added to her burdens. It was during this tumultuous time that she found herself in need of guidance and support that would come from an unlikely figure, Margaret Thatcher, a rising star in the Conservative Party. At first glance, the idea of finding an ally in Thatcher seemed improbable. The Prime Minister, known for her strong-willed nature and controversial policies, stood in stark contrast to Elizabeth's more reserved and traditional approach. Their political philosophies diverged significantly, with Thatcher advocating for free market policies and a robust national defense, while Elizabeth was often seen as a stabilizing force seeking unity in compromise. However, both women shared a common goal: the desire to ensure the monarchy's place in a rapidly changing society. Their initial interactions were marked by formality and careful diplomacy. Elizabeth recognized that Thatcher's ascent in politics was emblematic of a broader cultural shift, a movement toward individualism and assertiveness that resonated with a new generation. As the Prime Minister navigated her own battles in Parliament, Elizabeth saw an opportunity to forge a connection that could bolster the monarchy's image and relevance. "Perhaps it is time to embrace the spirit of change," Elizabeth mused, contemplating the potential benefits of aligning herself with a leader who embodied the determination and resolve she admired. Their first meeting, held in the opulent setting of Buckingham Palace, was fraught with anticipation. Both women understood the significance of this moment. It could mark the beginning of an unexpected partnership that would alter the course of their respective roles. During their discussion, Elizabeth approached the topic of the monarchy's role in modern Britain with candor. "We must find a way to engage with the public and adapt to their expectations," she stated, expressing her concerns about the monarchy's image amidst the changing political climate. Thatcher, known for her fierce pragmatism, responded with a clarity that surprised Elizabeth. "Your Majesty, the monarchy has the potential to be a rallying point for national pride and unity. Embrace the spirit of modern Britain, and you will find your place among its people." As their conversations deepened, Elizabeth discovered a shared understanding of the importance of resilience and determination in leadership. Thatcher's tenacity in the face of adversity resonated with the Queen, who had often felt the weight of expectations as she navigated her role. "We must show the nation that we are not merely relics of the past," Thatcher urged, her conviction inspiring Elizabeth to reconsider the potential of their alliance. Gradually, the relationship between the Queen and the Prime Minister evolved into a strategic partnership. Elizabeth began to see the value in Thatcher's straightforward approach to governance, recognizing that her allies' unyielding resolve could help bolster the monarchy's public image. "Together, we can redefine what it means to lead in this era," Elizabeth remarked, acknowledging the unique strengths they brought to the table. Thatcher, in turn, found herself drawn to the Queen's sense of duty and commitment to service. Despite their differences, she recognized the significance of the monarchy as a symbol of continuity and tradition in a rapidly changing world. "The monarchy can be a stabilizing force in times of chaos," Thatcher stated, her admiration for Elizabeth's unwavering resolve growing as they collaborated on initiatives that showcased the monarchy's relevance. Their alliance became particularly significant during a period of national unrest. As social movements gained momentum and political tensions flared, Elizabeth and Thatcher united to promote messages of unity and resilience. Together, they championed initiatives that emphasized the importance of community, shared values, and the monarchy's role in fostering national pride. "We must stand together as a beacon of hope for our people," Elizabeth declared, recognizing the power of their combined voices. The collaboration between Elizabeth and Thatcher yielded unexpected benefits for both the monarchy and the government. The Prime Minister's strong leadership style resonated with the public, and her association with the Queen helped to enhance the monarchy's image. Elizabeth's endorsement of Thatcher's policies, albeit subtly, demonstrated a willingness to adapt to the changing political landscape, garnering respect from various factions within the government. As their partnership deepened, Elizabeth also learned valuable lessons about leadership and resilience from Thatcher. "Sometimes, one must make difficult decisions for the greater good," Thatcher emphasized, imparting her pragmatic approach to governance. Elizabeth found herself inspired by this notion, realizing that the path of leadership often required courage and the ability to make tough choices in the face of opposition. In moments of personal reflection, Elizabeth pondered the significance of their unlikely alliance. "Finding strength in unexpected places can lead to profound change," she mused, understanding that her relationship with Thatcher had not only strengthened her resolve but also transformed her perspective on leadership. The Queen came to appreciate the importance of collaboration across ideological divides, recognizing that even the most unlikely partnerships could yield significant outcomes. In the intricate world of the British monarchy, where tradition often collides with the pressures of modernity, the need for reconciliation within the royal family became increasingly vital. This chapter explores Queen Elizabeth II's journey toward mending fractured relationships amidst a backdrop of familial tension and public scrutiny. As the weight of her responsibilities grew heavier, Elizabeth found herself navigating not only the challenges of her reign but also the complexities of her family's dynamics. Tensions had emerged between herself, her husband Prince Philip, and other members of the royal family, largely stemming from the pressures of public life and the evolving expectations of the monarchy. We are all human, yet our roles often magnify our differences, Elizabeth reflected, recognizing the strains that had developed within the family. The turning point came during a particularly challenging time for the monarchy. The British public was increasingly vocal about their expectations for transparency and connection from their royal family, and this atmosphere of scrutiny had taken a toll on Elizabeth and her loved ones. Feeling the strain, Elizabeth realized that addressing these internal conflicts was essential not only for her family's well-being but also for the monarchy's future. Determined to mend these relationships, Elizabeth initiated a family gathering at Balmoral Castle, the royal family's beloved retreat in Scotland. "We must come together and address the issues that divide us," she stated, inviting all family members to participate in what she hoped would be a constructive dialogue. The gathering was an opportunity to air grievances, share concerns, and ultimately, to heal. As family members arrived at Balmoral, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Elizabeth, aware of the underlying tensions, prepared herself for what could be a challenging conversation. "I must lead with empathy and understanding," she thought, reminding herself that reconciliation required vulnerability from all parties involved. She hoped to create a safe space where each family member could express their feelings without fear of judgment. The discussions began with Prince Philip, who expressed his frustrations about the pressures of royal life. "We are constantly in the public eye, yet sometimes it feels as though we are losing touch with each other," he admitted. His candid remarks resonated with the family, and Elizabeth encouraged others to share their experiences. Her sister, Princess Margaret, voiced her struggles with feeling overshadowed by the responsibilities of the crown. "It's as if my own identity has been eclipsed by the institution," she confessed, her vulnerability prompting nods of understanding from the others. As each family member spoke, Elizabeth listened intently, acknowledging their concerns while also sharing her own feelings of isolation and pressure. "I often feel the weight of our history and the expectations placed upon us," she admitted, revealing her vulnerability to foster connection. The openness of this dialogue allowed family members to see beyond their differences, recognizing the shared struggles they faced as public figures. The gathering took a transformative turn when Elizabeth proposed a collective commitment to prioritize family unity. "We are stronger together, and we must support each other as we navigate the challenges of our roles," she stated, urging everyone to work toward healing. Her call to action resonated deeply with her family, igniting a sense of camaraderie that had been missing for some time. The conversations extended beyond individual grievances, delving into the larger context of the monarchy's role in contemporary society. Elizabeth emphasized the importance of presenting a united front to the public, reinforcing the idea that the royal family was not only a symbol of tradition but also of familial love and support. "Our strength lies in our ability to adapt and grow together," she asserted, reminding everyone that their unity would serve as a powerful message to the nation. As the family spent time together in the serene surroundings of Balmoral, moments of joy and laughter punctuated their discussions. Shared activities, such as walks in the Scottish hills and evenings around the fireplace, helped to mend rifts and foster bonds that had been frayed by the pressures of royal life. These simple yet profound experiences reminded each member of their shared history and the love that underpinned their relationships. The process of reconciliation was not without its challenges. There were moments of discomfort and lingering tensions, particularly around differing views on the monarchy's future. However, Elizabeth remained steadfast in her commitment to fostering dialogue and understanding. "It is okay to disagree, but we must always do so with respect and compassion," she reminded her family, encouraging them to embrace the diversity of perspectives within their ranks. As the gathering came to a close, Elizabeth felt a renewed sense of hope for her family. "We have taken the first steps toward healing," she noted, acknowledging the progress they had made in a short time. The willingness to communicate openly and honestly had laid the groundwork for a more supportive and understanding family dynamic. In the aftermath of their time at Balmoral, the royal family began to exhibit signs of newfound solidarity. Elizabeth noticed that her children, particularly Charles and Anne, were more willing to collaborate on public engagements and initiatives, recognizing the importance of presenting a unified royal front. "Our family can achieve so much when we work together," Elizabeth observed, proud of the strides they had made. This chapter of reconciliation also sparked a broader discussion about the monarchy's role in modern society. Elizabeth began to advocate for initiatives that would showcase the royal family's commitment to community and service. "We must demonstrate that we are more than just figures of the past, we are active participants in shaping our future," she asserted, uniting her family around this common purpose. Through the process of reconciliation, Elizabeth discovered that mending relationships within her family was not just about resolving conflicts but also about nurturing a sense of belonging and shared purpose. The healing that took place at Balmoral not only strengthened familial bonds but also fortified the monarchy's position in the hearts of the British people. As Queen Elizabeth II navigated the complexities of her reign, the nation was often faced with moments of profound crisis that tested the very fabric of British society. This chapter delves into how Elizabeth rose to the occasion during these tumultuous times, demonstrating her unwavering commitment to her people and her ability to lead with strength and compassion. The first major national emergency during Elizabeth's reign arose in the form of a devastating economic downturn in the early 1950s. The post-war recovery had stalled, leading to widespread unemployment and social unrest. Strikes erupted across various industries, and the British public grew restless, demanding immediate action from their leaders. In this climate of discontent, Elizabeth felt the heavy burden of her responsibilities as a monarch. "People look to us for stability in these uncertain times," she remarked during a meeting with her advisors. The Queen understood that her role extended beyond ceremonial duties. It was crucial for her to embody hope and resilience for the nation. Elizabeth initiated a series of public engagements aimed at reassuring the populace that their monarchy stood with them during this challenging period. One of the most significant events was a televised address to the nation, a rare and intimate opportunity for the Queen to speak directly to the British people. In these difficult days, we must remember that we are not alone, she stated, her voice steady but filled with empathy. Together, we will face these challenges and emerge stronger. This heartfelt message resonated deeply with the public, showcasing her ability to connect with her subjects during a time of crisis. As the nation grappled with economic hardship, another crisis loomed on the horizon, the Suez Crisis of 1956. When Britain, alongside France and Israel, invaded Egypt to seize control of the Suez Canal, the international community erupted in outrage. The subsequent fallout placed the monarchy in a precarious position, with many questioning the government's actions and the monarchy's tacit endorsement of such policies. In the face of growing dissent and political turmoil, Elizabeth took a decisive step to assert the monarchy's role as a stabilizing force. She invited Prime Minister Anthony Eden to Buckingham Palace for an urgent meeting. "We must consider the implications of our actions on the global stage," she urged, emphasizing the importance of diplomacy over aggression. Elizabeth's insistence on discussing the crisis with her prime minister underscored her commitment to the ideals of peace and unity. Recognizing the need for a unifying voice, Elizabeth decided to engage in a series of public appearances to promote understanding and solidarity. She traveled to regions directly affected by the crisis, meeting with communities to listen to their concerns. "Our strength lies in our unity, and we must find ways to come together in these challenging times," she conveyed during her visits, reinforcing the message of resilience and cooperation. The Queen's actions during the Suez Crisis were instrumental in shaping public perception of the monarchy. While the government faced criticism, Elizabeth's compassionate approach allowed her to navigate the delicate political landscape while maintaining the dignity of the crown. Her commitment to listening to her subjects and promoting dialogue resonated with the nation, fostering a renewed sense of pride in the monarchy. However, crises were not limited to political events, they extended to personal tragedies as well. In 1957, a catastrophic fire broke out at the Windsor Castle, causing extensive damage and prompting fears for the safety of the royal family. Amidst the chaos, Elizabeth exhibited remarkable composure. "We must remain calm and ensure the safety of everyone involved," she directed her family and staff, showcasing her leadership even in the face of personal peril. In the aftermath of the fire, Elizabeth organized efforts to restore Windsor Castle, recognizing its historical significance to the nation. "This castle stands as a symbol of our resilience," she remarked, urging the public to support restoration efforts. Her determination to restore not only the physical structure but also the spirit of the monarchy resonated with the people, reinforcing the idea that the crown could withstand adversity. As the decade progressed, the nation faced additional challenges, including the rise of social movements advocating for civil rights and decolonization. Elizabeth recognized that the monarchy must adapt to the changing landscape, leading her to engage more actively with these movements. "It is essential for us to understand the aspirations of our people," she stated during discussions with her advisors, emphasizing her commitment to fostering an inclusive dialogue. During a historic visit to Ghana in 1961, Elizabeth met with newly elected President Kwame Nkrumah, a symbol of the wave of independence sweeping across Africa. "We honor the aspirations of all nations, and we stand ready to support the path of freedom and democracy," she declared, reinforcing the monarchy's role as a champion of progress and dignity on the global stage. This visit marked a pivotal moment, demonstrating Elizabeth's recognition of the shifting tides of history and her willingness to embrace change. Throughout her reign, Elizabeth's response to crises underscored her ability to rise above the challenges facing the nation. Her compassionate leadership and commitment to unity not only strengthened the monarchy's relevance but also endeared her to the British people. Leadership is not just about authority, it is about empathy and understanding, she reflected, recognizing that her role was to embody hope and resilience in times of turmoil.